Let's start it up, Robert.
You're on.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, morning. It's Clayton Banks here. Good morning. Good morning. This is Clayton Banks. I'm so excited. This is a phenomenal day that we put together. But we're going to start out with some students that have some ideas. It'll be good to hear some new stuff. So let's start with Lourdes. Lourdes, introduce yourself and give us a few seconds of your time.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Lourdes and I'm a student in Monroe College, majoring in accounting, and I'm the business owner of Plum Accurate Solutions, which is basically a virtual bookkeeping business. And I'm helping wellness and holistic health coaches advance financially through my services while using social media as a tool to promote and communicate with my people. And some of the things that I have to do online is basically, today I'm at 209 followers, and this has been through consistent engagement. I try to engage like every day, like for like 10 to 15 minutes with my audience. And I try to post like 2 to 3 valuable content throughout the week about bookkeeping and financial tips. And those are just some of the things that I do. And running a business through social media has been so useful for me and efficient because it has changed the way that I work and find clients. So I no longer have to work, well, for now, I don't have to work a 9 to 5, and I could basically just work from my phone at my own leisure and do things the way that I want using the strategies that I invest in.
Well, that's awesome, Lourdes, and congratulations. We need young people with bright ideas like you have. Mercedes, why don't you give us a quick minute here?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mercedes Rodriguez. I'm currently attending Monroe College doing my MBA. I'm the owner and founder of Showers, which is a nonprofit organization which helps homeless individuals or find places to take showers. I'm currently working on my own portable one so I can go around the city to different locations. I currently have about more than 100 volunteers who we go out and donate food, participate with the city programs to give out hygiene products, food, anything that the elderly may need. I participated with the headquarters of United Nations to present my project, became a part of a group called Imperial Global, which is empowering women in different parts of the world to become their own boss and entrepreneurs as well. So currently writing my own book as well to put out there my story of being homeless, and this is why it's my heart and passion to create this, and especially now and what we're going through in society. Thank you.
Well, that's awesome, and you are awesome. I've got a couple of people asking your guys' URL, your website, how they can support you. So I'm gonna go ahead, Lourdes, and if you have any way that people can contact you or go to your website, mention that now, and also put it in the chat, and we're gonna pretty quickly move from that. So go ahead, Lourdes, unmute yourself and tell people where they can reach you.
Well, currently, you can find me on Instagram. Just search up Plum Accurate Solutions, and I'll be there. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Rodriguez?
I'm currently on Instagram. I have 2. One is, I'll put it on the chat. One is at Showers1 on Instagram and also Facebook. And then there's another one, this is Mechi. So it's 2 together in which I use to maneuver back and forth. So I'll put that in the chat room as well.
Clayton, you're muted.
I'm gonna say everything I just said, which is congratulations, thank you. Your presentations were phenomenal, and I think there's a lot of people on this call that will be in touch. And thanks Stacy Crawford from Monroe College for hooking us up. Raymond Ray, I see you. I see everybody. Let's go. We're gonna move on and get the father of the internet online. Unbelievable. Does anybody understand what I'm saying? The father of the internet. This is a brilliant human being that we've been blessed to have here this morning. And I know a lot more about you, Vint Cerf, than you know about me, which is unbelievable, in fact. But no, I'm just saying your background is just so tremendous. Your work that you've done in the past, and certainly the work you're doing now, especially through the Marconi Society and all the things that you're doing, are so inspirational. So we want to give our audience, the people that are working with Silicon Harlem and supporting us and doing a lot of things, to have you just sort of address us, give us some ideas. What should we be thinking about this notion of advancing humanity as we look at the way the world is going, and sort of how you're looking at things moving forward?
Well, thanks so much, Clayton. What a pleasure to meet you face to face this way, although I had intended to come and be there physically. And as you know, that didn't work out because of COVID-19, but we'll get there eventually. So let me bring you greetings from the Marconi Society, which I chair, and from Google, which is proud to be among the sponsors of today's event. I could listen to the students all day. I just love the creativity and energy and enthusiasm that we got in just those two samples. I also wanted to tell you, after I got a chance to look at the program, I'm sitting here being very unhappy because my calendar is not going to let me stay longer than my time to chat. But my God, friends like Merlin Hayes and Prince Constantine and Craig Newmark and Larry Irving and a whole bunch of other people that I haven't met and would like to. But I'm told that this is going to be recorded. So I will promise you I'm going to go listen to the whole shebang once I get a chance. So let me turn to the things that are on my mind right now, and surely on everyone else's. COVID-19 has really exposed some serious fissures in our social, economic, and technological worlds. And I believe that we should take advantage of the spotlight that this pandemic has provided us, despite all of the horrible things that have happened, the lost lives and illnesses and the economic stress and everything else. Don't let a crisis go to waste. Let's take advantage of what we are seeing and learning from this experience, and let's turn it to utility. So as an example of the kind of things that I believe the COVID-19 pandemic has exposed is the way in which healthcare is undertaken. I don't know about the rest of you, but I would call my doctor to try to make an appointment. And he said, don't come into the office because we don't have adequate protection. I'm happy to do a video chat with you. And I'm sitting here thinking, what kind of medicine is that? I mean, you didn't get my blood pressure and my temperature and my pulse and all the other things that you normally expect from an office visit, which led me to conclude that there is a big opportunity in developing what we'll call the Internet of Medical Things. Everybody's heard of IoT, Internet of Things, but the Internet of Medical Things looks like a big opportunity, creating devices that will allow people to obtain a kind of remote office visit by having at least measurement of these various important parameters. And at some point, perhaps we even might get even more elaborate diagnostic capability, including things like being able to test for COVID and have an electronic ability to transmit that data back to the doctor. Just like we could imagine having heart rate mechanisms on your watch as an example. So there are big opportunities, I think, in healthcare that are opening up our eyes are opening up to opportunity because of that. I think the other thing, which is pretty obvious, is what we're doing right this moment, and that's an alternative to travel. And although I personally much prefer to be up there in New York with you, this is not a bad substitute. And I have to admit that these days, since I've been in my basement office, which is where I am right now for the last 7 months, I've been able to travel to Australia and Austria on the same day and then be home in time for dinner. And of course, the ability of the internet to sustain this kind of two-way high bandwidth communication is frankly quite surprising. I suppose as we think about the amount of streaming video that was becoming so popular over the last 5 to 10 years, that this increase in capacity worked in both directions. So we're all taking advantage of this astonishing increase in capacity that the internet has managed to achieve. I don't have time to go through everything here, but I want to emphasize how important it is for us to look at the social and economic impact that the COVID-19 has highlighted, and also, I think, the side effects of social media. Now, the thing that you heard from both of our students is the value of social media, Instagram, for example, in drawing attention to themselves and their work and their businesses. But I think everyone on this call would also appreciate that that same platform, not just Instagram, but all the various social media, can be and has been seriously abused. The propagation of misinformation, disinformation, and divisive discourse has been obvious, and we are going to have to do something about that if we don't want to lose the value that those media have provided to us to connect people together, to discover each other and common interests. But at the same time, we have to find ways of making sure that these don't become serious detriments to our social stability. That is not an easy challenge, and it is not solvable purely by technology. I'd like to argue that some wetware up here might help. Critical thinking would be very useful. I mean, think about, where did this stuff come from? Is there any corroborating evidence for the assertions that are being made? Is someone trying to convince me of something for some purpose for which I might not agree? There are just a variety of rationales for wanting to cope with and essentially undermine the harmful effects of some of these online environments. That doesn't even get to the other big problem, which is malware and the propagation of ransomware and all the other kinds of interferences that happen. And I can hear somebody thinking, why the hell didn't you make a more secure system when you designed this 40 years ago? And the answer is, we didn't have the technology available to do as good a job of it as we can now. So there are technologies available, and we can improve the implementation of them. But we also need to encourage better behavior by the people that use the system. I mean, a lot of this is, of the problems you see are choices that humans make that are not necessarily in your best interest. So I want to move over to an observation about software, because I will bet that a great many people who are thinking about what to do right now and are kind of forced into thinking, how do I do this online, will recognize that software is an endless frontier.
Right.
I mean, there isn't anything that you can't do with software as long as you can figure out how to program it. Can't figure out how to program it, it's a different problem. But the point here is that there is just an infinite set of opportunities here. And if you can't program, it's okay. Find somebody else who can, and then get your idea in place. And that's a big opportunity for lots of people. However, there is also a big issue here, and I draw your attention to it because I believe it deserves a substantial amount of research, and that is that software is not perfect. It has bugs. What are bugs? Bugs are mostly mistakes that programmers make. And I know I used to make a living writing software, and I have a little dent in my forehead from the millions of times when I've gone, how can I do such a dumbass thing? So we have bugs in the software, and they get exploited by people who don't have your best interest at heart. Yeah. We need to find ways of avoiding the mistakes. We need better software development environments. We need tools that will help us discover what those problems are. And I challenge the research community, the computer science community, to give us much better tools. Not only that, but even after we release software, there are going to be times when we have to fix the bugs that we found. And that means that if somebody is selling you a box full of software, the first question you should ask is, if there's a bug, can you fix it remotely? Can you fix it after I started to use and rely on this thing? So we are increasingly reliant on software doing what it's supposed to do. And we need to work very hard to make sure that when it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, we can fix it. So that's sort of the broad brush observation about software. We are becoming very dependent on it.
Yes.
Or we need to be very thoughtful about that dependency and protecting ourselves and others. The last point I wanted to make is about telecommunication. We're using right now optical fiber, radio, and Wi-Fi, and a variety of other things. There may even be some people who are joining us by satellite links. But I just wanted to draw your attention to some additional new technologies that are coming along. One of them is from a company called Loon, which is one of the Alphabet companies, sister of Google. It's balloons at 65,000 feet up in the stratosphere, delivering LTE, 4G, and someday 5G possibilities. And those things are literally free-flying balloons that are in literally low orbit, very low Earth orbit, and they keep them aligned based on the winds that are blowing up at that altitude. Just recently, just a week and a half ago, another thing called Hapsmobile was tested. This is an airplane that's solar powered. It's like a 250-foot wingspan. It takes a few hours for it to get up to 65,000 feet, which is where it flies. And again, using balloon-based radio systems, we tested it with a four-way video conference call with Tokyo and London and Washington, D.C., and San Francisco, all being connected with high res like you're seeing right this moment. So we're starting to see some pretty interesting atmospheric level communications technologies coming along. And then, of course, there's Elon Musk and others who are putting satellites in low Earth orbit. The Starlink system, if it is actually installed at full capacity, will have 24,000 satellites in orbit up there.
Wow.
That means that there won't be any square inch of the Earth that can't be reached by internet. And that means that getting access to the internet is inescapable. It's going to be there. Now, it still remains to be seen what the performance of the system is, what the costs are. And that raises one last point I wanted to make generally about internet access. My job at Google as the chief internet evangelist is to try to get more people connected to the internet all around the world. And what we're discovering is there are technology limitations, there are cost limitations, there are in technical challenges, atmospheric and local conditions that get in the way of various alternative choices depending on the frequencies that you're using. So we have a ways to go to get everybody up and running. But these new technologies will help, assuming that they deliver on their promise. So I can tell you that for the rest of the day, just looking at the program, if you don't come out of the end of this day with bursting with ideas for things to do, I'll be very surprised. I can't wait to see the videos. I thank you so much, Clayton, for letting me take part in this at the beginning of the day. And believe me, I want to wish the Silicon Harlem every possible success. This is just so good to see. So keep at it. We're behind you.
Thank you so much. And let me just quickly just say there's so much conversation going on around your your remarks, and I hope you do look at that because there's just so many different ideas that have come out of just from what you shared with us. When Mike talked with Merlin, he reflected on a cab ride that you had with him. So I don't know if you remember that, but that was fun to hear. So just a big thank you from us. I hope we get to do this again, Vint Cerf, because you threw out a lot of things that we now have to really sort of break down on our side. Internet access is our number one thing, but I thank you again for sharing your expertise and just being a part of this. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Good luck to everybody. And I'll see you on the net.
You got it. All right. We're going to quickly make a transition. Everyone's going to get a chance to chat and talk and everything else throughout the day. Particularly at the end of the day, we're going to have a wonderful town hall. For now, we're going to have a quick message from one of our great sponsors who has really stepped up in 2020 and a merger and everything else. So, Robert, why don't you run the piece with T-Mobile?
Hi. On behalf of T-Mobile, thank you to Silicon Harlem for the opportunity to support and to participate in this year's Virtual Tech Summit. T-Mobile is proud to be a part of the work that you all have been doing to connect innovators to opportunities and to work towards a more inclusive digital economy for everyone. The theme of this year's summit, Advancing Humanity, resonates with us. It's not about technology. It's about all that people do with our networks as employees, as business owners, as students, parents, doctors, as innovators. We feel this at T-Mobile. And we think the present moment gives us an opportunity for actionable change. As a company, we are rethinking how we are doing things, and we are laser focused on investing in and providing resources to the communities we're honored to serve. We recently announced the creation of an external diversity council that's composed of prominent civil rights groups and organizations. This council will guide the work that we'll be doing together to confront racism and systemic inequality. With the advice and the help of this council, we are developing a long-term diversity and inclusion plan for the new T-Mobile. And we've already started. T-Mobile has pledged $25 million in various community initiatives that support technology, education, and workforce training. We also remain committed to Project 10 Million, our largely successful multi-billion-dollar effort to eradicate the homework gap for millions of children by providing free service and hotspots to 10 million households over 5 years. Now, and particularly interesting to this group, we have pledged to expand and improve affordable wireless capabilities within the new T-Mobile's coverage area to low-income communities, underserved minority populations, and rural areas. And our work has already begun. T-Mobile's 5G network currently serves over 250 million people across 1.3 million square miles. Within the next 3 years, 63% of the US population will have access to 100 megabits per second or higher speeds. And within 6 years, that number will grow to 90%. We understand that access to next generation speeds is critical for entrepreneurs and innovators, and we take our commitment seriously. We look forward to this discussion today and to continuing the important work with the community to advance humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we're going to keep the agenda moving. So very excited about all of this, and I hope everyone is, and I know my video looks a little crazy. We're going to fix that as we go. But I believe we are about ready for our next speaker. And I don't see the video, but I'm assuming that there's one, listen everyone, all right, hang on a second. 5 people on Earth, 5 people on Earth control all communications of the United States. And we got one of those 5 people this morning. And I am so excited because in October of 2016, she was our keynote speaker. And her speech was the homework gap. The homework gap, right? We were all fascinated and loved it. And since then, she's been pushing so many different initiatives around broadband, writing so many different types of policies, and we're all very, very supportive of what Commissioner Rosenworcel has done in her career. But here we are 4 years later, right? 4 years later, Commissioner, what has changed?
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Clayton, for that introduction, for having me here. What has changed? Gosh, 4 years ago, it was like the before times, right? We could meet in person.
That's a big difference, yes.
It's a big difference. So what's changed? I came before you 4 years ago and said we have this big problem in the nation's digital divide, which is we got to really focus on the fact that not all of our kids are connected, because homework is different than when I was growing up. I needed paper or pencil and my brother leaving me alone. Today, 7 in 10 teachers assign homework that requires internet access, but all the FCC data show 1 in 3 households don't have broadband. And where those numbers overlap, I started calling the homework gap around the time that I joined you at Silicon Harlem, because I felt like this part of the digital divide needed special definition because it was especially cruel. So here we are in this pandemic that has crashed our economy. It's emptied our streets. It's filled our hospitals. And we have sent millions and millions of students home and told them, go to do remote learning, go to online class. But kids who don't have internet access at home, who fall into the homework gap, well, they're locked out of the virtual classroom. And so during this crisis, I'm worried this homework gap is fast becoming an education gap, and it's going to be a long-term opportunity gap. I think as a nation, we have got to make it a priority to get every student connected, leave no child offline.
Well, you know, I couldn't agree more with you. We've been hit hard here in Harlem, obviously, with that very notion. And we're finding that, you know, between the idea of very few jobs, businesses falling apart, their parents are suffering and the kids are suffering, which is creating a real gap of opportunity. So I think the work that you're doing now, trying to address this issue is exactly what we need. And Silicon Harlem's, you know, certainly behind that. And it's our #1 initiative, if you will, as a company, is to close the gap of connectivity. You know, it impacts not only just education, but work and health and everything else. So I'm so excited that you're still at the wheel here.
Well, you know, I'm going to be relentless. Here's the thing, as a nation, we've got to decide that we have a 100% policy. 100% of us connected to broadband, 100% of us online. We did it before with basic telephony. We did it with rural electrification. We've done it with water. We as a nation need to think about 100%. And you know, the thing that gets me a lot about what this administration has done with the digital divide is we have focused almost singularly on getting rural America connected. That's important. We've got lots of communities that are going to be left behind if they don't get the infrastructure to have access to broadband. But there's another part of it, which is 3 to 4 times as many households in urban and suburban communities are not connected to the internet reliably and consistently. And to me, that's an important part of the digital divide, and we've got to solve that too.
Well, let me ask you a question. What is the focus right now? I know yours, but overall, the FCC, what are you guys focused on given this pandemic? What are some of the things that are evolving as you see it?
Well, in the early days of this pandemic, the agency came up with a program it called Keep America Connected. And the idea was this: we were going to see some job losses and some hardship. So what we were going to do was make sure that our nation's broadband companies would waive late fees and wouldn't shut consumers off. And to the extent they had private Wi-Fi available, they were going to make that available more publicly. These were, by the way, good things. And hundreds and hundreds of broadband providers across the country and wireless carriers and those that offer voice service signed up for it. Really good stuff. The problem is, here we are, 7 months, I've lost count. We're so many months in. And that commitment has fallen by the wayside. And what I'm worried about now, as we see more people lose their jobs, slip into poverty, that we're going to find these services are cut off. And broadband's no longer nice to have, it's need to have. Your kid needs it for school. There are a lot of jobs where you can keep working if you have it at home. And there are a lot of healthcare providers who want to see you online because it's safer, easier, and more cost effective. We got to figure out how they all stay connected, no matter what's happening in our world, what's happening in our communities. And so figuring out a way to keep those pledges moving and keep everyone connected is important. A lot of companies have made commitments on this, and frankly, they deserve a lot of our praise. But it's just exposed a much bigger problem, which is not everyone's online, and we're losing something in this country. I mean, our civic and commercial genius is bigger than the community that's connected right now. How do we expand it? How do we get to 100%? That's really at the top of my mind.
I love that. We believe that too. We also believe it should not be the barrier of cost. That's something that we have noticed to be plaguing a lot of the low-income areas, folks that are on fixed incomes, our seniors and others. And we believe that there will be a time, hopefully in our lifetime, where it is accessible to everyone. As you're saying, the 100% is absolutely going to only help all of us. There is no zero-sum game here. It actually helps all of us. So just looking at what some of the questions people are asking, by the way, I don't know if you're able to see some of the questions, but there's a lot of people very much interested in what you're talking about. What I'd like to ask is, when it comes to technology in and of itself and the notion of what we're trying to do with this particular summit, which is we went from last year talking about some really heavy duty tech stuff, quantum computing and spatial computing, it's like all over the place. And this year, and literally October of 2019, we put the theme together for 2020 to be advancing humanity. And boy, is it more appropriate than we ever thought it would be. So what does advancing humanity mean to you in the prism of communications and technology?
It's interesting. I like your theme, advancing humanity, because I often find these discussions toggle between this techno-dystopianism and techno-optimism.
Yeah.
And the way that I see it is, look around. We've got problems to solve. We got communities that are having difficulty navigating the digital age. How do we use technology to solve those problems?
Right.
I want to be driven by the technology. I want to see it as a tool, and a tool that can be used to solve problems that affect us as communities. How do we make ourselves healthier? How do we anticipate wildfires before they start out west? How do we make sure every kid is connected? How do we make sure our traffic signals are a little more adaptable so people, when they're in their cars, when we go back to places and do more things indoors, can get where they need to go faster and waste less time commuting? I just feel like those things are near-term accessible when we think about using communications differently than just being phone-centric. Can we put sensors on a lot of infrastructure that we have? Can we make, can we get more people connected? There's a lot of stuff we can solve. And to me, that's what advancing humanity means. It's not starting with technology. It's starting with what problems we have, what resources are constrained, and how technology can help us strengthen our communities.
Well, I certainly love what you're saying. It aligns with what we believe here at Silicon Harlem. And I've had the good fortune to travel the entire world around the idea of smart cities, et cetera. And we don't typically use the term smart cities, right? We call it tech enabled. And the reason is exactly as you described. We're looking for ongoing efficiency. How do we make our cities more efficient, our offices, our homes, et cetera? How do we make
more livable, right? Like we're looking to
Exactly.
enhance life. We're not looking to, that's just really important to me. Like, how do we use it to enhance our day-to-day life, and not just for some segment of a city, for everyone?
It has to be inclusive. And, when we look at, New York City particularly, but, cities all around this country, we look at, and this may be FCC commissioner, I'm not saying for you to say anything like this, but I believe there's another divide coming, another digital divide. And if you and I can get together and say, hey, we know what the next digital divide is, perhaps we could actually preempt it, right? So it's exactly what we're talking about. I believe that right now, most digital divides are defined by two things, whether it's a cost issue or you don't know about it. That's what really creates this divide. And I believe that the next digital divide, because I know that's what the question everyone on this call would want to hear, Clayton, what are you talking about? The answer is the smart city, smart office, smart home, tech-enabled everything is coming on fast, and it's going to be the same two things. Do you know about it, and can you afford it? Mm-hmm. So I think we should think about how do we, at minimum, why I have this summit, why we do these meetups and conversations, is to make sure communities know what's coming, and second, we want to work with the industry to make sure that it's accessible. So that might be something to think about in some of the meetings that you'll have, moving forward, that we can avoid the next digital divide.
Right. I completely agree with what you just said. Absolutely, from front to back.
Okay, put me down on a certificate or something. But anyway, so anyway, on another note, what's happening with with the current telecommunication infrastructure as it looks from rural, tribal lands, urban markets? How do you look at that these days?
Well, I think that the digital divide has these two parts. We've got a deployment challenge and we've got an adoption challenge. And you don't solve it, you don't fix it unless you address both. With respect to deployment, the FCC's official statistics say that 18 million people in this country don't have access to broadband because the infrastructure is not there. They're largely in rural and remote areas. I think that 18 million wildly understates where service is and is not. There are other estimates out there that are 42 million. There are estimates that are even higher. And that's because the FCC uses this mapping methodology, which assumes that if there's a single subscriber in a census block, then we think that there's services available throughout. So it systematically overstates service. So I think we have a rural America problem that is acute. And we're going to need to look at what history delivered with the Rural Electrification Act and start building off of similar models to make sure remote communities are connected. And then I think when it comes to urban and suburban areas, we're going to have to take a hard look about why people are not connected. And you mentioned affordability. I think that's a huge issue. And yet year in and year out, when the FCC produces its broadband report, it kind of ignores it, skates over it. And it just seems to me if you want to get to 100%, you're going to have to understand that affordability issue. And sometimes it's the fact of a recurring contract. Sometimes it's not being aware of adoption or not seeing the value proposition. And sometimes it's households that might have some access, but that access is data capped and it constrains what they can do. We have really got to tease apart what those affordability issues are and who they affect in our population, and then come up with targeted proposals to solve them. I mean, this stuff has been done before. In 1985, when President Reagan was in the White House, we started a program called Lifeline. Get every household connected to basic telephony, because we kind of figured out they weren't going to have a fair shot in the modern world without having a phone line. Right now, I just think the dial tone of the digital age is internet access. So let's just borrow what's been done before and reshape Lifeline to meet this moment so low-income households have a shot too. And it's not just, it's not just work, it's education for their kids, it's healthcare. It's really staying in touch with every service that you could need. And we got to stop looking at it as like a luxury good, nice to have. It's fundamentally need to have if you want a fair shot today.
Yeah, we certainly believe that. Well, I have one sort of question for you as you look towards the future, right? So if you look towards the future and you had your druthers, we've talked about everyone having 100% connected, but, I worked really hard with the NDIA and others around, getting Lifeline for broadband, and we had some success with that. But the more I thought about it, the more I was concerned about speed, for example. As you see more and more technologies coming online, we all require a much more robust, connection. So as you look towards the future where, there's all these new technologies, there's all these sensors, there's all this stuff running on these networks, how do we ensure that we're not making a second-class digital citizen, for example, because they get a low price and therefore a low connection, low, maybe a high latency, all those type of things? Curious if you have any thoughts about that.
Well, I think the first thing we have to do is improve our baseline. The FCC standard for broadband right now is 25 megabits down, 3 megabits up.
I can't even use email with that.
Yeah, well, we set up that standard 5 years ago. And I don't know about you, but I'm doing a whole lot more with my bandwidth today than I was 5 years ago. And I'm sure I'm not the only one.
That's right.
I just think now that we're seeing some cable companies and others roll out DOCSIS services that are gigabit speeds, more than half the country at least has access to that infrastructure. We got to look at that baseline and adjust it upwards. I would say 100%, 100 megabits right now. That would be where I think is table stakes. I also think we're going to have to revisit upload speeds. A lot of our discussion has been assuming that we just consume, right? Like 25 megabits download is about you getting that movie, watching the thing. But if we're all going to move from being just consumers to creators, we're going to need upload speeds that increase too. So we got to take a hard look at that and what our infrastructure can provide. Because I think I don't want to look at a world where we just think about people who get broadband as being consumers. I want to look at one where we're creators too.
You know, it's one of these things that I could talk to you all day because, you know, we're so aligned in what you're saying. And I can't tell you the number of questions that are coming at me that they want to ask. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions from the audience and
Okay, I
we'll
love
wrap
it because I think, as I told you in 2016, I used to live about 20 blocks from where we headed. So you know, years ago now, but once a New Yorker, always a New Yorker is the way I look at it. So I'm rallying for the city and you to not just recover, but develop a, you know, if this is a pause, let's reset, because I think New York can be better still.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. We are working really hard with the city and including putting extreme emphasis on our public housing. So we are very fortunate to be working with the mayor's office and with the CTO of New York City. They're listening, they're working hard, and we are right in the middle of that. So I'll keep you posted on that. Just one or two questions from the audience. I'll quickly repeat them, and then we'll let you get on with your day. But I can't tell you how honored I am to have you back and share this great insight. So one of the questions that I see is, how does the FCC think about addressing both the supply, infrastructure, connecting the last mile, and demand, affordability, adoption, sides of the digital divide? This is from John Roberts.
Yeah, I think on the supply, I think the bulk of our focus during the last 4 years has been on the supply and infrastructure side, figuring out how to extend networks to places where they do not reach today. I think that's good and important, but going forward, we have to spend just as much energy on adoption and affordability and try to understand why households don't adopt. Because we're never going to get to 100% if we don't look at both things. So that's what I think is important going forward.
Okay, last question. This one is coming from Mika Pardaman. And the question is, how do you see the potential in using fixed versus wireless connectivity and bringing people online going forward?
Such a good question. I'm an optimist about new technologies coming in that are going to create more competition and opportunity for all of us. I think I caught the end of what Vint Cerf was saying. And it was kind of a neat summary, because we started in a world where we only had DSL technologies, which was remaking our phone lines. Our cable infrastructure has changed and offers most households some really fast broadband. As we move from 4G to 5G, we're going to see much higher speeds and lower latencies, and the possibility of fixed wireless being a viable substitute. We're also seeing experimental technologies using millimeter wave spectrum, as well as new low Earth orbiting satellites. I wish it was all here now, because I would love if everyone could benefit from it today. But I do have some confidence that it's going to be a more diverse and competitive world tomorrow. And I think that's going to be good for consumers, for innovation and competition. And I think fixed wireless is going to be a part of that.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Can you hear me okay? So
Absolutely.
Quickly, any final words you want to give us? And I'm so happy you caught a little bit of Vint Cerf, the father of the internet. Really?
Know, right?
I mean,
yeah.
come on.
I know, but you made me go after him, which is intimidating.
Oh, please.
So here's the thing. I don't want us to come out of this crisis accepting that any student doesn't have access to the internet they need. So I want to make sure that you press local, state, and federal officials to end the homework gap. We should do this at national scale. There is no reason in the United States of America that kids should be sitting outside of a Taco Bell, like that picture that went viral, just to capture a Wi-Fi signal and go to class. We can do better. And that's not just in New York, it's all across the country. And I just would like to make it a national priority to close the homework gap. So you and I get together again, we don't even have to talk about it. That's my goal. That's my hope.
I am absolutely behind you. I'd vote for you if I could. Wherever you're going, I'm right behind you. Thank you,
All right.
Commissioner Jessica Rosenworcel. Everyone give her a big hand. Thank you so much. There's, by the way, over 600 people have registered to see you, Commissioner. So thank you so much. It's an incredible impact that you're making.
Thank you, Silicon Harlem. I really appreciate what you do. Go New York. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. Okay, so we're going to keep it moving, everyone. We've got a whole nother panel getting ready to start up here. And I believe, if I'm correct, Maya, if you're listening to me, I think the next thing we're looking at is we're going to have some of our officials, our electives, literally providing some remarks. So we're trying to make this summit very inclusive, where everyone's voice is being heard at this table. So we're going to start right away. I'm going to turn it over to Bruce Lincoln, who will get this moving. So bear with us as we make that transition. In the meantime, you can see on the screen all of the oncoming speakers. Thank you, everyone. Continue to have a great day. I will be right back.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Coming to you actually from our physical headquarters at Silicon Harlem at 148th Street and 8th Avenue. And my name is Bruce Lincoln. I'm the co-founder and the chief technology officer of Silicon Harlem. And as you've heard Clayton speak to the focus we have, as well as how that's been supported through Dr. Cerf and Commissioner Rosenworcel, we're really excited about having this virtual summit. And this is an important part of our program where we bring to you our elected officials. Quite often unsung, these tireless workers strive on our behalf. And one of their new areas of focus is ensure that we all have access to the benefits of the digital economy, to the internet. And so we're joined today by a number of our illustrious elected officials. So they're going to basically share remarks as they're thinking around how to advance humanity, what they're doing in this area. And so we're going to have Adriano Espaillat, our Congressman from the 13th District, join us. Inez Dickens, a state assembly person from Harlem. Ben Kallos, who's currently a city council person who's now running for borough president, who comes from Silicon Alley. And Al Taylor, who's also a state assemblyman who actually represents our district where we're located. And then we're gonna be spoken to from the esteemed Lloyd Williams, who is the head of the Greater Harlem Chamber of Commerce. So without further ado, I'd like to just have our officials begin to speak to us and share with the audience. So we're still waiting to be joined by some of our electeds. So it might be useful to just, from an overarching standpoint, look at what we're doing today. The idea of advancing humanity is very important to us because we think with the COVID pandemic and what it's shown from the standpoint, just as Vint said, it's shown the fault lines or the fissures where we have to do better when it comes to making sure that everyone has access to not simply the internet, but to the kind of opportunities that the internet can make possible in people's lives. So it's almost as if we have to go to ground zero and start all over again, but this time aided with what we have learned over the course of the period of time that we've been working on addressing this issue. The original idea of the digital divide was posed in a white paper that was crafted by Larry Irving when he was at the National Telecommunications Information Administration. That was in 1998. Here we are in 2020, and a pandemic has shown us that though we've made progress, we also have a great deal to go when it comes to So I'd like to bring up Adriano Espaillat to speak, please. Congressman Espaillat? You'll have to bear with us. We're basically trying to manage all these things. I believe that we have Ben Kallos, who's on the call.
Hi, how are you doing? I'm Councilmember Ben Kallos. That's at Ben Kallos on social media, even GitHub, where we post legislation for you to pull, edit, and push back so that we can write better laws. Because after all, our laws are the source code of our society, of how our government operates. And as far as I know, I'm the only elected official who's also a software developer. I want to start with a huge thank you to Clayton Banks, CEO of Silicon Harlem, for hosting this annual summit. That is, if it is the real Clayton and not the holographic Clayton from last year. Ever since everything's virtual, I don't know if the holographic Clayton has fully taken over. I also want to thank his partner in tech and co-founder, Bruce Lincoln. When the pandemic began, a lot of those with privilege began this rush to work and learn online, and many of us concerned about who we were about to leave behind. And I have to give credit where credit is due. Clayton reached out to me, and we had a conversation about, we have this program that I worked with now Attorney General Tish James to secure from Spectrum called Spectrum Internet Assist. And it said that if you're on free or reduced school lunch or supplemental income from Social Security, you could get 30 megabit broadband for $14.99 a month. But there are a lot of folks who aren't quite at that level of poverty that ended up getting left out, and we were concerned about what would happen. So working with Clayton, we reached out to Spectrum, and Spectrum about 24, 48 hours later came back and said, we will make internet free for the first 60 days of this pandemic to any student. Doesn't matter their income, it doesn't matter their grade, even if they're in college, we will get them that internet. And they've actually renewed that offer. They've continued to offer it. And currently, as we speak, 60 days free. I believe Altice has made a similar offer. And so it is Silicon Harlem that is literally leading the way in this nation, speaking truth to power. And as we went through our city's drastic budget cuts by billions, we went through the budget together, and we noticed that the city of New York was planning to spend $84 million on textbooks this year, at a time that we were cutting $1 billion from the Department of Education. And I don't know how many other people went to public school like I did, but my textbooks were about white people from Europe, old white men. And as far as I can tell from the textbooks I've seen since I've been an elected official, our textbooks are still about white men, and that's racist. And we have these racist textbooks written for the state of Texas that don't reflect the diversity of our city. And so I was proud to join Clayton Banks in an op-ed that we wrote in the Daily News saying that we should take this $84 million, especially as everyone's learning online, we're not really using paper as much anymore, and create open digital materials that anyone could use, that our faculty and academics could update to reflect the history of our country, of all the women and people of color who have had huge contributions that would otherwise be omitted from our textbooks. also, when the city went to get laptops, one of the things that I did with Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer is it turns out the two of us had been buying laptops for everyone since the very beginning of us being elected officials. And that meant that in our schools, the kids got sent home with laptops. And the saddest part is the city spent about $250, $300 million buying iPads with 4G LTE for kids. And listen, I love gadgets and games as much as the next kid, but without a keyboard, that creates this gap between the kids who are learning with broadband and a laptop and the kids who are learning on an internet device that doesn't even have a keyboard. So we work together to really hold the city accountable. And I'm hoping that we can work with Silicon Harlem. There's an internet master plan, and they've said they're going to make $157 million available. And I'll say, before I got elected, 1 in 4 households in Brooklyn didn't have broadband. 1 in 3 in the Bronx. That's pretty horrible. Over the past couple of years, since Internet Assist is launched, we're at about 13 to 22% don't have internet in the household, which is a pretty dramatic change. But there's still that last mile of folks who haven't gotten it. And these people are low income, they're in communities of color. And one of the things that I just want to talk about here, I'm contracts chair. My goal is to get more money into women and businesses owned by women and people of color. And so why can't we take this $157 million that we're talking about, invest it into organizations that are led by Black men and women and people of color that know the communities, that live in the communities, and can get them connected. So I'm hoping we can do that. It's the right thing to do for equity. And I see Bruce is back on, and I'm probably over my 5 minutes. So I'll turn it back over to Congressmember Espaillat, who is leading the fight in Washington.
Ben, thank you so much. Congressman, please.
Thank you for all the participants, particularly for the students that are on, that are part of my app challenge for Washington. And so we're looking at great challenges. Every great crisis, and undoubtedly the COVID-19 pandemic has been the biggest crisis of our lifetime. Every great crisis also will bring about great opportunities to move forward. And this has been a horrible crisis. Close to 220,000 people have died, 7 million plus have tested positive. We're sort of like bracing for a second phase of the pandemic. We have the flu season upon us. We have unemployment. We have businesses struggling to open up and shutting down. So this is truly the crisis of our lifetimes, but it also provides great opportunities for us to reinvent ourselves, better, stronger, more resilient. And I think that the crisis has, in fact, once again, revealed what many of us already knew, that our communities are disconnected, and that in fact we have a disparity. We have a huge gap in access to Wi-Fi, to broadband. And so it is imperative that we work together in making sure that we have a major initiative, an infrastructure project that will include not just rural, but urban broadband, 5G, that we begin to connect all of our neighborhoods, particularly those that have been traditionally been disenfranchised, to connect them, to ensure that in the future, children will be able to access and benefit from distance learning. That the healthcare system, which is now transitioning to telehealth, will ensure that seniors will be able to contact their doctor without having to go to their local practices, and be able to have the healthcare that they need. But that also small businesses reinvent themselves in a competitive way. Small businesses will now rely more and more on technology to provide goods and services. And unfortunately, the pandemic also revealed that our businesses are not really at that level. They're not as competitive as they should be. And so this is the great challenge of our lifetime. We must invest the dollars. It should be a $1 trillion to $1.5 trillion initiative of infrastructure projects that will ensure that we not only reinvent our rural bridges and tunnels, but also that we do it in a smart way with the state-of-the-art technology that brings us to another level. Now, I have been working with former Congressman Charlie Rangel in establishing at City College, the Institute for Infrastructure and Transportation. Now, transportation and infrastructure is no longer the traditional field where you had the sandhogs digging out the 2nd Avenue subway. It is highly complex and technological. And so we must train the workforce for these major projects, the Gateway Tunnel, the second phase of the 2nd Avenue subway, the airports that are being built across the state. So these are all very important projects for our economy and our region. And we must have the workforce trained for them to be very successful. And that requires, of course, training in the latest technology, access to broadband, 5G, and the latest opportunities in the highway, in the technological highway that's available today. So I want to thank the 3 students that are on the call that are part of my app challenge. Thank you for participating. And this is the first year that we're doing it. We're going to continue to do it in collaboration with Silicon Harlem. And I want to thank you all for being part of this conversation. This juncture, this crossroad that we're facing of historic proportions will determine really the future of our nation. And you are the protagonists. You are the leaders that will make it happen. Thank you so much and keep the faith. Thank you, Clayton, for your leadership as well, Bruce.
Thank you so much, Congressman. And your tireless work doesn't go unsung.
If you don't mind, Bruce, I'm going to chime in and say a big thank you to the Congressman. We are so grateful because the students that we have working on the app challenge are top students in their schools here in our district 13, and it turned out that throughout the development that they've been developing their app, they've had sketchy internet. Sketchy internet. So you and I got to get together and fix this.
That's correct. That's correct.
All right.
Thank you, Clayton. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
So we're waiting to be joined by Al Taylor. As you can imagine, as we're talking about having issues with the internet, he unfortunately has run into something that will get fixed momentarily.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you so
much.
Hey,
Bruce. Good morning, everybody. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Oh, man. Thank God for you guys. Oh, my goodness. And what you teach and do. I've been circling in orbit somewhere for like 12 minutes because I wanted to be early, and I got into something and it says virtual Silicon Harlem, and I'm sitting here like there's nobody here but me, and my staff is calling me like, where are you? I'm like, I'm here with all this apparatus, and I can certainly appreciate what you all are doing and have done. Again, good morning all, especially to Clayton and Bruce. Thank you for the tireless efforts that you do, not only for our community, but for this state and this nation. And just before I read my statement that I have put together, I just want to thank you all for the tireless work that you've done, especially the blessing that you guys were able to help with providing over, hundreds of thermometers to folks when we did the back to school. And I just saw a photo, Clayton, the other day in the last 3 days, and you were literally lifting and putting these boxes into a vehicle. So I can't thank you enough. So you're not just tech savvy, you're physically fit to do the job as well. So thank you again for all that you do. I want to read a little bit of what I've prepared for this morning. Never in our lifetime have we seen such issues as we're facing this pandemic, COVID-19, how critical technology and digital infrastructure has become in our day-to-day lives. I don't have to tell you how this pandemic has unpinned life as we know it. This health crisis has affected each and every one of us. Since March, we've seen a dramatic shift in how we do business, how our kids are educated, how we interact with each other. Some offices have shifted their workplaces online. Many schools are operating remotely. Meetings that used to take place in person now happen via Zoom, Skype, and other digital platforms, such as what we're doing this morning. We started to even buy the basic necessities to avoid risking exposure. And we go out less and less because we do more and more FaceTime and telecommunication as well. All of this is only possible thanks to the advancements we've made in technology on online platforms. On the flip side, everyone excluded from this digital revolution will have time and fighting to catch up. I just want to add, even here, when Clayton and I first started speaking some years, the fact that we were already on unequal footing, and this pandemic totally exposed that. You were setting that alarm well in advance. At least for me, I understood it back then. And hopefully we can get national and state and local legislation that will start to make it a reality. I think one of the things I recall you saying was that it's not a luxury, and every home needs this in order to just be relevant. So thank you again. Many New Yorkers don't have the luxury of working from home during this pandemic. You have our essential workers who continue to go out serving the communities while putting their own health risk and well-being at stake, and even their home, coming home with the possibility of infecting their families as they went out and worked day in and day out tirelessly. Many others have no choice and were forced to make impossible decisions because they could not continue working, or if they continued working, they ran that risk. But if they stopped working, it would take away income, the only source of income. So their paycheck was a lifeline through all of this, and they worked. We have lost over 200,000 souls during this pandemic, over 200,000. And sadly, it's starting to peak, and it's not over yet. And as we implement new measures to stay safe and keep our communities healthy, technology will play a bigger and bigger role in all our lives. In the 21st century, one of the keys to advancing humanity and advancing disadvantaged communities is digital inclusion. And this year has shown that needs to be a priority across the board. This is no longer an abstract problem or an issue we can fix by, kicking the can down the road and doing it tomorrow. When all classes went remote across New York City, the Department of Education had to connect hundreds of thousands of students with devices so they could continue their studies from home. Thousands of students had to be reissued devices with remote hotspot connectivity because their living situation did not have Wi-Fi or internet access available. In such a digital connected world, we have to do better by our youth and by our seniors. We have to do better by our communities. Technology and digital platforms hold all the potential to be incredible, life-changing tools. We have to use technology to bridge the gaps that exist between the haves and the have-nots. As government representatives, we have the power to support technology businesses. In e-commerce, we have the power to help our schools receive the funding and technology they need to usher future generations into technology-driven future. We also have the power to ensure the future is inclusive. We have the power to ensure every child has access to technology and resources that only exist and didn't happen during our ancestors' wildest dreams. That's why I'm thrilled to support the social ventures like Silicon Harlem, which has committed to giving back to our communities through focusing on crucial infrastructure needs. Silicon Harlem is a groundbreaking tech and innovation hub dedicated to growing Upper Manhattan's tech ecosystem through increasing broadband access, expanding digital literacy, and launching a revolutionary smart city, smart community initiative. And in closing, I want to say closing this digital gap and getting our neighborhoods online opens so many doors for our communities, from jobs to healthcare services to educational tools. Technology has given so many the opportunity of upward mobility in society. And I would like to thank Silicon Harlem for giving our communities such as Harlem and New York City and the state as a whole a much needed leg up so we of all ages can benefit from this wave of technology. And we all come stronger when we all come out stronger once we overcome this terrible health crisis. And again, I just want to thank you and Bruce, Clayton, you and Bruce and your team for all that you do and being a visionary. Thank you guys so much. And I'm available for questions, or I follow directions very well also.
Thank you very much, Assemblyman. That was a cogent set of remarks and very key to what is important now. We're going to move forward with the program. I'd also, just before we close out this session, I'd like to thank Ben for his remarks and his thoughts. I'd also like to thank the Congressman, Adriano Espaillat, and once again, yourself, Assemblyman Taylor. Thank you so much. We're going to move on with the program. And now we have a slideshow that will give you a sense of sort of the range of areas that we are involved in and the lives that we touch.
Hi, everyone. We will be starting our next session at 10 a.m.
Hi, this is Clayton. Just wanted to say, hope you're having a great morning. We're going to start our new and fresh, the future of international business. And it's being moderated by the phenomenal Elisa Gus, who's been our MVP in the last 30 days from Wisconsin. And just so excited to have her. Unmute yourself, Gus, because you're going to go ahead and get your panel going. So thank you for doing this. Thank you for all of the speakers. I see you, Tobias. I see you, Samira. And it's just great to see all of this happening. So I'll turn it over to you, Gus, and let's see what happens.
Okay. Well, Clayton, I did warn you. I'm liable to have things go kabloom, but let's go with this and see what happens. Tobias, Samira, thanks for being here. And let me just get us started on what we're going to be grilling you about. So I'm here with these two amazing panelists to bring up something we don't usually talk about. And, that's businesses doing the right thing. In January of this year, over 3,000 businesses and government leaders have come together in Davos, Switzerland, to discuss just how we can meet the UN sustainability goals for 2030 and the role of government, big business, and individuals within their communities in making those goals a reality. Around that time, there's been a lot of hope and excitement around the initiatives and resolutions unveiled at the conference. The future looked bright. And then COVID-19 became a global pandemic, and our focus has shifted to survival rather than meeting those lofty ideals. But the reasons behind the 17 interlocking goals designed to make the world a better, fairer place remain, now more than ever. And so it is really up to us to define how we may advance humanity and find a way to move forward as we rebuild what was lost in the pandemic and hopefully build it better. Now, after all, if this hasn't given us a demonstration of what it's like when supply chains break down, when food lines extend for blocks to the depleted food banks, when kids and women are being abused at home and have nowhere to turn because they have no way to venture out safely, well, what will? Before, those SDG goals were a suggestion, something we did perhaps because everyone else around us was committing to meeting them. Now we've had a taste of what it's like when we don't do our part. And my panelists are here to speak specifically about how they and their companies are doing their part to not just meet, but exceed 2030 goals. And the best part is they have been added since before COVID hit. So in addition to appreciating what's at stake, they actually have the experience to back it up. With this, it is my pleasure to introduce Samira Khan, Global Impact Investment Lead at Salesforce.org, one of the impact arms of Salesforce, and Tobias Meyer, the CFO for the Middle East and Africa and for DHL, Global Forwarding, as well as the CEO for Middle East and Africa at their internal internal startup called Saludo. So I want to make this dynamic panel. And so first of all, I'll let them say hi, introduce themselves, and then I'll start us off with the first question. Samira?
Hi, everyone. Samira Khan. I'm from Salesforce.org, and Salesforce.org is one of the social impact business centers at Salesforce.com. Thank you so much for having me today. As mentioned, I work on the Global Impact Engagement team, and our charter and our focus is on impact management. So how do we ourselves better measure and manage our impact? And then how do we enable our other organizations and partners to do the same? I'm excited to be here. I think it'll be an interesting, robust discussion, yet at the same time, probably a somber discussion because of the times that we're currently in. Helping vulnerable populations, harder to reach communities is a passion of mine, and I would love to sort of work with the community to further that goal. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Samira. Tobias?
Yeah, good morning, good evening, everybody. My name is Tobias. I'm based in Dubai. Many thanks, Lisa, for inviting me, and really amazing event so far. Was really quite an experience to meet the godfather of the internet, and really amazing to see what Silicon Harlem is doing in New York. I just hope one day we'll see something happening like a Silicon Africa, because I think there's much more communities out there who really need help. Our purpose at DHL is connecting people, improving lives. We are not doing it via technology in the basic sense, but we are ensuring that the goods are flowing and that the medicines arrive with people, and that all over the world. I'm since 5 years working across Africa and the Middle East. I was based in Johannesburg before, now I'm based in Dubai. It's demanding times, but yeah, we really love to see how technology can help get more out of technology and at the same time drive sustainability. It is a core of our strategy. It's something we started already in 2007. We are on a good track to become totally carbon neutral, and we want to really make the world a better place.
Well, that's exactly what we're here to talk about. So how do you see big businesses, not just your own, but overall, in terms of bringing positive change for a change? There's been so much discussion about how businesses destroy the environment, how they're encroaching on government structures, but there are businesses who are doing the right thing. So how exactly do you see the role of them changing with this global pandemic? And is the change here to stay? Especially now when the profit margins are so historically low. How do you actually balance the convergence between making a profit and making a difference? Why don't you start with this, Tobias?
Yeah, I think for me, what you can see, and I'm engaged in different European government organizations. I'm, meeting various decision makers and stakeholders. But what is becoming very, very clear is that investors and the agenda of investors is moving much more towards sustainable investments. If you don't have a clear agenda on ESG, economical, society, government, you will struggle to attract capital in future. And I think that is really very, very encouraging. There's an issue with there is not yet a common standard. So if you look at pure financials, if you look at balance sheets and P&Ls, we have global standards and we work towards them. But if you look at everything we do for societies, how we give work for people, how we give perspective to people, how we train people, the impact we have on the economies, the impact we have, for example, to fighting corruption, that is not systematically measured yet. There is no global standard today. I'm very, very confident that will develop in the next couple of years. And then, the companies who are not able and willing to contribute, they will be left behind and will naturally not be in business. Because I think the business is there to also serve societies and make the world better.
Samira, what have you noticed? I know you're working with a lot of companies, likely like the DHL. So what have you seen changing?
Yeah, I wanted to sort of reference your introduction. So one of the things that you mentioned is the Sustainable Development Goals and how lofty sort of they are and how difficult they can be to achieve. So even prior to the pandemic, we were already behind on the Sustainable Development Goals, already behind on outcomes with regards to health, education, workforce development. So given that we were already behind, and then we got hit by a pandemic, you know, a racial justice crisis, you've seen this sort of climate change dialogue, we're even further behind. So I think it's a much more sort of difficult challenge. It has been particularly difficult for vulnerable populations. You referenced, I believe, you know, women and the responsibility they've had to take on at home, distance learning, and its inaccessibility to people in harder to reach communities and inner cities, health outcomes with pre-existing conditions. So long story short, I think things have become a lot more difficult and worse with the pandemic, and we are even at risk of being further behind. So it makes the role of corporations all the more important when there are gaps to be filled at the public sector and government level. This was already happening before. So I think where the inflection point is to what Tobias said, there's a growing momentum and recognition and conversation that we did not do what we were supposed to do prior to all of these crises, and we need to double down and do it now. So as a result of that, I think you're seeing more social innovation, you're seeing companies leapfrog and invest more in the Sustainable Development Goals, in social outcomes, and it's important to hold themselves accountable, so they're also sort of driving the impact management agenda further as well. So I think that is something that you have seen. But as you can imagine, this is only feasible in a pandemic for corporations that had already been committed, like Salesforce. You know, Mark Benioff likes to refer to business as a platform for change. So we have truly tried to use our own company as a platform for change. We took our underlying CRM, our consumer / customer relationship management platform, or it can also be called the constituent relationship management platform, and we modified it and created sort of a bundle of products, work.com, that is helping organizations in the medium term as well as in the long term get back to work safely and do their business. We've doubled down on investments in our supply chain and going back and looking sort of at our value chain. Our grant making has shifted a little bit. We just sort of rolled out an expansion of our impact investment fund. So there's so many different assets that we've brought together to bear on the pandemic and to help various stakeholders, whether they be our employees, whether they be sort of our investors and our other stakeholders, our customers. So we're really trying our best, but I do think we need to be cognizant of the fact that not everyone is going to be able to do that, and especially small businesses and social enterprises. So I think the key really lies in us partnering better with our customers and partnering better with the communities to help problem solve together and fill in some of the capital and resource gaps together, which is much easier sort of said than done. And finally, I'll just say the impact management conversation and the fragmentation around it is getting better. There is more convergence around this desire to manage impact, but what we have to be careful of is that the standards we're using take everyone into consideration. The SDGs has two very important words associated with it, which is for all. And I think that sometimes gets missed in the current frameworks and conversations that we look at, despite the great momentum and the commitment of companies.
That's a great point, and that actually leads me to a question to Tobias. He mentioned that there is very few criteria and standards around sustainable development and the ESG goals. So have you actually been part of the discussions about really standardizing it, about bringing to bear I guess the successes and failures of previous organizations that were engaged in it, and how do you actually see all of this feeding into a global standard? And to that point, there is I think it's called Principles for Responsible Investment, the PRI group, with 2,200 investors signed in, 90 trillion under management. So have you seen them actually call for this kind of metrics as when you are following through on your own goals?
Yeah, I cannot talk about specific organization. I think that in general, the challenge is really that there are different organizations with different frameworks, different emphasis as well. I mean, some is more emphasis on environmental, climate change, and other subjects, other more on society, sustainability, training, upskilling of people, getting them out of poverty. I think it's something being developed. I think every big organization I would be surprised if they wouldn't be working on it. And I truly hope that there will be a way to get, to a standard. Of course, if you look at a company like ours, we have more than 550,000 employees across the whole world. For us, the impact on people is a huge subject, because we have 550,000 employees, makes 2-3 million people and their families, depend on the income, the job they have. Whatever we do in terms of training and ensuring they get paid in time and they have a good job and they have a good experience at the job and they like to come to work, has an impact on many people on the planet. Other companies might be, if it's a chemical company, it might be more on the environment and the impact it has there, because they might have less people, but the factory and potentially what happens there might be more severe. So I think there's different focuses, there's different weighting on different sectors, but it would really, we'll have to see how it evolves and whether there will be a golden standard in the end or whether there will be a couple of key standards. In the end, it will also depend a lot on the investors and the investor communities and which standards they will use and apply to manage their portfolios.
Interesting, you mentioned that the investors having, I guess, weight on informing those discussions. So do you feel it should be more government-centric? Should it be the standards that governments and potentially the UN impresses on the business community, or should it actually come from, I guess, sideways for what actually is proven to be successful, what proves to work, and I guess what proves to bring money? I mean, should the investors be the ones responsible for informing this conversation, or should it more come from the government level? Samira, what do you think?
Yeah,
Sorry,
go for it.
Okay.
All right, I'll go. Sorry about that. So basically, I think that is, as Tobias started saying, that's a good question. It's a carrot and a stick. I think both are important. I think it's very important to have policies in place that drive the conversation forward. Oftentimes, policy has led in the past, and even despite sort of consumer demand and investor demand, sometimes they're not quite getting there. So I think it's helpful to have the policy. I don't like to use this word, but I already mentioned it, sort of the stick element to it. At the same time, you need the demand, so the carrot. So investors asking for it, consumers asking for it. So I think you need both. And I think a great example of it would be sort of the EU and the way they have both the carrot and the stick sort of showing up and emerging right now. I think earlier you had asked if there was sort of a push in this direction. I think there's definitely a push, despite the fragmentation of standards, in reporting on non-financial or pre-financial reporting, because of the realization that things like human rights, things like health outcomes ultimately affect the business and the business performance. The devil is in the details. How do you actually show it? Do you have the internal resources and good data to actually show it? And I think as companies report on all of this more and more and bring it into sort of one place, there will naturally be sort of a greater conversation. You'll see more and more companies doing it. And that is in addition to, let's say, pressure from government or investors. So you'll see an internal push from employees, from consumers. They'll see more, they'll want more. And that's just sort of my leading hypothesis around it.
I love that. So Tobias, did you also think about carrot and a stick, or how do you see that?
Yeah, I think it's very similar in my point of view. I think you have the governments and it should be in dialogue, but I think the governments will define a minimum legal playground, which should be the same, but normally it should be the minimum, laws, and we don't break the laws, and that should be clear. I think investors, many people, but also at the end of the day, consumers. If it's transparent, this company is very responsible, and there is a standard to measure and say this company is more responsible than the other company, consumers can decide whether they want to work and buy from this responsible company or from the more irresponsible company. And then consumers can make choices, and if the consumers choose the more responsible companies, investors will like it because the companies will have more business and will become more profitable. So I think at the end of the day, it's all of us, it's the whole society, and as investors and as consumers, we all contribute to that. So I think at the end of the day, I hope that common sense will prevail and will make this planet better all together, hand in hand.
Well, you actually mentioned that consumers have a role to play in informing this, but how do consumers actually know what the company does? I mean, yes, we can do some press releases, we can do, we can speak about having done a certain global good, but overall, I'm not sure the consumers are quite aware of what the company has done. And usually it's the bad that's spoken of more often than the good. So how would you want the consumers to be informed, and how would you actually convey your your support and metrics for something that's really important globally and overall? And for that matter, how do we actually bring that in as part of the COVID-19 discussion? Because really right now, consumers need to rise up just as much as the companies do and help us shed the effects of what it has done. So why don't you just continue with that thought? How do we teach consumers about what role they play, and how do they learn about what you've already done that's for the greater good?
I think today, in today's reality, as you say, it's very product specific. It's very unique, and that is part of the challenge we just described, having the lack of a standard. So you cannot compare us against our competitors and say that company is more green than the other. We have specific products. I mean, classically in our industry, what we do is, we offset the carbon emissions of shipments, for example, making them carbon neutral. But that is then for a specific shipment, a specific product, but not as a company overall. The good thing is, I think, through internet, through the connectivity we all have today, the moment we reach a level where there is common standards and agreements on these standards, everybody will be very easily able to identify those good companies and compare them with the not so good companies. So I think the access to information, and I think that's something, key function of the internet, really will enable and help drive it once there is a clear assessment and comparing it. Today, yes, it's based on specific initiatives, specific products, specific marketing, if you wish. And hopefully that we'll see evolve and become really more fact-based, absolutely neutral, comparable, which is not an easy thing to do because it's many different dimensions and they are interlinked.
Actually, I would love your thoughts, Samir, and also specifically with this slant towards a lot of consumers probably don't even know what Salesforce is, much less what it does, because it's something for B2B. So how do you actually balance that part on top of the original question?
Yeah, so I think in terms of just reporting on our standards, we put out every year a stakeholder impact report, Salesforce.com does, and that includes our contribution to education, our contribution to climate change, health, the commitments we've made. So it really illustrates that. In addition to that, Salesforce.org, which is one of the social impact business centers at Salesforce, also puts out the Salesforce.org social impact report that has sort of highlight stories and findings from our community. So I think those reports are available if someone is so interested, and they are digestible. And some of the standards we report to, or a lot of the standards, are global reporting initiatives / GRI standards or other standard setters. And so in that way, you can sort of see what we're doing versus another company is doing. And as you mentioned, companies do also go out there with press releases on their website and whatnot. And some of those then bubble up to your average consumer because they attract attention. And in general, they tend to be either very positive, so a very strong, huge financial sort of commitment of people, a new product, or they tend to be, negative. We've seen, knock on wood, more positive than negative lately due to the investments we've been making as a result of the pandemic. I think it was mentioned that how important information is and access is. I think that is key. So I think the average consumer, they have access to these press releases, these rankings put out by third parties. They don't necessarily know what they mean and how to compare. But I think the more information and tools you make available to the average consumer, and if you make the outcomes transparent, like on, let's say, a website that has stories and that has outcomes, that has more comparative results, that would be very helpful. I've seen it done in a fragmented way. I haven't seen it yet done in a very holistic way. There's also, obviously, with the emergence of technology, new ways of looking at impact. I know there's AI-based solutions. There are those who are looking at net impact of products, net impact of companies based on the industries they fit in and what they produce, and are mining historical data around positive and negative impacts to kind of think about impact scores. So there are innovative approaches that are emerging because of technology that might make this easier in the future for the average consumer. And I missed it. You said there was one more add-on to the question. What was it that you specifically focused on?
So mostly the fact that Salesforce is a strictly, B2B
Oh,
play.
yes.
And so how do you actually incentivize the consumer to care about your company's contribution?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. So it's true that with B2B companies, they can be difficult to understand because your average consumer is not directly using them. About Salesforce, Salesforce has reach into a lot of different industries, a lot of big companies, a lot of medium and small businesses as well, or small and medium businesses as well, social enterprises, big nonprofits. So oftentimes people are hearing about and seeing Salesforce at their workplace. And so therefore they are very actually familiar with it, or we go out and we partner with the community around sort of causes that we care about. We do thought leadership. We really try to get out there into the community. So we're oftentimes partnering with our customers. And I think that really helps people sort of recognize who we are and what we do. And it's a combination of thought leadership and getting the word out there in partnership. So I think the key word is really this partnership and partnership with communities.
Well, I guess my last question, coming as a technologist into this as I do, what do you see as the role of technology in making that information available, in fact, informing the investment patterns, both for the investors and the government and for consumer behavior? Do you need the transparency that the technology brings, or are you mostly set and are just looking for standards to do the reporting? What's missing?
So, I can quickly take that because of the sort of technology play. Definitely need more transparency, not just standards. And I think technology certainly has a role to play in bringing the information and the knowledge to the surface against specific standards, but also as one looks across industries and across standards. I think you mentioned PRI earlier. If you look at impact investing, they're thinking about measuring impact differently because their incentives are often focused on return and on looking at impact in a particular way using specific methodologies. If you look at nonprofits, they're trying to garner funding. They're telling their story sometimes differently. It's a very outcomes-based approach, usually based on what their logic model is or their mission is. And then if you look at companies, they're reporting to various standards. So I think there needs to be more cross-sector convergence around what does this impact really mean? What story is the data telling? And that requires there to be a greater investment in the actual data, in getting the data and cleaning the data and collecting the data. And going back to what I was saying, the technology has a role to play throughout that and then making it more transparent for the consumer. But what I was saying is a bit earlier is this sort of concept of for all. I think it's very important for all the players involved in anything around this to be cognizant of the fact that although you make the impact transparent, it doesn't necessarily mean it's comprehensive or it's sort of at the highest level of integrity. There could be a lot missing because of historical data, because of gaps in standards. So I think making those gaps clear as well and trying to fill them for all populations, all communities, even the harder to reach ones, is important as we sort of make things more transparent.
That's actually a perfect answer. And before we close, Tobias, what do you think? Do we need to add anything to this?
No, I think it's standards is step one. Standards is step one. Then step two is technology to consistently measure and accurately measure. Just a simple example: if you move some cargo from somewhere in China to somewhere, say Chicago, it's a truck picking it up, driving it to the port. In the port, there's a crane putting it on a ship. Then there's a ship either directly going to the port in the US or perhaps with a transshipment stopping somewhere in between and loading it down, loading it on again. And then it's trucked the last kind of miles. And how do you then, know how much carbon emissions you produce in that shipment if you don't have technology to measure it? I think on a positive, perhaps closing remark, we've seen with COVID of what is possible. If you would have asked me in February that here in Dubai, all the planes would pretty much ground, I would have said it will never happen. So I think one of the positives is really that we've seen we as human beings, we as, world population, can react and we can take measures. And I really hope that we will learn and that we will learn and take measures early enough that we will realize what we're doing to the planet and that we are able and willing to take corrective measures before it's too late. So in technology there will be a great help and technology is used to measure temperatures, to measure pressures all over the world. We heard about the balloons earlier, what is possible today, and it's just amazing, and we should just use all this technology available to do the right things. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for being here. And Clayton, thanks for letting me talk to businesses that are doing the right thing. I was really excited when you asked me to moderate this, and when you have suggested I speak to Tobias and Samira. No, they're the leaders that we're looking to help us save the planet and help us rebuild. So thanks for sharing your stories and your perspectives, and I look forward to working with all of you to make it
Well, I
happen.
appreciate it. First of all, I am a big fan of both of these people. Samira's on TV all the time, it's like, yeah. But anyway, it's just great to have both of you share your insight. It means a lot to us, and your companies are just phenomenal. So please stay in touch with us. We want to keep this going and have the conversation continue. There's been a lot of chat, questions, and everything from the audience, and we'll make sure that we share that with you moving forward. So again, thank you so much. And if there's anything we can do to support any of the initiatives that you're doing, please let us know. We are more than willing to be a part of what you're doing. So thank you, Lisa Gus, who's the MVP of connectivity. Anyone on this call, anyone who's on this meeting, you ought to go on LinkedIn and connect with all three of them. It's an amazing group of people. We're going to keep it moving. Hopefully you guys can stay on because we have a prince. We have a prince. That's right. We have a prince coming on board. This is going to be phenomenal. So give me 1 minute to gather myself because I'm so giddy about it. But we do have the prince coming on board who's also a very tech driven. And we're going to have my good friend, my new good friend, Merlin Hay, who's the 24th Earl of Errol, coming on shortly too. But we're going to start up with the prince in 1 minute.
Hi.
There you are. All right.
Yes. Does it work? You hear me?
I hear you perfectly. Robert, maybe we want to take off the slide and let's go right into it. Here we go. So I'm good old American. I don't know exactly how to address you, sir, but maybe you could introduce yourself and then I will catch on.
Okay, well, my name is Constantijn van Oranje, and I lead TechLeap in the Netherlands, and it's our ambition to make the Netherlands a leader in Europe in tech and startups, and so far we are doing a relatively good job. I think the Netherlands is the kind of third ecosystem in Europe, behind London and now Stockholm. But we are ahead of Paris and Berlin, and powering forward.
Well, it's just an honor to have you here, and I've read a lot about TechLeap, and I wanted to talk a little bit more about that because we here in New York and working with several people around the world on building tech hubs and creating opportunities for people to create businesses and startups and really try to create that ecosystem that's going to help all of us. How's it going over there? Like, given what you're committed to through TechLeap.nl, how are you measuring your success? What's going on with how's the reaction inside of the communities that you're serving? Just give us a little more insight about TechLeap.
So we're measuring our success on a number of KPIs. That's volume in venture capital, investment, ticket sizes, ability to fill vacancies. So that's the availability of say IT expertise, and we're looking at diversity as well of the tech ecosystem, and basically a whole set of KPIs around capital, talent, technology, and markets, basically. So how do our companies internationalize? Netherlands is a small market. That's a very important factor. Do our companies actually have the ability to go abroad and capture larger markets like the US or Europe? And Europe is mostly Germany, obviously, and France. So that's some of those factors. Obviously, we can't influence 100%, but we can do everything, at least in our power, to make sure that companies have the right skill set, but also the right market environment to grow.
And so you mentioned sort of the worldwide touch that it can have. What are you doing with the United States? We certainly want to get a part of this. So tell me what you're doing with the U.S. and maybe even New York particularly. What type of relationships you got going on there?
Well, we have people on the ground in Silicon Valley that help with introductions, and so companies that go over to speak to investors, to speak to potential partners as they move to the U.S. market. And we're still developing a lot of that, about how to ensure that they get the right legal advice, how to provide soft landing support. And we also have people in the actually that's in the embassy that in New York, in Boston, supporting entrepreneurs as well. And obviously we have people that want to help American companies that want to establish themselves in Europe and want to come to the Netherlands and help them have the best possible experience as they're expanding into Europe. So it goes both ways.
Silicon Valley. By the way, we're Silicon Harlem. So, maybe there's a way we can, isn't
Silicon
there?
is everywhere.
And I'm sure you're familiar with Harlem, right? So we can have a Harlem to Harlem. We actually work with a lot of folks over there. We've been very much having some good collaboration with some of the colleagues out there in the Netherlands. In fact, one of my good friends is going to be speaking later today on mobility. Talks about how the Netherlands has been so, progressive and inclusive in terms of mobility. So we're trying to make sure we are connecting with you. How do you forge these international relationships? For example, Silicon Harlem, how we can become much more a part of your ecosystem?
Well, I think it's all about relationships and about companies finding some relevant proposition in that country. So either they want to go to that market and they find a good place to establish themselves. They might want to be close to a certain customer, or it's very practical. I think I don't really believe in these kind of high level MOUs where between cities or between countries with lofty objectives. It's usually around people. So if you have good people on the ground that know the companies and know the investors and bring them together, maybe around certain events, but on the whole, it's really it's a not very scalable people's job. But that's the fun part, actually. It's between people, and it's sad that we don't get to meet each other anymore because of this stupid virus. But I really believe that you need to forge ties and then start building that out, and on those relationships, companies can then establish themselves, and they draw in other companies, and they become the role models for the next generation. So it's a very it's a people's business.
Well, I couldn't agree more with that. That means a lot to us to have real relationships, not just on paper. And well, actually, to that point, is there any way I could be king of the Netherlands? I'm just kidding. Let me keep moving here.
Yeah, I mean, we used to have revolutions and that, so we had a French king. So why not one from Harlem, New York?
That's what I'm talking about. Everybody on this call, let's push me into that king position. Let me ask you about the future. As you think about the future in the Netherlands, but around the world, where are we headed? I mean, I agree with you. This crazy COVID, which has made such an impact on every neighborhood, every household, every city and state and country. Like, how do you see us not only coming out of this morass, but also just how do you see the future of, technology, of all this remote working? How do you guys, how do you particularly see that?
So I'm going to just do the positive side of this, right? I'm not going to go into tensions between Asia and the US and the politics and many of the social strife that we're seeing, because that's all happening as well. What I'm seeing in technology is that COVID has moved certain trends that were out there for a long time, like remote healthcare, remote education, food delivery, e-commerce, all these things right to our doorstep. And those things have been around for 20 years, and somehow systems have this have a lot of legacy and a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of vested interest that kind of stopped those innovations actually to come to the market. And now we're seeing them come in with an incredible pace. And I think we're going to see more of that. And this is right on the cusp of transition in energy, a transition in food, a transition in digital, and then there are a number of technologies that are right out there, like AI and genomics, and then there's a next wave of technologies coming around quantum computing, etc. So we're in this incredible technological age, and now because of COVID, a lot of this is really accelerating. And it depends if you have the companies and the capital to really capitalize on that development. And I do see that, actually. I see that many startups are more on trend than legacy companies. So because they have to do something new, they've been betting on new ways of working, new ways of getting our healthcare, are providing education, and they're actually quite well positioned now. So as long as there is capital to fund their growth, I actually see that a lot of incredible innovations could come out of this period. Obviously, as well, we're seeing a lot of job losses, and we're seeing a lot of tragedy on that side as well. And it has to force us to think about, how do we deal with that as a society, and how do we make sure that these innovations actually not only benefit investors and entrepreneurs, but also benefit society as a whole. And we're seeing this now, especially on the skills side. Many people losing their jobs, needing new 21st century skills. And how do we actually support them in transitioning to those new kind of jobs? That's, I think, a big challenge. But this is an innovation wave that was waiting to happen for years already, and it's now really being accelerated. And it's really up to us to make it work for the good.
Thank you for sharing that. That's actually quite inspirational, looking towards that type of future. But part of that future, even though we don't want to get too deep into it, I'd love for you to stay on for a little longer as we bring Merlin Hay on. But the thing that I'm really curious about, I'll talk with him as well about, is policy. And how are we working with the electives and and the politicians that are shaping sort of that future? What I know you probably don't like politics that much. Maybe you do, but how do you look at that in terms of a lot of the people that are in those positions may not even have much of a tech background? How do you look at that?
Well, it's a challenge because so much is happening at such a pace, and many of our politicians and many people in government have not been educated in technology, and so and understanding technology is one thing. So we work a lot with entrepreneurs, and they understand technology, but understanding policy around technology is yet a whole new thing. So we've seen a business model develop around platforms, and now we've seen that after basically 15 years, the regulators are slowly trying to grasp with what this means for competition, what this means for access to information, to privacy, to all these kind of things. And so it takes a while before you kind of understand how to intervene in a way that doesn't lead to market distortions and that leads to more positive outcomes. Very often, if you want to intervene, with kind of old political instruments or regulatory instruments, you might do more damage than you do good because a lot of innovation gets blocked. So No, it's not easy. It's not easy, but I do think we're seeing in the US after the hearings with the large tech companies, and we're seeing in Europe as well that regulators are now kind of trying to figure out how to deal with these issues. But I think it stays important that we don't only look at how we regulate, but also how we enable and how we ensure that we have continuously new companies coming into the market, that we don't just look at this from a regulatory standpoint, and because that's a bit old world. So we have to find new ways to deal with this.
Okay, well, it makes a lot of sense. I know I don't have you for very long, so I'm going to ask you if you could just, give us a couple of quick nuggets you want this audience to know about not only your work with TechLeap, but anything of inspiration for the audience here. If you can stay on a little longer with Merlin, hey, that's great. If you got to go, we understand. We don't every day get a Prince in our meetups, so this is so exciting for us. So your final.
Royalty is overrated. So.
Well, I'll take that. Let's switch places. Anyway, go ahead, Constantijn. Give your final comment.
No, it's. I think what is really important is that entrepreneurs take their dreams and their lives in their own hands, and they build new things, create new jobs, and it's really up to politicians to allow entrepreneurship to really flourish. And we are now in an incredible moment where that entrepreneurship can come from anywhere in the world with current IT, and that it's really up to those people in power to allow the empowerment of others, and the empowerment comes through entrepreneurship, and that's something I really stand by. And I also think that it's not just for certain elites, but it should be broadly shared through society. And entrepreneurship is really the way to move up on the social ranks, and that should be enabled. So I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be on your program. And I know that you've been working with fellow countrymen of mine in the past as well. And obviously, as you mentioned, Harlem in the Netherlands is also trying to become a tech hub near to Amsterdam. And there are Formula One circuit, so we're trying to kind of go along in developments and be part of global movements, and in some ways Harlem in the Netherlands looks up to Harlem in New York, with how you and in Silicon Harlem, but also Silicon Alley, you have been pushing technology and building incredible companies. So I hope we find ways to collaborate, and you inspire us. I hope that we can inspire you too.
Thank you, Constantijn, and my best to you and your family. And we hope that we can continue this conversation moving forward. I'm going to transition here. In the meantime, please feel free to stay on, or I know you got things to do, but I really appreciate that time. Now, Robert, what do we got here? Oh, the Duke of Earl. That's all right. Merlin, put that video on and unmute yourself. You heard your theme music come on in our introduction here.
Yes, I've had that before in the States. They were a great group.
So
anyway,
thank you for being here, and we are extremely honored to have you here. Coming right out of the House of Lords, you're dealing also in that transition that I just had with Prince Constantijn about policy, and you and I had this conversation a little bit. Talk a little bit about how you see the role of electives and politicians in terms of technology moving forward.
It's a difficult one because the trouble is that it's always behind. It's always behind the curve, and particularly at the moment when things are changing so fast. I used to write software as well, and I always liked developing things. I'd worked at the smaller end of things. I started when the first 8-bit computers came out of California, and that's when I really started writing software a bit more seriously, solving business problems, because I was interested in how they could make people's lives easier. And they can be useful, but they can also slow things up hugely. But the trouble I find is that my contemporaries, and for quite a bit behind, after that, they don't really get it. They're sort of slightly frightened by it. They're always behind the curve, and they feel slightly threatened by it. And they're always trying to make things super safe. But of course, you can never predict the future. So you can't make everything super safe. You can't guarantee anything. And governments particularly suffer from this inertia. And then they're not good at entering into good contracts. And the big systems integrators and people run rings around them. And therefore, I mean, the moment you hear that it's not some innovative people doing the new design work, you know that you're in for another disaster. Because their model is to make it overcomplicated, wait for it to break, which will be quite quickly, and then get paid a fortune to solve the problem. But they don't want to solve it because then they're out of a job again. Whereas look at something small. I mean, if you look at the internet, you just seen the man who, one helper, wrote the TCP/IP protocols which drive the internet, and most of us are still running on the test system IPv4. But that was designed from the mind and imagination of one person, and that's how very many of the best systems. The bigger the committee, the worse it is. But anyway, policy is very difficult, therefore, because by the time you get around to make a decision about it, among a whole lot of people who don't know much about it, the world's moved on. Certainly, the world of the internet, of IT, of what's possible technologically, they're still trying to get their heads around IoT when we're moving into being able to control factories remotely with 5G networks in a box, as involved in Hyper 5 initiative, and with 3D printing. You could have people putting in designs, powering machines separately elsewhere, using AR, VR goggles for the designs they want to be watching the machines producing it and correcting it on the fly from 1,000 miles away while it's all going on. And all that's possible now. We can do those sort of things. And that's not just the internet. The internet's just a carrier for all of this. Anyway.
Well, I'm very impressed, first of all, with your tech chops. I mean, it's really good to have someone who's in power of yourself that actually knows what all of us are on this call about. And by the way, that individual, Vint Cerf, mentioned you this morning. He saw that
I was listening to him.
Oh, good, good. Yeah. So I spilled the beans that you told me about the cab ride, and he remembered it fondly. So I'm glad that you got a chance to hear that.
No, I've been wandering around the house with my my noise cancelling headphones on, and you coming over on this thing as well in the background.
That's nice. Yeah. Now we're talking here.
Yeah.
All right. So
I can have you in glorious stereo.
Let me ask you. As you look at the sort of the international sort of way that we're all sort of embracing technology, do you think there's going to be a sort of movement towards a worldwide sort of initiative or set of protocols, or is this still going to be very much segmented and every country does their own thing, or every city, or how do you see that evolving?
It's difficult because part of the inherent basic design of the internet protocols, I'm not here to talk about the browsers and the things right over the top of the basic thing that Vint wrote, is resilience. And it can go from the East Coast to the West Coast of America via China or right around the world. It was built so that if you blew up the entire communication infrastructure in the middle, it could still get through. So there's a lot of chat, for instance, about is Huawei safe, for instance, and could they be looking at everything? Well, for goodness sake, everything out there, once it's gone out through the carriers on the internet, could end up anywhere, and so therefore you have to assume that it is insecure. Your only security is the end-to-end encryption. Therefore, also, it's very difficult to control. China particularly tried to put a sort of walled garden, a wall around it, but there's still too many ways around it and ways of getting past it if you know what you're doing. And we saw that also in the time of the Arab Spring, and we see this repeatedly. Because the interesting thing is that the countries that want to say that we should be controlling these for the greater good also disagree with which countries they think are good and which are bad. So they also always want to enable getting information out of what they call the bad countries, while they want to help protect the good countries. The trouble is, half the world thinks one lot's good, and the other half of the world think that same lot's bad. And so we're never, they're never ever going to agree with it. And I think that this whole thing about having a certain amount of freedom and resilience, and it will never be controlled completely, I don't think. Well, I hope it won't. I think it'd be terrible the way when we have controlled lives. I don't like people controlling my life.
Well, I'm with you on that. I guess another follow-up question would be, do you think that connectivity and internet access is, and there's been a couple of people that have asked this question, is
Human
somewhat
right.
of a human right type of thing? Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed Harvey Newman's been popping up questions on the side there.
Yes.
And so we were discussing this, funny, about 3 or 4 years ago here, and even further ago, I was talking about the stages about the second Internet Governance Forum in Rio. We were several of us talking about trying to do a charter of human rights for the internet. But it's like all those things, it's very hard to get it off the ground. It's very hard to get people to agree. Everyone's got different things that they find immoral or offensive. And the moment you get into those sort of things, and this comes into, someone was also asking a question about censorship earlier. And I hit this, funny enough, when I was speaking in one of the Arab countries at a seminar. And it's about when that whole blow up with the Danish cartoon came up, where the Muslims took huge offense against it because it depicted Muhammad in a very bad light, God rest his soul. And you've got to be very careful what you say, because when I said it was I better not say because I will offend some people probably now, but I referred to the cartoon as not being very advisable. And that was taken because I, in the same sentence, used the name of the prophet and also used this adjective, was taken as hugely offensive. And someone wanted to arrest me immediately and chuck me on an airplane out of the country. And it's very difficult to know. And societies should have some right to protect themselves, but who decides what they should protect? And that's the hardest thing. Someone in the thing put a hand up and said, well, only democratic countries should be allowed to do that. Well, how democratic is which country? I mean, we elect parliament for 5 years and then they're dictators for 5 years until we get the next election.
Wow.
Well, to a certain extent. I mean, it's a bit of an extreme opinion, that, I suppose, but it ain't. So, you know what I mean?
I do. Well, there's certainly sometimes, depending on where you're at on the spectrum of politics, it could feel like a lifetime for some leaders.
Do you know something I'd want to say very quickly, which was very interesting in the early discussion, and particularly Jessica from the FCC?
Yes,
And
Rosenworcel.
some of the things you're talking about, the connectivity issues, the lack of connectivity, etc. We have exactly the same problems over here, and I think a lot of most countries. And we're trying to do this universal service obligation, we say, but they're talking about sort of 98% as a top target. Well, hang on. If I'm about to take 2% of the house, and they're doing it by households, that means 400,000 households never going to be connected up. And it means about 1 million people, therefore, not being connected properly. Overstating connections, BT are very good at rigging the figures, etc. Here, we have issues whereby, in order not to destroy their market base for businesses, we're doing things where we're forcing them or giving lots of money to get residential connections. But if you're a small business operating from residential address, they suddenly say, no, we won't connect you, we won't give you fiber to the home. And there's a lot of things like that. And the point that came up then later about people slip into poverty because they can't get connected. And it perpetuates that poverty. Because as I said, the children are locked out of education and they're locked out of medicine because so much is online now. And we've got to become aware of that as policymakers. We have to do something about it.
We're very US centric, but I guess I'm not surprised in a lot of ways that we're not the only country that hasn't, connected everyone.
Mhm.
And I agree with you. As I always say, as you heard me might have said with the commissioner, is that it's not a zero-sum game. It's not like you have to lose to help somebody else. And in fact, it's just the opposite. We're interconnected. So for us to go, oh, it's okay if 20-30% of people don't have, a connection. No, that's not a good idea. So I appreciate what you're saying. Why don't you move us towards some of your final thoughts here, things that you think Americans should be, thinking about, particularly Silicon Harlem here, as you've got to know me a little bit and you're hearing sort of the sentiments about what we do. Would love to hear your own sort of perspective on us and what we should be thinking about, from you.
Well, I think because you're trying to also influence the policymakers and trying to get the right environment to move forwards. And I think it always has to be done by incentives rather than by controls. The trouble is the rule makers and the policymakers tend to think of trying to control it by rule, like the target I just mentioned. What you really need to do is to have the right incentives to make people improve their behavior, companies and corporations and everyone improve their behavior in a direction that you want society to go. And I think that's one of the key things that I've learned. Force and shouting at people doesn't really work. I think
only
the other
in New York.
well, it doesn't. If you're trying to really get things to growth, and your innovation will come from your smaller businesses, your smaller enterprises. The big boys don't get it. They don't do it. They're too hidebound. They're like a large bureaucratic organization. It's got to come from your entrepreneurial dreamers and visionaries. That's where it's got to come from. The trouble, most of them can't sell, and they've got to sell to make money to get away. But that's one of the things. I think the other thing is I think that privacy is more important than people think. And Alicia is interesting her because I know she's doing a whole lot of stuff with Wishnish about the using DAG, which is a form of blockchain, to do things to help privacy, etc. And that's always worth thinking about because you can't trust others necessarily with their information. But and the government has huge inertia. That's the problem. It's how do we get things moving faster? Anyway, but one of the things I think we've left the Model T forward stage, I think, of the internet now, and we're probably around this sort of the earlier saloon cars and things that broke down regularly. You never knew if you'd finish your journey quite. But I bet you in 5 years' time, or possibly less, we'll be looking back and thinking, why were we having all that trouble then?
No, I think you're right. And first of all, I hope. Let me say this: we know we're under COVID-19 and all this other crazy stuff, but I hope next year. I hope you like New York because I'm going to get you to come here to New York, spend some time with us here in New York, and really chop it up where we can have you at one of our events and really have the community galvanize around you and just have these conversations. For everyone on the call, Merlin is just so accessible, so smart, and he has a great sense of humor. So he's the kind of guy that'll fit right in with New York and particularly with Harlem. Merlin, hey, I hope that you would consider coming and hanging out with us in New York.
Certainly, love to. I'd love to. Particularly the clubs in Harlem, I believe are great.
That's good. Don't tell us too many secrets here, Merlin. Hey, we'll run with that. But yeah, we'll look forward to it. And I just wanted to say to you that, based on, these conversations, the conversations I've had before with you, it's just an honor and a pleasure to have you join and that others could experience what I've experienced. And we're behind you, whatever we can do. I hope you stay on a little bit longer. We've got some more people coming on, including the CTO of New York City, John Paul Farmer. So we're really excited for his remarks. And right after this, we're going to start up with Rhonda Benda, who's been just an amazing supporter of Silicon Harlem, and she's an extraordinary leader around pushing cities forward. So it's a small introduction for Rhonda, but she's more than capable to take care of this next panel. And I'm so happy that Adriano is on there, who we've been reading about a lot. And how about that? The Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer J.J. Snow of the United States Air Force. So we've got a tremendous panel here. And again, thank you to both Prince Constantine and Duke of Earl. Very good, Merlin Errol. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Rhonda?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to our panel today. This session's topic is the next normal and social good. And I did have the pleasure of speaking with Lieutenant Colonel Snow from the United States Air Force, who is the CTO of AFWorks, their innovation division. And perhaps what we'd like to do now is to share that screen. I understand I'm working with Maya on that video. So while we're getting that set up, we'll be talking. Oh, here we are. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so pleased to be here today with Lieutenant Colonel Snow, who's the CTO at AFWorks at the Air Force. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Rhonda. I'm just super excited to be here. So many interesting things happening in the technology space today, and the topic around advancing humanity is something that I'm passionate about. So I'm just delighted to share some of the things we've been working on.
Well, we know that you're on the road, and so I'd love for you to dive in and share with us some of the latest, greatest cutting edge technology that you've been using to serve our country.
Thanks for asking. So a little bit about AFWorks. We were set up as an innovation arm for the United States Air Force, but we work across different spaces. So any of the services can come in and partner with us on cross-cutting collaborative solutions that benefit not just the US government and the military, but also whole of society. Many people don't realize that with the military, 80% of the work that we do up front is all about not having to go to war to begin with. And a lot of the technologies that spin out of this drive those positive changes for society writ large. One of the efforts we had this year that I'm really proud of was called Base of the Future. Base of the Future was built after we lost Tyndall Air Force Base in a hurricane, a Category 5 hurricane. Majority of the infrastructure, about 40% of the infrastructure was lost. Majority of the buildings were lost. Thankfully, everybody was safely evacuated and we didn't have any injuries or any deaths, but the base was gone. So as we started to look at rebuilding, we thought, let's not just rebuild it, let's build it better. And then in doing that, what kinds of technologies coming out of those efforts could really be leveraged to benefit a lot of our work overseas as well as stateside. One of the first companies we started teaming with, actually there were several that came in, they are 3D printing houses. The reason I'm so excited about this is it's not just 3D printing homes, it's 3D printing facilities. And this means you can use local materials, so the soil where you're at, they have soil scientists that will come in and register that. At the same time, you're building these homes or you're building these facilities. They're environmentally sound and smart. They will withstand hurricane force winds. You can structure them in all kinds of really innovative designs to enhance their efficiency, to scale the footprint appropriately, and they're super affordable. They built, one company that we worked with built 250 home communities in Mexico in just about a month. And it was amazing because these homes now will withstand floods, will withstand hurricane force winds, and people have beautiful homes that they and their family can move into. When we look at places like Puerto Rico that have been dealing with a lot of the devastation from different storms coming through time and time again, and people have lost their homes and there's a lot of poverty there, for the first time, we can give them a home that will keep them safe in the storm, will give them a place to be permanently, and to grow their families. And having that safe place to start with is the foundation for everything else that follows. Other areas that we looked at were augmented reality and virtual reality solutions. And in this case, it's not just for training, it's to be able to empathize and experience what others are living through. So there's a company that we talked to in this space that has been dealing with underrepresented narratives. And this is something that was really beautiful to me. Not having experienced certain types of discrimination, I didn't know what that felt like to walk into a room and to not be seen because of the color of your skin. That was shocking. They have a program that allows you to step into somebody else's world that is experiencing that, so you can empathize and you can feel what that feels like. That was powerful. That puts everything into perspective and helps you to understand, wow, somebody that I work with feels like this. So with General Brown in place now, we're taking diversity very, very seriously and really making some big strides. Another team that we've worked with is called Bias Inc. Michelle Ruiz and her team, and we've been talking with them most recently. I'm super excited about what they're doing around bias. In this particular case, they provide you a tool to identify your individual bias and then identify organizational bias and give you the solutions, the tools that you need to overcome your own bias. It's not subjective, it's not judgmental. It's teaching us how to be our best selves. And that's something else that we're really excited about exploring more of.
What's some advice that you have for people who are women and minorities that are in technology, that are in government, perhaps from your personal perspective? And tell me, right now, you're exactly right. This is top of mind, anything D&I. So I'm glad that you brought up some of the programs that you're using and how you're leveraging technology in that regard. I would love to, of course, learn more about that. I'm sure that Silicon Harlem would love to be one of your open house locations.
That would be fantastic. Yes.
I didn't hear you say New York, so hopefully we can think about that later.
Yeah.
But
that would be amazing.
Wouldn't that be great? And they already have, they already have the infrastructure here for you. So I can see that partnership coming down.
I love it. I love it. Yes, we should definitely talk about that.
Yeah, I'm sure that that Clayton and Bruce would be more than happy to. So in closing, I know that your time is limited. Please just give us a few nuggets on how you've been able to rise to such an incredible leadership position in the government, in the world, globally. I know I can imagine how rewarding this is, and let us know really what inspires you from day to day, because I think that you're a role model and an inspiration to so many, and we can definitely use some advice while we have you here for a few minutes.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. I've been really fortunate. My time in the Air Force has been fantastic. I've got 18 years in, and one of the biggest lessons I learned was
So that was such a treat, and thank you. Welcome back. Thank you, Clayton.
I'm sorry, I had to, I did that edit myself, which is encouraging everyone to go to our YouTube channel and see the whole interview. It's actually up to almost a 15-minute interview that Rhonda did with with JJ Snow. It's extraordinary. So please go watch the entire video at our Silicon Harlem YouTube channel. In the meantime, turn it back over to Rhonda some people were saying, why does she have two different outfits on? And the answer is, that was pre-recorded, now you're live.
Well, thank you, Clayton. That was really such a treat to be able to meet Lieutenant Colonel Snow a few days ago. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to join this panel, but we're so excited to have our panelists for the next normal and social good topic. These are people at the cutting edge. These are next generation humanitarians that are leveraging science, technology, and public policy for advancing humanity. And so to start, I would like to first give a short introduction of Dr. Cantuno from the Brookings Institute. He's had great career working at the IMF, at the World Bank, and he's particularly focused on the New South. So we'd love to hear more from him. And his achievements are very vast, but we particularly want to focus on today, what does he see happening post-COVID? And how can we use all of the great learnings from working globally to see how we can locally apply some of what he has seen in the best practices here in New York City. And John Paul Farmer has been an amazing partner with Silicon Harlem. Some of you may have seen the article yesterday that's made big news around the digital divide initiatives that the city is spearheading. And Mr. John Paul Farmer, we actually had a great experience working for President Obama together. He led the Presidential Fellows Innovations program that is institutionalized now. And not only that, he's helping cities and states also institutionalize similar programs like in New York City. So we're so excited to have them both here today. They're really just gems and leaders in this area. And so I'd like to start with Mr. Farmer to give a short overview, which he shared with some of us at the beginning of the year, the plans around closing the digital divide here in New York. But I would love to hear more about what's changed. And really, I want you to talk a little bit about, from your sphere of influence, how do you see you being able to make an impact? And how do you define advancing humanity? Thank you, Mr. Farmer.
Okay, hopefully everyone can see this screen. What I'd like to do to start is really build on top of what Lieutenant Colonel Snow said in her remarks. And obviously we should all go to that YouTube link and hear the rest of it, because her experiences are the types of things that can probably benefit us all. I hope the experiences that we've had here in New York City in the course of 2020 about using technology for social good in a really fast changing environment, and thinking about how we set up the structures to make sure that we can, as some folks like Lieutenant Colonel Snow might call it, build it better. Some politicians might call it build back better. But as we are going through this disruption, we know that we need to fix things that are broken, and we've got the opportunity to do this better than we have before. It's like when you're rebuilding a house after a hurricane, you start with the foundation, and the foundations here in New York City in our government are tech capacity, it's broadband connectivity, and it's having a good data strategy. So broadband, data, and the people who can actually implement. It's really important. I'll quickly walk through these slides that you see, if I can. There we go. So I'm going to go through three things: our rapid response, the way we use some new tech, and then the NYC Internet Master Plan that Rhonda referred to. Rapid response. We all know that back in the springtime, we had an immediate crisis, a healthcare crisis that we had to respond to. And the first thing we had to do was inform the public. We had to make sure that we could get information to people quickly where they were, meet them where they were. And so simple things, simple, fast interventions like banners on websites, but also then ads on things like perhaps link kiosks or even on television. We then realized that we needed a front door. We needed a place that people could go to. And you've probably seen nyc.gov/coronavirus listed in lots of different places. That is the front door for information about health information, but also, alternate side parking or school information or programs to help folks who are behind on their rent. We needed a front door. So we had the front door, but we also had the no wrong door, because if you went to a banner on an ad, that could then bring you to that hub of information. We also realized that people were engaging in work and life in ways they hadn't before. So we created a work from home toolkit, digital life at home toolkit. We had clergy who were saying mass or religious services for the first time remotely. We really did see an acceleration in the trend that we already knew was here, which was the increasing the online nature of life and work. And that accelerated in the springtime and is likely to stay in some ways a more digital life in the years ahead. We also realized that internally the city needed to make more data-driven decisions. And these were life and death decisions, things like where we had PPE and where we didn't. So we built dashboards that brought together data sources that had never been combined before. And that's been used for PPE, for isolation hotels, for test and trace. We also realized that there's outside data. And my colleague, Kelly Jin, the Chief Analytics Officer of the city, has stood up the Data Recovery Partnership, working with outside organizations who are donating data that can be combined with city-held data so the city can make the best decisions possible. But we realized it wasn't just about the simple, quick wins. It was also about the new tech. New tech needed to be created. And there's been a lot of conversation about contact tracing. And contact tracing is actually a long-standing epidemiological effort. There was some interest in the springtime about what role technology could play here. And we researched this, we dug into it, and quickly realized that the contact tracing really did need to be people, human beings who were trained. What technology could do is to augment, to help them. And so we started thinking more about exposure notification technology as opposed to contact tracing. So the contact tracing is the people, really important function. If you ever have a reason to be contacted by New York City's contact tracers, it's important that you engage with NYC Test and Trace. Exposure notification is a really promising tool in the toolkit. And we looked at what was done in Singapore, in Canada, and just recently, New York State came out with its own product, working in collaboration with private sector companies like Google and Apple. And it's so important that this technology, because it is new, that it be trusted. That's why we focused on digital rights, on making sure that people can trust technology, making sure they understand that their privacy is being protected, that data is only being used in proportional ways, in the appropriate ways to keep them safe. And there's accountability for the people and the organizations that hold that data. In many cases, that data is not indefinite. That data actually does have an end date and will be destroyed when it's no longer needed. So the importance of making sure people can trust technology because they know that their digital rights are being protected. If you'd like to learn more about this, you can go to citiesfordigitalrights.org, which is a global partnership of over 50 cities that New York City, Barcelona, and Amsterdam created together. Now, the New York City Internet Master Plan. I mentioned that broadband is important. Well, broadband, we believe, is as essential in 21st century New York as electricity was in the prior century. And we said this back in January, and I had a chance to join Silicon Harlem and talk through this groundbreaking document back then. And then just a couple months later, COVID hit, and it frankly took something that people thought was a nice to have in some circles, and it made clear to everybody just how essential this really is. That it's not just the morally right thing to do, which it is. We should help every person and every family in New York City get online. It's also an economic development issue. It is a public health issue. This is something that we simply cannot put off any longer, and we can't allow the status quo to exist because there has been digital redlining. We've seen that the parts of New York City that are lower income, the parts of New York City that are more likely to be majority people of color, those are the parts of New York City who've been served the least, who have the least broadband adoption, where broadband is the least affordable. And you're looking right now at the differences across the city in combined home and mobile broadband. And then on the right, where commercial fiber choice exists. And you can see in that on the right, the investment has gone into Midtown Manhattan, downtown Manhattan, a little bit in downtown Brooklyn, and so much of the city and so many of our business districts around the city. When we think about the need to compete online, that everyone now is competing with the big global players. The mom and pop shops need to be able to compete too. They need choice as well. So we started acting in phases. As rapid response, phase one, after shipping 300,000 tablets to school kids, great work done in a really difficult situation by the Department of Education there. We focused on some of the most vulnerable people during the COVID pandemic, older adults living in NYCHA housing. And we delivered 10,000 tablets to them. What was so important is it wasn't just the tablets that went to these folks in 288 different communities around the city. It was also the digital inclusion, the coaching, the support that so often is necessary when people are getting connected for the first time. We've got some amazing stories here of people being able to get their groceries, being able to visit with their doctor, and really importantly, being able to connect with their families and do it safely from home. The second phase was a rapid response request for expressions of interest. This is following up and following through on the Internet Master Plan's promise to engage and partner with private sector companies and community-based organizations. So we issued this rapid response RFEI and we got 30 responses back very quickly. Of those, a number of them are moving forward into licensing to put equipment into NYCHA facilities where it didn't exist before, and to deliver low-cost service. We're talking about service ranging from free in some cases to $15 or $20 a month, a fraction of what the prevailing market prices are, making this much more affordable to tens and tens of thousands of New Yorkers. And where we are now is we're on the cusp of issuing a citywide RFP, or request for proposals. And this is really taking the RFEI and the success that we saw proved out there, and that the mayor saw proved out there. And he said, we need to do this at scale, and we need to do it quickly. We need to accelerate the implementation of the Internet Master Plan. So he committed $157 million in capital dollars to infrastructure, making sure we have open access, conduit, and fiber, so that more companies, small businesses, community-based organizations can come in and compete and offer competitive, low-cost products. What's also really important here is it's not just money going into fiber in the ground, it's also the city's assets, hundreds of thousands of micro assets around the city. Think of rooftops and poles and bus shelters, fire department call boxes, putting those on the table so that organizations can come to the city and tell us how they would use that productively to close the digital divide. That's never been done before. And this is being done, both of these things, the scale of the asset coordination, the investment of dollars, both of those are record setting in terms of the level of municipal involvement in closing the digital divide. This plan's been called a lot of nice things. And you heard earlier from Vint Cerf. That was one of the most important, in my mind, endorsements that we received. But also folks like Larry Irving, Gigi Sohn, Blair Levin, fantastic experts in this field who looked at what New York City is doing and gave it the thumbs up. And so we know we're on the right track. And when I look back at what we've done in 2020, I see a playbook that others can emulate. And we've got to build more tech capacity in governments, in our communities, in society. We need to respond to immediate needs. So you don't always have the luxury of time, of waiting it out, of following the timeline that you'd expected. Sometimes you need to be able to respond quickly. And while you're doing that, it's so important that you get out of the reactive mode. We start looking ahead and around corners. And as soon as we have a handle on the immediate crisis, as we were facing back in March and April, we started looking ahead at what we need to do next. And to do that well, you're going to leverage digital tools, because digital tools work at scale. But as you build these digital tools, you've got to keep in mind the people who are going to use them. Who are these people? What do they need? How do they use things? And to the extent that you can talk and test with real users, you're going to get better outcomes. And then the last thing is really based in humility. And that's recognizing that nothing is ever perfect. And we're always improving and we're always iterating. And that's what we continue to do here in New York City. We're improving and iterating based on what we've learned. Every day we're working to serve the people of New York better through technology and innovation. So thanks so much for listening to me. I'm really looking forward to this conversation.
Thank you very much, John Paul, for everything you're doing to close that gap. You reminded me when you mentioned the business improvement districts that years ago, when I first started working with Silicon Harlem, I was managing the Jamaica Business Improvement District in Queens, which is the largest in what would be the fourth or fifth biggest city if Queens was a standalone on its own. And with 500-600 businesses in downtown Jamaica, we did not have broadband. And so we implemented a strategy around technology, tourism, and transportation, with technology being paramount. And we were able to successfully work with the city and state to bring broadband and funding. And I'm hoping that we can continue to find where the pockets are throughout the city and start to prioritize and working together with the community-based organizations, continue to further that work. Because really, I just think that is in order for us to really compete in the digital economy, this is what we need as a foundation. And and to empower our residents, our businesses, our students. So thank you so much for the work that you're doing, that you're rebooting this project. And I am so happy also to have today Dr. Antonio Canuto, who is a prolific writer. He's written about global development, and we all know how connected we are here, especially after the pandemic. So let's see if we can learn from one another and all the work that you're doing, especially running the think tank now about the New South. Mr. Canuto is originally from Brazil, but he's working in tandem with Morocco and other countries that are also fighting the digital divide. So thank you, and we would love to hear from you now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Rhonda, for having me here. And I have really enjoyed the whole discussion since early this morning. So I guess a common thread in all talks has been how the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated key technology trends. We heard a reference to telehealth, robotics, supply chain 4.0, 3D printing by Lieutenant Snow. We also saw reference to remote work, distance learning, and so on. So these technologies that have been accelerated, they will have a long-lasting impact beyond COVID-19, and they will be part of the new normal landscape. Well, we have seen several dimensions of the bright side of that technology acceleration, but how benign will be that impact will depend a lot on what societies do to make sure that those technological changes do not worsen some of the pre-existing challenges accentuated by the COVID-19 crisis. That is to say, what will governments and civil society do to guarantee that those technology trends lead to a social good, as in the name of the session? Lord Merlin Hay remarked that technology is a carrier, a vehicle. And the point I want to make here is that whether that will be a carrier to the good or the bad will depend a lot on whether we have a neglect or a proactive stance taken by public policies. Let me illustrate this by referring to social inclusion. COVID-19 will leave a legacy of income concentration everywhere, as the economic effects have been harder at the bottom of the income pyramid. Restrictions on mobility have affected particularly those workers who need it for a living, and only a fraction of the occupations can be performed remotely from home. Voluntary or mandatory social distancing has also impacted workers associated to service that need personal contact. Tourism, hospitality, personal service, and so on. Labor-intensive businesses such as retail, food, and logistics have been the worst hit. Concerns about distance learning also include the possibility the technologies could create a wider divide in terms of digital readiness and income level. There have been reference to this. And importantly to remark that distance learning, for instance, could also create economic pressure on parents, more often women, who need to stay home to watch their children and may face decreased productivity at work. The point is that don't take some of these transformations that we have watched in the recent past as something temporary. We're not gonna go back to where we were. And it's important to highlight, by the way, that those negative impacts of COVID-19 have been particularly gender differentiated, age differentiated, and ethnic differentiated. Some time ago, when I was at the vice president at the World Bank, we did produce a long report about gender equality and economic development, and showed, for instance, the inequality of responsibilities regarding household chores. Even if we estimated and saw how the huge disparity among countries, but even, let's say, Scandinavian countries, where the inequality, gender inequality in that respect is the smallest, it still was considerable. In the case of age, younger people and the impact on schooling as a result of lack of digital readiness for part of the population has also been acute. Jobs. Some of the occupations will not return. either because of prolonged restrictions on supply and consumer demand, and or because of the speeding up of technology trends. Just to give an idea, referring to a study done by the US Bureau of Labor Statistics some time ago, referring to 2017 and 2018, that is to say before the pandemic and the consequence in terms of shift in work patterns, 25% of wage and salary workers were able to occasionally work from home. And workers with college educations were at least 5 times more likely to have jobs that allow them to work from home compared to people with high school diplomas. The fact is that there is an inverse correlation between the proximity of the bottom of the income pyramid and the ability to work remotely. Prolonged unemployment and lower earnings will be an issue ahead. So the proactiveness of public policies with respect to rescaling part of the labor force will be of the essence. Infrastructure coverage has also been mentioned. Michelle spoke of a gap of coverage. She referred to 18% as a probably underestimated parcel of the population lacking infrastructure coverage. And there is also, let me refer to another of the new technology trends accelerated by COVID, which will have an impact all over the world, which is the evolution towards digital payments. Just to give an idea, there are more than 1.7 billion unbanked people in the world who may not have easy access to digital payments. And obviously, the availability of digital payments also relies on internet availability, device, and the network to convert cash into a digitalized format. So the issue of social inclusion entangles with the issue of digital readiness, building the necessary infrastructure in a comprehensive way so as to cover the whole population is of the essence to make it a trajectory towards the good or the bad. Laws and regulations must be updated to accommodate remote work. And I would also include the need to have further psychological studies to understand the effect of remote work on people. 5G and information and communications technology come to the fore. They have been mentioned. All the technology trends mentioned along the debate today rely on a stable, high-speed, and affordable internet, and the adoption of 5G will likely increase the cost of compatible device and the cost of data plans. So addressing these issues to ensure inclusive access to internet will continue to be a challenge as the 5G network expands globally. 200 million people will lose their jobs worldwide due to COVID-19. How to mitigate the impact on the larger workforce and the most vulnerable is the issue across all industries and countries that deserves not only attention, but also a timely and human-centered solution. We cannot simply watch the public sectors to neglect, to cross their arms with respect to such a challenge. Addressing both digital readiness and social inclusion, both together, will be necessary to make sure that the next normal will be something close to social good. Thank you.
If I can just chime in and agree. I know it's often more interesting when panelists disagree, but I just want to agree with so much of what Dr. Canuto just said, that we are facing these disparate impacts that have affected people in our community differently, depending on where they live, what kind of job they have, level of education, age, and certainly we see different impacts across race and gender. And so that means that our response has to take that into account. And in the city, we have identified COVID priority neighborhoods. These are neighborhoods that have been hit hardest by both the combination of the health and the economic impacts in 2020. And it's why when we look at the New York City Internet Master Plan, it's important that we communicate that it's not just about the technology. The New York City Internet Master Plan is a 5G connectivity plan. It's looking at where we go with our connectivity infrastructure from here. it's an economic development plan, looking at how we can actually produce ROI and benefit across our community with a focus on those who have benefited the least in the past. And finally, it's a digital equity plan. It really is focused on ensuring that we close this digital divide once and for all, and we have a playing field that is more level than it's ever been before. And that simply takes, it takes a new approach, because the status quo is not going to get us there for the points, the reasons that Dr. Canuto mentioned. We aren't going back, we're going forward into a new world. The question is, what do we want that world to look like? And what are we willing to do to make it what we want it to be?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Farmer and Dr. Canuto. I'd like you to just comment a little bit beyond how you define the theme of this conference, Advancing Humanity. We talked about a few particular areas to focus on, obviously digital divide. I also had the pleasure of working with Mr. Irving in the 90s when he first coined that term. And it seems to me that everyone's in agreement about this particular issue. I'd love, from your perspective, you've had many experiences, these panelists, from government to private sector. How else can we define advancing humanity in respect to leveraging technology to do that? And then I would also love, if we can, to open up, if anyone has any questions, because we only have, I think, about 5 or 6 minutes left. I'd love to open up to anyone. Feel free to put your question into the Q&A and we'll put it in the queue. Thank you. And would you like to comment first, Dr. Canuto?
Yes, Rhonda, and indeed, I fully agree with John that what he showed about what's being done in New York City is it's a good omen in the sense that to show how public policy can be geared at addressing the challenge put by not only COVID, but also technology itself. And that's the point. Please don't look simply to technology as it is self-contained, as if, having the technology is something for the good. We have watched in the world over the last 2 decades, particularly, how prosperity has been accompanied by also rising income disparity. Look at the figures of income distribution in this country. Look at the figures of what is happening in the whole world. Look at the prospects laid out by the IMF this Wednesday, this week, about how the world will be at the end of next year is still below income levels, per capita income levels, particularly in some parts of the world to last year. So we do have a major problem. Don't look only to the bright side of technology. It has to be accompanied by proactive public policies. One thing that the coronavirus crisis showed clearly was the need to boost social protection systems, is the need to address the underlying income inequality that has been made even worse. So my hammer here is on, there is a bright side, but there is also a malign side. Pay attention to both.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to add to that, just that as we know, technologies are dual use. They can be used for good or for bad. That's why we have adopted principles here in New York City about how we adopt and deploy technology. So those principles are equity, performance, affordability, privacy, and choice. That last one's really important. People should have choice and agency in this process. But ultimately, we're using technology not for technology's sake. We're using it to make lives better. We're using it to improve the human condition and to empower people to have a better life.
Well, thank you for rounding out that. Dr. Canuto, did you want to comment?
Just to reinforce what John said, and keep in mind, we need boosting social protection systems, and we need reskilling the substantial part of the labor force that has been left out more recently with the dramatic technological change that have already taken place. Look at the Midwest and look at the whole issue of people left out of the job. The levels of structural unemployment are rising and they will not come down easily. So we have to have governments taking action to help solve this quandary on how to reintegrate people that have been left out.
And, on that note, we did just receive a question regarding whether New York City would be able to help reskill the struggling restaurant workers. So I'd like to open up and just, I'll quickly mention rapid fire just because I think we have 3 minutes. We have 3 questions. So if you'd like to comment on that. I think that there was also a request regarding the link, John Paul, that you suggested. I think there were some city links that you maybe referenced in your presentation. If we can add that into the chat. And lastly, but very importantly, I think that also, in terms of advancing humanity, we are looking at health and quality of life a lot more acutely when we talk about how can technology really advance humanity and put health and the individual a more human-centered approach, including our air quality. And so there was a question about that. If anybody would like to comment on how we can improve our indoor air quality. We know we're spending a lot more time inside these days and would love to hear your thoughts also in general about health tech.
So there is a lot there. I'll try to touch on a few of those pieces, starting with the last part, which is that people are realizing more than they ever have before the importance of air quality and the fact that we need to keep our air filters updated and we need to update as the technology improves. A lot of that work has been happening. A lot of that retrofitting has been going on ever since this pandemic hit in the springtime. I think we're going to see much more of that, and hopefully there's a little bit of a silver lining here. Hopefully that focus has a benefit beyond reducing vulnerability to COVID. Hopefully it actually has other health benefits if we have cleaner air to breathe throughout our lives, if folks with asthma have cleaner air to breathe, small children do, because we're making these changes now, because we're all much more aware of it than folks were before. In terms of upskilling, absolutely agree that that's going to be essential, that the folks who've been hit the hardest are primarily people in service industries, things that are face-to-face, things like going to a restaurant or a clerk at a store or a cashier. And those are also jobs that are vulnerable to some amount of automation. And as AI and machine learning just automate more and more of the work that gets done in lots of different workplaces, those are the types of jobs that are especially vulnerable. So as Dr. Canuto mentioned, we can't expect that the same jobs that were around a year ago are going to come back a year from now. That's just not going to be the case. So we need to make sure that we've got the tools and the systems in place to reskill folks who need to get a new skill. And in reality, this is going to be an experience that more and more Americans, but people all over the world have in the course of their careers. So it might not be something that happens every couple of years, but maybe once or twice in a career, people are going to need to make a pivot. And to make that pivot, we need to have the support in place. We need to have the availability of training that is relevant to the jobs that actually are likely to be available in the coming decade plus. But we also need to make sure that the financing structures are available, that people aren't exploited, that people don't fall prey and end up going deep into debt just to get a new skill when this is going to be more and more common and necessary. So we need to think about how we finance things. I think one of the interesting examples from here in New York City is the work that Pursuit is doing. Pursuit's a nonprofit based in Queens run by Juke Su. And Pursuit is working on ISAs, income share agreements. And those need to be done appropriately with kind of guidelines and the boundaries to make sure that they don't end up exploiting anybody, but they are an interesting and promising way of aligning incentives. And I think the work that Juke and Pursuit are doing are a good example of that here in New York, where they're making upskilling more available to more people. And they're coming up with clever, interesting ways of how to finance that for folks who don't have the money in their bank account and don't want to go deep into debt.
With respect to the health, there was another question that came just about 5G and the impacts. What's the latest that we're seeing there?
The city's focus on 5G, and 5G, folks know, is the 5th generation of wireless telecommunications equipment. So 5G is faster, broader bandwidth, and lower latency. So it could enable a bunch of innovations that we haven't really experienced broadly in society today. It's important that those innovations be available broadly to everybody, that it be equitable, that it not just be reserved for the top 1% of the income bracket. It's got to be available broadly. And so the focus the city is taking is making sure that that technology is widely available and that it's safe, that public safety is taken into account, that the benefits for health or education are at the forefront. And that's the approach that New York City is taking. I know there have been some concerns expressed about the impact of the radio frequency itself, millimeter wave, for example. There is no evidence that I have seen that that is actually an issue that people should be concerned about. We'll obviously keep an eye out, and we will follow the recommendations of the experts in terms of health. But as of now, that is not something that we believe to be a concern.
Thank you very much, John Paul, and we look forward to partnering with you and continuing to see your incredible work around the city. And to close us out, I would love Dr. Canuto to share a few of his thoughts on any of the questions from the audience. Thank you, Dr. Canuto.
Oh, thank you, Rhonda, for this. I guess the questions have all been convergent to the point that both John and I remarked, that is to say, there's no automaticity. It's not, one cannot take for granted that the availability of new technology trends will cater naturally to the bottom of the pyramid. To a large extent, the COVID-19 has reinforced, has accelerated history in the sense that it has shown to all of us the need to have more cooperation among countries, including to face the major challenge faced by mankind in the future. This is not going to be the last epidemic. This is not the pandemic. We each and every problem faced by mankind, be it climate change, be it how to deal with cybersecurity and so on, they will need cooperation. They will need working together rather than the inward orientation that has prevailed as a response to COVID-19. I guess we should all keep this in mind to avoid, let's say, that the current tragedy stays impeding us to face those challenges. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, all.
And I want to say thank you, too. This was an extraordinary panel. I was very impressed with everyone's comments, including J.J. Snow. But the in-depth, if you will, or the amount of data and statistics and facts, I mean, Canuto's a walking computer. I mean, I don't know how you do it. That's just amazing. And of course, John Paul Farmer, one of my dudes, made a presentation on the blueprint in Silicon Harlem in January. I think it was one of his first public speaking of the blueprint. So we are very proud to see the progress that's been made here in New York City based on a lot of his vision, and we support it wholeheartedly. Thank you, guys. We're going to move on to the next panel right away. I know everyone's going like, wow, these things are rapid, and they are rapid. And I know some of you are going, man, how do I keep up? And when do I get to go have lunch and all this kind of stuff? Well, it's happening. We're going rapid pace because there's so many brilliant people on this call. And all of you in the audience are brilliant because I'm looking at the chat, I'm looking at the Q&A, and this summit is writing itself as a result. One of the things that you've heard a couple of times today already is about mobility. And we've been honored here to have two unbelievable minds. One of them, some of you might remember a couple of years ago, we had the incredible presentation from Peter Norton that talked about mobility, as well as just how cities are evolving, and he focused on Harlem, and it was just extraordinary. We were all gripped, and he's been kind enough to come back as an encore, and I couldn't be more excited. And then we have Naomi, who's on this call, who's been, there's probably no tougher spaces that she works in when it comes to mobility, so she's going to have a chance to, add her voice to this whole thing. We're going to start with Peter and get this moving, but pay attention, folks. This is some deep stuff, and I'm excited to hear the presentations. We'll be looking forward to your comments and questions in the chat. Go ahead, Peter Norton from the University of Virginia. He crosses both mobility, engineering, social structures. He's this Renaissance guy that is amazing, and he's my good friend. Go ahead, Peter Norton.
Thank you, Clayton Banks, very much for that introduction. It's a great pleasure to be here. I feel profoundly honored to be sharing this session with Naomi Mwara of Nairobi's Flown Initiative. What an amazing thing. I've only just been learning about it in recent days, and I think the world has a lot to learn from her. And I hope that we and the rest of the world pays attention to what she has to say. I want to share a screen with you. And I believe I'm screen. And I want to say what an honor it is to be here at Advancing Technology. Right? Have I got that right? I got something wrong with this title, don't I? It's Advancing Humanity. Now this is a big difference, folks, and it's easy to miss. I know something about getting this distinction wrong because I come from academia, and in academia, we got technology and we got the humanities, and they live in different worlds. And frankly, what happens then is that the humanities becomes ineffective because it doesn't have the technology, and the technology becomes dangerous because it doesn't have the humanity. And we need to bring these two together, and that's exactly what Clayton Banks and Bruce Lincoln and Silicon Harlem are doing. Silicon Valley isn't doing it. Silicon Harlem is, and I hope the world is paying attention to that as well. We need to bring these things together. More specifically, we need to enlist technology in the service of humanity. That takes more than good intentions. I was very impressed with what Dr. Canuto had to say about the fact that technology is not in itself a solution. We have to enlist it in the service of people. We heard that message from other people today as well. But something we haven't heard much about is how that happens. It's not good intentions alone. It takes power. And I can tell that Clayton Banks recognizes that. I think there's a radical side to him that he doesn't show off. But I can tell because, how do I know? Because he's been empowering people ever since he went to work for Silicon Harlem. And unlike a lot of engineers and technology people that I know about, Clayton Banks knows that it's more than data, it's stories. Stories tell us what the data mean. I know that Clayton Banks gets this because on his long resume, he's got, to his credit, a project called More Than a Map. And this is a project that reconnects lost history. We heard an elected official speak earlier today about how textbooks erase history. Well, then the question becomes, how do we bring it back? And technology can do it. Clayton Banks has shown us one of the ways in which we can do that. I want to contrast that with an event that happened where many of you are 56 years ago, called the New York World's Fair. This was not about technology enlisted in the service of humanity. This was about technology for technology's sake. This was gee whiz technology. Look at how amazing our technology is kind of technology. And as sort of harmless as that appeared, it's actually a very dangerous message to offer in a world as profoundly unequal and divided as the world of that time and the world of this time today still are, right? This is the leader, Robert Moses. He was behind the New York World's Fair. He was president of the New York World's Fair, and this was going to be a big techno show-off event, not technology in the service of humanity, but technology for technology's sake. Well, this was not necessarily the message that every New Yorker wanted to hear. Because Robert Moses was the man behind the Cross Bronx Expressway. The Cross Bronx Expressway serves suburban commuters at the sake of local residents of the Bronx, and this is them putting it through. And Robert Moses, people don't know this, but Robert Moses wanted to do this to Harlem too. That red dotted line you see right through Harlem there on the screen, Harlem Expressway, that was all part of Robert Moses's plan. And the only reason he didn't get to it is because he ended up doing so much stuff that he overextended himself. But this is what Robert Moses had in mind for 125th Street, to turn it into another Cross Bronx Expressway right there where that blue circle is, right? So there was an answer to Robert Moses and his New York World's Fair plan, and it came from Louis Lomax, a pioneering journalist who said before the World's Fair opened, inspired by the sit-in movement at lunch counters in the South, he said, let's draw attention to this inequity. Let's draw attention to the fact that the World's Fair wants to show off science while neglecting our real human needs. Let's do that. We'll adopt the sit-in strategy, but we do a sort of Robert Moses version with cars. He said, let's have a stall in. And to do that, he wanted this to draw attention to hypocrisy. So CORE, Congress of Racial Equality in New York City, got behind this. They wanted to contrast the real world of inequality with the fantasy world of technology that was being presented at this World's Fair, right? And they were going to call this a stall in. You can see that the issues at the top of this poster, at the top of this advertisement, are issues that are still with us, and issues that could be addressed with technology if it's put in the service of humanity, right? The idea was you're going to have a lot of volunteers stall out their cars at these strategic points. Nobody was going to be able to get into the fair because all the access roads would be blocked. And this is, to me, a radical and inspiring example of people who recognize that to get technology enlisted in the service of humanity, you have to work with power. And these were people who knew what they were talking about. So Brooklyn's Congress for Racial Equality came up with a slogan for this: drive a while for freedom, on opening day of the New York World's Fair when President Johnson was going to be there speaking. All right. And Life magazine wrote up a critical article about this. That's a picture of Robert Moses on the left that CORE was saying, this is the person whose attention we're trying to get. Life magazine showed those three local leaders, and I'm going to zoom in on these three because I think they should be restored to history more than they have been. Isaiah Brunson, Herbert Callender, and Isaiah Robinson, the last Isaiah Robinson from Harlem. These are people who made sure that there was going to be some kind of stall in to draw attention, to divert technology from an obsession with itself, from a kind of narcissistic fascination with its own amazingness, into technology in service of humanity. Now, the National Congress of Racial Equality under James Farmer was alarmed that this would derail the Civil Rights Act that was in Congress at this time, and they came out against it. But Brooklyn went their own way. They said, sorry, National Corps, we're going to do this anyway. And I love this picture because it shows you everybody's car has suddenly mysteriously stalled out. Now, this is Fulton Street in Bedford-Stuyvesant, around where Utica Avenue crosses. The only way I could figure that out was by looking up the Bluebird, the restaurant on the right. And what they're doing is trying to draw attention to the inequality that's being neglected, that the technology could be in service of if it was, in fact, in service to humanity. Right now, their choice of drawing attention through roads is significant because all over America, I chose St. Louis here by random. This is the African-American part of St. Louis. And this is what the engineers and the technology people thought was a good idea to do to it. They paved it for the sake of the suburban commuters, evicted people, put them in subsidized housing, and called that civic improvement, right? So this is what they're up against. This is what they're mobilizing against. Those suburban cars come into Jamaica and they congest the traffic. People can't walk. So local residents organized. These protests happen all over America. They're not well remembered, They were covered, though, in the African-American press, like the New York Amsterdam News, that covered this protest against that flood of suburban cars moving in, causing problems like kids not being able to walk the street. Now, this is Philadelphia 1970, but this is not in any stretch of the imagination out of date, because here's San Antonio right now. These are people trying to do the same thing. This is what happened when they put technology in the service of, highways instead of moving people around. And of course, this has incredible public health effects that are extremely unequal in their influence. People who live near these projects, these highways, they get asthma, they get respiratory conditions, they're more susceptible to COVID, and actually disproportionately, they aren't even drivers. So this is another extreme inequity, right? So the question then becomes, what do we do about it? How do we drive a while for freedom today? Well, we have an advantage that they didn't have then in the form of digital technology. We can take a business model, like you've heard of fair trade coffee, fair trade tea, fair trade textiles. We can have fair trade mobility, right? We can take technology like EasyPass, which uses radio frequency identification. We can connect it up with people's smartphones, and we can give people options, right? We could, would you like to have your toll, a fraction of your toll, or maybe a surcharge on your toll, go to fair trade mobility, which could take all kinds of forms, right? So here's some examples. It could go to health, to housing, to Silicon Harlem, to buses, to bus stops, to bike lanes, to walkability, to parks, to recreation. And you know what? You don't even have to make this mandatory. People would want to do it. I know if I were driving through, I would put $1 on my toll for any of this stuff, and I'd love it if I could have the choices like this sort of thing could offer. So Clayton Banks and I have been talking about this for a couple of years, and recently we've gotten some tolling people talking about it as well. So we're hoping this may have some kind of future for as a kind of high-tech way of driving a while for freedom, and offering drivers choice. They can say something about where their toll goes, or if it takes the form of a surcharge, pay a surcharge if they want to. They can promote equity, and they can heal communities that got the unfair side of the bargain in this mass conversion. And in that sense, I think we would be delivering on what these people were attempting to do back in 1964. And I think Silicon Harlem could be part of that solution. Thank you all very much for that time. I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Well, I'm just going to speak for everyone on the on this Zoom platform and tell you, Peter Norton, there's been a lot of great comments made on the chat, and certainly I try to tell people Peter Norton can tell a story, and that was a heck of a story. That was excellent. We're going to get back to you in a moment. Please stay on. We're going to have Naomi jump in here and share with us, Naomi, some of your thoughts about, you can reflect on a little bit of the fair trade mobility idea, but also tell us what's going on in the areas that you're serving. We got you.
Thank you. So hi, everybody. I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks to each one of you for making time to join this webinar, and to thank the host for putting this together. As introduced, my name is Naomi Mwaura. I run a nonprofit organization called Flown Initiative in Kenya. And Flown Initiative is a Pan-African women-led organization that generates knowledge, convenes inclusive dialogues, supports women in transportation, and builds capacity of stakeholders to contribute to the realization of an equitable mass transport system in Africa. So let me start by saying that transport is and has never been just about transport. It's about connecting people to each other, connecting us to our jobs and to our social lives. And let me tell you a story about an incident that highlights the challenges faced by the bravery of a person who was willing to stand up against multiple systems that perpetuate violence and exclusion in our public transport spaces. So the story is about a young girl called Doreen, who had been fatally pushed out of a moving public transport vehicle. And unfortunately, Doreen did not survive the fall. And it later emerged that the public transport vehicle was owned by a traffic policeman who frustrated efforts to report the incident. And I wish this story ends here, or I wish it has a happy ending. Unfortunately, last year, the same public transport vehicle was involved in yet another incident where a 20-year-old commuter was fatally pushed out of the same vehicle. So it emerged that the vehicle had been released, repainted, and was back on the road. And why do I share this story? It's because as mobility experts, our work can be a matter of life and death, and sometimes in the most cruel way. And as part of Flown's mandate, we bring together stakeholders to work out what is our shared future in transport, why does it matter, what are the drivers of change, and how can we build a public consensus that can sustain itself over time? And I would like to really emphasize the building a public consensus that can sustain itself over time. And technology in this instance should inspire to move us from a siloed thinking to a more integrated approach, informed by research, policy, and the experience of users, and especially vulnerable groups who are using public transport. Now, as soon as we see transport in this wider and more embracing way, it raises some profound questions. What is working? What is not? What do we want in terms of efficiency? What do we want in terms of fairness? And what do we want in terms of inclusivity? Making technology more responsive to the needs of vulnerable groups requires a structured approach to understanding their needs, identifying instruments to address those needs, and analyzing the cost and benefits of these tools. And it also requires vulnerable groups to be represented at each step of the transport investment planning and design process. At present, I think I can confidently say that there is no systematic inclusion procedures for for transport and technology and vulnerable groups. And this is in terms of training of professional, participation of users, nor in the design and planning of technology. And I've been listening, and there was a bit of mention about COVID-19. And there's been a lot of discussion even in my own country. Like right now, we still have a curfew. And I've been asked to give a couple of talks about COVID-19 and mobility. And my word has been, let's not waste a crisis. We are at an opportune time to rethink our public transport model and develop one that is agile enough and uses technology to adjust to not just this calamity, but also similar calamities that might come in future, but at the same time guaranteeing public safety and uninterrupted movement of people. Lastly, we cannot be flown if we do not emphasize that it is imperative that we ensure that equity and inclusion remains a key consideration during this time. And to conclude, investment in physical infrastructure has been running in the millions, and Africa's transport infrastructure in 2020, yes, this year, was estimated to be about 69 million. But the soft infrastructure, the social, legal, regulatory, and governance frameworks that are just important have been left out. And it is equally clear that action is needed at all levels, not just building physical infrastructure, but looking at the soft infrastructure that accompanies mobility. And this requires a thorough, wide-ranging response, both in thought and in action. And yeah, that's the end of my presentation. I've tried to cover a bit of the US and a bit of Kenya and a bit of Africa, a bit of everything.
We certainly thank you for that, Naomi, and I thought it was a great presentation. I'm going to flip the script here a little bit, and I'm going to turn it over to Peter Norton to actually ask or have a conversation with Naomi. And Peter's been surprised on this because I didn't prep him for this. But Peter, if you don't mind taking over the conversation, you and Naomi have a few minutes left. So if you can just have a quick conversation. I know you were listening in on her and she was listening in on you. Why don't you two have a conversation?
It would be a great honor. And by the way, Clayton Banks, you've got a great staff, because Maya Ephraim did caution me that, I might be invited to converse. And it's a pleasure to do so, because I spent some of yesterday reading up online about Naomi's work, and it is breathtaking in its audacity and the difference it must be making for people. So Naomi, I think the first thing I was wondering, and I didn't necessarily warn you that I would be raising this kind of question, but it's the questions coming to mind. So I hope you'll be patient with that. But so many of these matters have to do with imbalances of power. In other words, what makes people vulnerable is that they don't have power, right? And what makes people capable of being threats, and being threats repeatedly, is that they do have a disproportionate share of power. And I wonder if you can comment on ways you have found to shift balances of power. Have you found ways such that people who have not had power have some, or people who have had a lot of power have more accountability? Have you found things that can shift these imbalances? I think you're muted.
Yes, I am. Yes. So I think there's a notion that people want to share power, right? But people actually don't want to share power. But I would say that we've tried many things in order to change the power dynamics. Some have worked, some have not worked. We've tried use of technology, we've tried using media, we've tried using campaign. But I can tell you about something that gave us a lot of impact within 3 months. And back in November 2014, we organized a protest. You can find it on Twitter and on social media. It was called #MyDressMyChoice. And it was a protest that saw thousands of women protest against the violence and harassment experienced in public transport industry in Kenya. And this led the leaders to, share the power, or just make a stand that sexual harassment and violence would not be tolerated, specifically in the public transport industry, right? And within these 3 months, there had been legal reforms just from the protest. There had been arrests made, about 15 people arrested. Out of those, 4 of them were sentenced to life in imprisonment. And then we had, for example, the National Transport Safety Authority was required to have a sexual harassment policy and also include sexual harassment in their reporting app. We had the media show up, do reports on the protest about the effects of harassment and violence. And so I'm not advocating for protesting, but I'm saying that is what has worked, to the point that, for example, we had public transport organizations come and apologize to the women of Kenya for having let harassment and violence continue happening. Right. So that's what I would say about it. Again, I would say I'm not advocating for protest, but I would say that what has worked for us.
What an amazing story. This is something the world needs to hear about, because power imbalances, of course, are everywhere. And, you've shown a way to address them. Now, I think there may be others who have questions they'd like to ask Naomi. I don't want to intrude.
So let me, if you don't mind, I'm gonna.
Yeah, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So everyone else, please mute. But anyway, I'm gonna just say this has been an extraordinary experience. We don't always talk about mobility when we are in these sort of technology conferences and summits. And so to have that added into here, as you were able to do a couple of years ago with us, Peter Norton, it just reminds us of how important this is, specifically in places like Harlem. And so you and I are going to continue to work together to push this forward. And I encourage everyone, if you have an interest in this, we're going to need more voices to the table to push fair trade mobility. And same goes with connecting with Naomi and trying to support her initiatives and do what we can to make this a worldwide movement. So I want to thank both of you for your expertise, for sharing so much with us. And there's been a lot of chat going on, so we'll be following up with both of you. But thank you. Really appreciate it. We're going to keep the agenda moving. We're going to skip the demystifying banner that we had as a interstitial. We're going to go right into the demystifying advanced technology. Demystifying advanced technology. Can you imagine all this technology we've been talking about? How do we demystify all of that? So I think we have a social wall we're going to set up right now as the new panel gets themselves in position. And everyone hang on there with us. After this panel will be an amazing presentation from Maya Wiley. So she is running for mayor of New York City. You do not want to miss that. So you hang on this demystifying advanced technology that's about to happen with the moderator of Claire Young, who's she works here at Silicon Harlem and just received her master's out of Columbia University. Brilliant. And the panelists that are absolutely ready. So I'm just encourage everyone to hang on. This is going to be great. Give it a couple of minutes, Claire, and get started. So Claire, hang on one second. I just have to acknowledge the fact that I'm seeing the panelists coming up right now. I can't believe Dr. Brian Carter. Man, that's my man. And we saw a little bit of John Paul Farmer earlier, but if you really want to know who's powerful in New York City, that's Shauna Crumley. So how exciting is that? And then you have, I think, Mutali that's on video. So this is a powerful, powerful panel, everyone. Go ahead, Claire. Let's switch it out, Robert. Go from the, let's go right into Claire.
Hello, everyone. I'm Claire Yang from Silicon Harlem, the moderator for the panel Demystifying Advanced Technology. It is my sincere pleasure to present to you our amazing speakers, Dr. Brian Carter from University of Arizona and Shauna Crumley from NYC Mayor Office of CPO. Our third speaker, Mutale Onkonde, the CEO of AI for the People, has recorded a video interview for you. One of our audience has actually mentioned in the chat that bias in algorithms is an issue. We couldn't agree more. So let's first hear from Mutale, a warrior of equitable AI systems. Robert, can you play the video right now?
I am a UN advisor on issues of race and AI. I'm currently writing a book, so first-time author, and I run a communications agency, AI for the People, that does targeted research on how AI technologies impact Black life and then turns them into cultural products. So we're involved, and one of the reasons I'm not with you in person, we're involved in an anti-disinformation campaign. So we have found a group of what we believe to be inauthentic actors that are posing as Black people on social media, and we are in the process of employing a strategy to disrupt those narratives. That is a technical question, and that really is, at least in my mind, an issue of technical racial justice, right? So why are platform companies not accountable for their algorithmic systems advancing these false narratives that will stop Black people from accessing the vote? And that's one of the major reasons that I got into policy. So that question around how are technologies racist paired with, well, what do we do about it, led to me working on the Algorithmic Accountability Act and the Deepfakes Accountability Act, which looked at social media, and then no biometric barriers to housing, so facial recognition. We design technical systems. They're going to go through a process of testing to see whether the thing does what we think it should do. And we were advocating for the idea of impact assessment to be part of that. So, you know, really posing this question to lawmakers that had the advertising algorithm on Facebook being tested to see whether people were able to screen Black tenants out of their ads, what would that have meant? And if we find that, you know, drop-down menu in that particular instance is a way that we can exclude people from society in ways that we have already acknowledged are not legal, then that shouldn't be released into the marketplace. The same for facial recognition technologies, which we know, thanks to the great work of Joy Buolamwini, misidentify Black people 40% of the time. Well, then we really shouldn't be commercializing those technologies and using them in body cameras or using them in doorbells, as is the case of Ring, right? And then it's not just the technologies, it's also third-party brokers. So for those that don't know, when we use cookies on websites, which luckily are increasingly not being used, but they're still there, at least with Google, which is a dominant platform until 2022. But the information about browsing history is mined by a third-party actor, so not Google, and then can be sold. So even increasing the public awareness of how these technologies are monetized and how that is very much reliant on personal data is a huge amount of the educational work that AI for the People did in Congress, but it also has to be encoded into law, and using justifications like right to privacy and warrantless search, like we have the right to not engage in warrantless search, become really useful vehicles, because at least here in New York, we've already decided that we don't want stop and frisk, right? That has already been struck down by the second district. Well, you know, some of these surveillance technologies are conducting a technical stop and frisk that I think needs to be stopped also.
You have tirelessly advocated for anti-racist policies to govern the design and deployment of AI systems. So what do you think are some of the best ways to empower technologists from traditionally underrepresented groups and providing access to the missing voices?
I would say that you're probably going to have to make your own path. So for example, I'm now somebody that's considered an expert that sits at the intersection of race and technology, but certainly I'm someone that Bruce Lincoln has known for many years as I've kind of built that trajectory. And when I started to really think about entering the tech system, it was actually in 2012. Trayvon Martin had just been killed, a Black teenager in Sanford, Florida. And I was working in New York City local government and really feeling grieved about that, feeling grieved that this teenage boy had lost his life and there wasn't going to be justice. And had got involved with the Million Hoodies Facebook group, which at that point, I didn't know that I was really entering into the optimization of an algorithmic system. As far as I could tell, I was going on Facebook, we were doing these actions, we were doing these marches. And I say all of that to say is this is a career that I created because I answered lots of different questions. And for me, the road has been entrepreneurship, but, you know, even though it is social entrepreneurship, in the sense that I have my own organization, but I'm also courted by tech companies all the time. I sit as an advisor on, you know, I'm on the TikTok content advisory board. So I do play with industry as well. And then the work that we do in academia, I have, you know, I hold a current fellowship at Stanford University as well as at Notre Dame. And I was a fellow at Harvard last year, and this year I'm an affiliate. But the reason that we have university partnerships is really to advance our personal research into what that means. So I know that was a long, strolling answer, but in short, my advice would be, think about who you want to be in the industry, and then find a road that will be long and will be windy, that will take you there. And luckily for us, we're growing. So I will be really interested in hiring folks who, you know, who are interested in racial justice and technology also.
Thank you so much, Mutale.
Thank you for inviting me. And I know that the conference will be excellent.
Wow, what a resonating story and exciting call to action. I hope everyone is feeling inspired by Mutale. I certainly am. So right now, I am very honored to ask Dr. Brian and Shana Croney to briefly introduce themselves and give their opening remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Carter, and I'm an associate professor at the University of Arizona in the Africana Studies program and the director of the Center for Digital Humanities there. Part of my opening statement involves, first of all, thanking Bruce and Clayton for allowing me to be a part of this amazing conference. I've learned so much, and we've been collaborating for so many years, and every time I'm in the same room as either one of those individuals, you know, we always learn something from them, and I just really appreciate that. You put together an amazing conference here. Part of what the Center for Digital Humanities does, for those of you that aren't familiar with the term, is that we in the humanities will help faculty members incorporate a higher level of technology into their research and or teaching. We think that part of that mission also includes reaching out very intently to underserved groups, introducing and supporting various technologies as part of their mission. Part of what we heard a little while ago was that often people get behind the technological divide because either they don't know about it or they can't afford it. And part of what we do at the center is we work with those groups in order to keep them at the cutting edge of a variety of technologies so that they can forward their mission and be right in step with those like organizations. We definitely are anxious to be a part of the conversation that I know we're going to have here in the ways that we can help humanize the creation and the incorporation of technology in all of our walks of life. So I can't wait to talk about this topic. It's very important to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carter.
Hi. My name is Shana Crumley, and I'm the Innovation Advisor at the New York City Mayor's Office of the Chief Technology Officer. There I'm working at the intersection of agency innovation and the community tech, civic tech initiatives that we work with communities across New York City to bring tech-enabled solutions, but also largely speaking, just problem solving. Our office is very focused, to echo Dr. Carter's point, our office is very interested in making technology accessible. I think that accessibility component, whether it's due to cost or whether it's due to education or just some measure of inaccessibility, that's a huge emphasis for us. And then also just making it inclusive. So thinking from an inclusive perspective, how do we make technology human, right? Human-centered. And then finally making it useful. I think that there's often, technology can get into a space of being very aspirational and shiny and flashy and exciting, but making something that's actually usable and useful is very important. So that those are things that our office is thinking about. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you so much to Silicon Harlem, to the whole team for having us here. I'm excited to talk about the dynamics of technology and humanity and how those intersect. And I think that, to echo the conversation all day, I think that we have a chance. We're in a unique time in the history of humanity, the history of this country, and our city. We have a unique chance to be able to build equality and equity and that accessibility into our technology and into our decisions. And so I'm excited to talk about human-centered technology, human-centered design, and making technology work for all humans, not just a few of us. So thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Shanna. That is so profound. We're so honored to have you here, Dr. Carter and Shanna. The topic of the summit is advancing humanity, just as you have touched already. Our audiences would love to learn more from you. What does advancing humanity mean to you?
Well, from my perspective, advancing humanity really means keeping the humanity focused and centered whenever we talk about technology. We've got to not get away from that. And when you think about how sometimes we see technology running away, we've just heard a very stark example of that with regards to facial recognition, bias in AI, and all the ways that that underserved groups are being disadvantaged by the runaway technology in many respects. Part of what we do in digital humanities is, in addition to using a variety of technologies in order to forward issues related to the human condition, we also take an extra perspective look at what technology is and really critique it in as many ways as possible. Not only its effects on humanity, but also looking forward and hoping to be a part of that whole conversation with regards to helping to shape the ways that technology is being developed.
Yeah, I agree. I think you made that point again of the humans at the center of technology and those decisions. I think more than ever this year, we're seeing the impact of technology on every aspect of our lives, where before it might have been it wasn't necessarily central to every single decision and interaction you had. And now here we are at the first ever virtual summit for Silicon Harlem. So we're getting used to this type of life. So I think that we need to commit to being human-centered when we start thinking about technology, and from the very beginning. So now that we are thinking about technology so much and that impact, making sure it's human-centered. It's been a fascinating year to be working in government and in local government. I think that before COVID-19, our office was, the CTO's office, the Chief Technology Office, which to some people sounds like this add-on, some extra flashy thing. They're going to talk about 5G and only exclusively AI. And then on the other hand, thinking I don't understand how that impacts my life as a resident or my life as another government agency. But then this year, overnight, government became digital. And overnight, we went from, your traditional government services and struggles and challenges and interactions to everything being technology-based by need, by necessity. So everything was suddenly, all government services were digital. That's everything from your education to the healthcare to employment to participating in the economy and accessing the services that you need. So suddenly, technology has become so necessary to everyone's work. And because of that, it's so clear the impact that technology has on people and the impact that technology has on government. So it's been an interesting year to think about what advancing humanity means in this context now, in this new world. I think one of the most poignant examples of this impact of technology on people and of government on people with technology is broadband access in New York City. This has come up several times today already. But just to touch on it again, I think as Commissioner Rosenworcel said, broadband access is now a need to have. It is not a nice to have. It is absolutely essential. And we definitely believe that at the CTO's office and in the New York City government that, we know that 40% of households in New York City don't have access to both home and mobile internet connections, which are both equally, extremely important for this now. And then there's 18% of households that have neither home or mobile internet connections, meaning that those people are completely cut off. And, in the era of COVID, that means that they're completely cut off from education and from accessing healthcare, from accessing unemployment and employment opportunities, and just being able to participate in our city, in our life, in our society. So this is absolutely essential. And so, you've heard some of the initiatives that our office is is doing to try to address that digital divide in a way that is inclusive and accessible, and make sure that this is actually meeting the need, basic needs where we're at. When I talk about like advancing the humanity, I think it's also about committing to this human-centered approach, because technology is just a tool. And so making sure to also think about that as we look at talking about technology, that technology is not a solution, it's not the solution, it is a tool. It's simply one component of impact. But as you know, as we're talking about, technology is not neutral. It doesn't build equality in and of itself. It doesn't break down inequities. We have to see technology as part of this holistic system of problem solving, where we have to have good structure. We have to have thoughtful policies. We have to have human-centered design and human-centered thinking, good leadership, buy-in from residents, from the users that are going to be interacting with this type of work. And so just thinking about it in this more systemic approach, technology is awesome and can be useful, can be detrimental, can be harmful or effective, and it all depends on how the rest of the picture is thought about and formed. So I think when it's part of a systemic and human-centered approach, we have great opportunity for impact and meaningful improvements in lives. So I'm excited to talk further about that in the next few minutes.
Thank you so much, Shanna. Thank you so much for your very extremely powerful and timely message here. We're also, like what you're describing, we're in the age of digital government, and we know that you're leading through NYC Mayor's Office of the City a series of tech-enabled governance services and initiatives. So in what ways do you think technologies are influencing our local government processes, and how can we encourage the local tech talent and innovators from underrepresented communities to contribute and engage in the local government?
Yeah, thank you, Claire. I think that to touch on the first question about what kinds of tech initiatives and how technology and innovation are influencing local government processes, something else we saw come out of the COVID crisis in New York City was an increase in interagency collaboration and innovation. I worked with agencies that I'd never even heard of before, because suddenly we had to, it was a crisis mode, and everyone's had to start brainstorming and do like problem solving on the life and death level and on the immediate level. And so there was a lot of increase in collaboration and trying to find new ways to approach old problems and new ways to, figure things out very quickly and able to, in order to prevent massive crises. And so I think a really cool, pertinent example of this is our NYCX Innovation Fellows program. I've been involved in the last few months, so it's top of mind, but it's something that came out of the COVID crisis, where the U.S. digital response was formed by tech CEOs from across the country, like former American tech CEOs, or CTOs rather, and other tech leaders. And they said, look, governments are needing help like immediately, urgently. There are technologists and experts across the country that are willing and able to help. How can we match these together? So the U.S. Digital Response, what we call USDR, was formed. And we were lucky to partner with them on some of the projects that John mentioned earlier around just trying to face the many challenges that cities and governments were facing during that time and continue to face. How do you run testing programs? How do you, build a platform to source equipment? How do you figure out food distribution in the era of you can't have a line, out a warehouse anymore? And so trying to figure out how to do those things and use technology. So the idea was to pair top tech talent with government folks to identify challenges that people are facing and then rapidly build and deploy solutions. So it's this, I'm going to call it government agile, trying to think about it through that mindset where we are, rapidly building, testing, iterating, asking folks, if it's working and rebuilding and continuing that process, but in the government timeframe. So we have been able to we just wrapped up the first cohort, which was an 8-week product sprint. And we were able to accomplish things that would have taken months and possibly millions of dollars to finish. And so I think this is kind of the sweet spot of where government and innovation and problem solving happens.
Wow, thank you, Shanna. We're all very impressed with the agile government that you're innovating in your work. Dr. Carter, on your website, there's a statement that really captures the spirit of your impressive project, Virtual Harlem. It says, augmenting humanities by turning history into reality. What do you think are the future of digital culture relates to our shared history and memories, and how can we ensure that humanity and inclusive culture are at the center of the digital technology?
Sorry about that. That's a great question. First of all, I think that it's very important that we allow people to tell their own stories. We've seen so many times in the past where those who've been marginalized the most have been less likely to be the purveyors of their own storytelling in order to tell others who they are and what they're all about. I think digital technologies can help democratize that, and I love the idea of the democratization that we've been talking about all morning long with regards to access and closing the various gaps regarding the digital divide. And we know that there's not just one digital divide. There's so many aspects to it, and it's a very complex problem. When I think about the humanities and digital technologies, of course, we in the humanities, we always like to joke around and say that we're the ones that not only point to the future for those in the technologies that ultimately develop those tools, but we also are ones that help keep those in check in as many ways as possible. We've seen various Afrofuturists as well as those that are writing speculative fiction predict the various technologies that we're now experiencing today. But when you think about how the not only the stories but our histories are wrapped up into that, the Virtual Harlem project done so many years ago, which actually introduced Bruce and Clayton and myself to one another back in the late 90s. That project was all about the memories that some are rarely taught or barely taught in our secondary school system, but not just explaining and showing them those memories, but also allowing them to experience it. And when you think about the power of virtual reality, this whole session is entitled Demystifying Tech. I remember at last year's Harlem Week, we did a whole session on demystifying technology to seniors and introducing them to the power of virtual reality and augmented reality, and they loved it. And just that, addressing that aspect that was mentioned earlier about knowledge and that being part of that digital divide, we had people there asking, how can I get one of those headsets, or what else can I see, and saying that they've seen these on commercials before but never knew anything about it. Part of one of the things I love to use as a demonstration of what you just asked, Claire, is a scene from one of my favorite series called Watchmen. I know many of you have probably seen it before. When one of the main characters goes into this building and gets an acorn, that's her entire genealogy, and she's able to place that acorn on another device, which then renders a three-dimensional version of one of her past relatives, right? And so when you think about how we're able to do that now, and how often those that are marginalized will never get their hands on that kind of technology in order to preserve the stories of their own families. I mean, that's what we hope to be able to continue to do work with Silicon Harlem in order to make that kind of technology available to a community that's not only underserved, but very, very often underrepresented in those kinds of fields.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carter. We here at Silicon Harlem are so happy that you bring up demystifying technology for seniors. It's one of our very popular workshops. So Shana, Dr. Carter is talking about putting the human stories and human experiences at the center of the digital technologies. So how do you feel about that, and how could local governments do the same?
Yeah, I love that. I think that's exactly what it's about, right? Making it human-centered. I think this reminds me a little bit of one of our programs that we're running, which is called Collabs. And the whole idea of Collabs is making it, it's all about the end user. I think this is looking from a design perspective. It's all about asking your end users and working with your end users, having them involved in the entire process of decision-making and determining what the challenges are, and then determining what the solutions might be. To the history point, like if it's your story, you should be part of, involved in the process of telling that story and how to tell it and making those decisions. And so the Collabs program, we work directly with communities across New York City to identify challenges with the community, where we have a community engagement portion that takes a while, but it's all about building that trust and that relationship with the community to really understand, like, what decisions are you trying to make, and what kinds of challenges are you trying to face, and what would you identify as something that that perhaps we could try to address with a larger community, with government agencies. We actually launch innovation challenges out of this. And so asking kind of what do you really want to have some help with? And that's a risk, because when you go in, often I think in the tech field, it's easy to go in and say, I have this solution, let's just make it fit somewhere. So like solution plugging, but it really needs to be about problem solving. And so instead of coming into the community and saying, look, I think this is a thing you're facing, let me design some cool thing about it. This is about asking the hard questions and then accepting the hard answers. So if it's hard, we in Inwood right now are working in mental health for Latinx youth and housing rights, tenant harassment, and abuse. Those are not easy issues, right? But we were able to work with them, and they said this is incredibly important to our community. And so as part of that decision-making process, we've now been able to, release this innovation challenge. We're now currently choosing the winners that will be piloting in the community with some tech-enabled solutions specifically to those topics, and working directly with the community and saying, this is the very specific issue that we want to see faced. This is how we want to see it, addressed. Let's work together and actually build a solution. So it's a kind of an exciting, I think, way to make sure that your user is at the basis of your decisions.
Oh my gosh, Shanna, I think that's so right, that it's all about asking hard questions and being able to announce co-decision in the engagement process. So Dr. Carter, Shanna has been talking about Innovation Fellowship and Innovation Challenge. Both are ways to connect tech talent with government services. So what are your visions for building a partnership between tech communities, such as Silicon Harlem community, with the local government?
Yes. Well, with the local government, I think part of that starts with training those up who are going to be a part of that local government eventually. We've got to introduce students to not only responsible and ethical uses of technology, along with whatever those new technologies are, but also introduce them to the ways that technology affects a variety of communities, which then can be incorporated into the various conversations that Shauna and her office, as well as the other government officials, are having. By having government officials who are knowledgeable in those technologies, that first then begins an intelligent conversation about whatever the ramifications are of that tech on various communities. Most importantly, though, I think, Claire, we got to talk about this, is that the representation of those who are at the table is so very important. Our last speaker was so very inspiring, where she was saying that she's at the table of TikTok and all these other companies, and I'm like, there needs to be more of that diversity in representation, because how can someone that's making decisions for a community that is not a part of that community make a responsible decision about folks that they either have very passing or very little information about, and if any firsthand knowledge about? And so we need individuals from these various communities to be a part of not only the tech revolution, but also understand as completely as possible the ramifications of those technologies, not only on their own community, but also communities like theirs around the nation and around the world.
Oh my God, thank you so much, Dr. Carter. I completely agree with representation is so important. We're all loving the dynamic between the two of you. Do you have questions for each other?
I do. Shauna, but go ahead. I'll let you go first, please.
Sure. I have one question specifically, because hearing you talk about digital humanities, I'm just fascinated by this concept and by your work in this area. And in particular, you work with what you call virtual environments, I think, using virtual environments and visualizations to teach history and literature, which is not how my literature classes happened, right? And definitely not my history classes. I think we know that history in this country could be taught in a much more inclusive way. And so I'm really interested in how you've used technology that way. And I also had a question, because I just mentioned the mental health challenge that we're doing in Inwood, where we're looking at social isolation and mental health, and specifically for Latinx youth, but trying to get folks involved and improving their mental wellness, decreasing stigmas, decreasing social isolation. But have you seen any adverse impacts on the students themselves? Like when students are interacting with this kind of virtual environment, especially when they're talking about really interesting and perhaps tough topics like mental health or history, do they show like improved well-being, or do they end up being less engaged? Like how do your students actually react, and how does their mental health get impacted?
Yeah, that's a great question, Shauna. Thank you very much for it. Two things. First of all, by using various technologies in order to teach history through literature or teach literature through history, and the variety of ways that we can help students interact with that past. That's the key thing is the interaction and the engagement within historical past, in addition to reading about it and discussing it in a variety of ways. Virtual reality is one of those very powerful mediums that takes visuality, to a whole new level where you can, step into the shoes of someone else. You can experience life as someone else has experienced it, and all those other things can be incorporated into the experience that have been programmed by the designers. Once again, then getting into who is actually designing these experiences and is that an equal representation. So we have an opportunity to talk about all those things, because when you talk about design, you're also talking about the design of various locations in different cities that have been designed for certain populations. And so this notion of design, you talked about it a little bit earlier, where it's so very important with regards to the overall experience. As far as what students get out of it, it's varied. Very practically, we have some people and some students that just can't take VR. You've heard of VR sickness, and that's I think something that deals with not only the technology but also just some physiologies just can't stand that sort of type of immersion. But on another case, we have students with disabilities. In fact, just this summer, I introduced a new learning platform called Engage into my classes, and I had one student that had dyslexia and ADHD, and she told me in an email after the class was finished that this was a very first experience that she's been able to really focus in her classes, simply because there weren't so many distractions, and because it was so very experiential that she had no time to get distracted or to get off track. And so I know that with disabilities, once again, when we get rid of that whole notion of access, there is where we then start to democratize the use and the creation of different technological tools. Part of the question that I have for you and your office is how is your office going to help make that happen? Working with groups like Silicon Harlem, I know they have an extremely strong connection with the community, and once again being able to forward that mission with regards to being able to introduce a community and provide access to advanced technologies. How do you see government playing a part of that in order to decrease some of those aspects of the divide that we've heard about?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question, and something that we were asking ourselves, right? Like trying to understand how to increase access. And then, this actually came up recently with the collabs, because we had like the selection committee and trying to figure out what kinds of finalists to select for this. What's the word I'm looking for this pilot, where they're trying to pilot these different sorts of technologies with the community. But we were asking ourselves and our community partners, like, what is it okay to bring like this very, very, is it better to have like very advanced type of technology, something that's VR based or has some component of AI or some immersion component, or do we want to have more traditional like programmatic sort of solutions and folks that are community organizers doing different things? There's a wide variety of applicants to this challenge, and I think that one of the things that came up through that was we want to provide that access to that kind of learning, to that type of cutting edge technology to this community first. Why should they be last? Why should why should other communities get to pilot things and test things and, make it mainstream before it ever arrives to other communities? And so that was something that came up in the conversation. I think more in a general perspective, like trying to have, just get folks engaged in civic technology and having access to technology. I think some other things we're thinking about are through the digital inclusion framework, where we have different programs we're trying to do. Like we had the tablets program that John mentioned earlier, which was distributing tablets to seniors across New York so that they were able to be connected and have, COVID related like healthcare and be able to talk to their families and just be connected again. So looking at ways to provide either the, is it the technology itself that needs to be provided, or the access to the technology, like our broadband access projects, or is it a chance to engage with the technologies specifically? So there's a lot of things happening there. And then we're also thinking about this on the entrepreneurship side and trying to find ways to empower Black entrepreneurs in particular with small business services. We're also looking very critically at like how my colleague Gary Johnson has been so focused on this about how where in the process of entrepreneurship and funding are we not having accessibility? Are folks dropping off or not being engaged? And so one of the big things was obviously funding. So finding diversity and VC leadership, finding ways to fund early stage but very high growth opportunity founders. So these are some projects that are kind of in the works and conversations that we're having around the office.
Thank you so much, Dr. Carter and Shanna. Our audiences are also very inspired by your conversation, and they have asked some excellent questions. So I think this one is better targeted at Shanna. It's asking, this audience member is asking, with COVID, we have realized that we need to return to being more local. How can technology make us feel more local and stimulate local economies in communities?
Oh, such a good question. Yeah, I think COVID's made everything hyper local in some ways, right? I think it's made you really understand like what's happening to the people right directly around you, and especially when we talk about hotspots, we're at a neighborhood level now and looking at New York through the neighborhood lens and what's happening in a very specific neighborhood. I think in terms of getting involved with that through technology, well, this is a personal example, but I've been volunteering with a mutual aid group, and that was an interesting way to like really understand how basic needs are being met or not met at a hyper local, like just 2 streets over. I know the street names, in my own neighborhood, and trying to understand how my neighborhood is addressing that, and then finding ways using technology to address that. In terms of getting involved with like civic tech and getting involved with your government over technology. Yeah, that's a good question. I think so much of our work has gone online, just like this. This is a virtual summit. We're having virtual meetings. We're still holding virtual events and trying to do community engagement virtually now. So I think it's a case in some ways of just getting involved in that level of adapting to the new normal, I guess, of how to engage. But I also think that this is a good question that I'm going to bring back to my own work and bring back to my team and see what are we thinking in terms of being available and more accessible to the community, and also having that two-way communication that might have happened maybe more organically before. And so how can you get involved as a civic leader or as a resident, as a person living in the city? So thank you for that question.
Thank you so much, Shannon. That's really great. We have another request that's more directed at Dr. Carter. Emily Chan is asking about a recommendation for a published paper or article about how technology is affecting society's lives positively or negatively. Dr. Carter, do you have any articles or paper that you want to share with us?
Yes, I can. If you'll definitely send me an email through my website, I can send you an entire bibliography of works. You can definitely start off though by going to the Alliance of Digital Humanities, and that's where you'll find the various digital humanities journals that really talk about a lot of these kinds of issues. You'll find not only peer referee journals there, but also conference proceedings, etc. There's so many sources there. You can check Medium as well as The Root, which often has a number of articles about tech and society, and I think those are good places to at least get started. I'd like to talk about something that Shanna talked about here a little bit earlier with regards to access, as well as the ways that technology can be used to bring us closer. In addition to Zoom, I always like to ask what the next innovation is going to be. We've already seen things that are going on with VR, and we've talked about full immersion, but not everybody can afford a $400 headset, right? We've talked about AR just a little bit, but not many people know about the various ways that you can still communicate in real time using augmented reality. Case in point, I was using an application the other day called Spatial, which allows you to scan a picture of your face, it maps it onto an avatar, and then you can either be in a VR environment with a full headset on, or through your phone, you can bring all those individuals into your real space, scanning the room and seeing those individuals there and there and there, and talking to them and manipulating virtual objects with one another. The reason I said that is because when you think about the ways that technology is evolving, the bandwidth that we talked about is coming online in so many areas. And once again, when we talk about that cost of that bandwidth, that's going to be something. But then when you look at how these technologies are building off of that bandwidth, assuming that access will eventually come, there is where I think the introduction of these new tools is going to be so exciting for folks to be able to say, oh, I can do that and see my and you fill in the blank, relative, husband, wife, whatever, right next to me, although they are 10 states away. I think we're going to have an amazing time over the next several years.
I completely agree, Dr. Carter. I just want, speaking of immersion, one of our audience has been asking what kind of music fits that you and I are listening to. That's not immersion there.
I don't know. I don't have control over the music, so I'm not really sure where that's coming from.
So thank you all, Mutale, Shanna, and Dr. Carter. I'll leave the stage to the one and only Clayton Banks to introduce the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Brian. Thank you, Shauna. Thank you, Matali. And you're wondering, why does Clayton have his mask on? Well, first of all, notice that the mask matches the color of the sports jacket here. So I just wanted to show you, how I'm fashion forward. But the other thing, and I'd like Bruce Lincoln to log in with me, is we have the great fortune of having Maya Wiley join us, and I'm curious about her perspective on masks. We'll find out, right? Bruce, are you on with me? At least let me hear you. Okay, so we lost Bruce somewhere along the line.
I'm on.
Oh, okay. Let's welcome our good friend, just incredible servant of this city, someone who's done so much for Silicon Harlem. You've seen her as a legal analyst on MSNBC. You probably have followed her in the educational space at the new school. She's all in when it comes to the nature of our city and of our country. Bruce, why don't you add a few words, and let's bring Maya right on, and we'll have a conversation. Maya can give her remarks and see if we can take a couple questions.
Well, it's so nice to see you, Maya. I've had the pleasure of knowing Maya going back to the Center for Social Inclusion when we met in a very interesting fashion around an issue of green technologies for underserved areas of the South. And she's since gone on and really trailblazed as it has to do with equity in a very inclusive fashion. So we're really excited to have you here with us today. You, of course, spearheaded a great deal of the broadband initiatives that we've seen come to some level of fruition, as John Paul Farmer talked. And now we would love to just get your vision as you're now on a launch pad to now move forward further with your career in civic support for all. So Maya Wiley.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Clayton. And thank you all for having me. And I just have to say, because, many of you may have heard this story, but really my path of getting on the broadband bandwagon, my path to really not just understanding that we had something called digital inequality in this city and digital exclusion, but my path to really understanding how central broadband is, infrastructure, and technology in general, way back before it was as popular a conversation as it has become since COVID, was because of Bruce Lincoln. So Bruce, for better or for worse, you stuck with me. And Bruce also introduces me to Clayton. But let me just, I do want to tell the story again because it is so fundamental to, I think, what we need to keep front and center given the disaster, the crisis that is both humanitarian and economic that we are in, at the same time that we have been in an inflection point in terms of technology and society. So the story is, as Bruce alluded to, I was running the Center for Social Inclusion, which I founded as a racial justice policy advocate to dismantle structural racism, which was the formal title of our mission statement. And we had leaders in Columbia, South Carolina, rural part of the county, Richland County, landowners said, we've got land. We may be Black, we may be low income, but we have this asset called land. And we know there's this thing coming in the economy because of the environment and the need to get off of fossil fuels, reduce our carbon footprint. Isn't there a way for us to be in this green economy, this new green economy? Now, one of the things we did at the Center for Social Inclusion, if you want to dismantle something as deep-rooted and as expansive as structural racism, which is to say it's schools, it's housing, it's jobs, it's how we do all the things we've done in society that have, instead of creating on-ramps to opportunity for people of color, it has actually ensured that there's just a super highway that rolls over communities of color. And here was a community saying, we're tired of being rolled over, and we think we can participate, and not just as consumers, but as creators. And that's really important when we think about technology. But here's the point. We didn't know how to do that. We were like, that's the right question. And we know that it takes all of us to answer it. So we pulled together a very interesting group of folks who do all kinds of different things. I guess one of our very important community and civic leaders in New York City says to me, Carlton Brown, who some of you may know, says, you need to have Bruce Lincoln at this meeting. And I say, who's Bruce Lincoln? He tells me he's a technology engineer. I was like, I have no idea what that means or why I need that in this meeting, but I trust you, so we'll include him. But Bruce comes in, and after listening to what I think was at least an hour of really interesting, smart conversation about economic development and a green economy, Bruce stands up and says, I gotta go. But before I do, I just want to say one thing. Y'all can't do any of this without broadband. And that's actually what a structural analysis is, right? So we went, oh, we can't? Like all these innovations, but Black community didn't have broadband. So that was the beginning of the journey for me, and getting to know Clayton, and then creating not just a platform in advocacy that said to folks working on technology issues, they needed to work on racial inclusion and ending poverty and doing economic development using broadband, and seeing that as a strategy, talking to policymakers at the federal level, but then coming into city government and having the mayor of New York City say, okay, I saw you wrote a piece in The Nation that talked about dismantling, structural racism by building on community-based models of infrastructure, of creating access for folks and new models. So that's your job. Universal broadband, that's your job now. And as always, I didn't know how to do that because no one has done it. No city has done it. And that's exactly the opportunity we have. So we did some really innovative things, I think. And as we know, we've got a leadership team in city government that is continuing to work on these issues, and a first ever broadband master plan. And I'm proud to have planted some of the seeds that got city government really focused on being innovative, on thinking about the assets that city government has to bring to technology. And we did some important things from, I'll name the one I'm very proud of, which is getting Queensbridge houses, every single unit of Queensbridge houses, free broadband paid for by the city government. Because we knew there were folks in public housing, not only public housing, but in public housing couldn't afford it. Not that there weren't companies selling the service, but that the price point was too high. And that meant we had to create a floor beneath which no one would fall. That there had to be access and service, whether you had the ability to pay for it or not. And that was really a part of a play to think about how to expand that model. And as we know, when COVID hit, we need to talk about COVID. So COVID hits. Now we already have inequality. We already have, and that inequality, that income and wealth gap is not just a matter for people of color, but that people of color were hardest hit, had the biggest gaps. Women of color had the biggest pay gaps. And that part of what that meant is you can't solve inequality issues if we're not understanding both that we have technology fundamentally changing the economy and our society, and that we have a generations problem, which is for generations we've not been investing in infrastructure, and that became technology in low-income communities of color. So in a city like New York, let's talk about what this meant right before COVID. It meant, according to the city, that 40% of New York City residents lacked both broadband at home and the ability to have mobile broadband. That didn't have both, had one or the other. We know in this society that we are fundamentally become dependent on both. And then when COVID hits, what happens? Besides the tremendous loss of human life, and we should pause for the 24,000 friends, family, neighbors that we lost, and we must mourn. And the humanitarian crisis that followed, food insecurity and hunger, looking at 750,000 people out of work, and out of work at multiple levels of income, but essential workers also who had to work to keep the city alive, disproportionately also people of color falling ill and 2 times more likely to die from COVID. But we also saw the ways in which technology, and particularly technology that was internet, became what was a lifeline for those who had it, and what became an incredible deficit and increasing the burdens of those already decimated by COVID who didn't. A couple of examples. So online learning. We know that we have 500,000 households with absolutely no internet, at least according to one study. 150,000 kids by that study did not have internet at home. And we know the Department of Education had to do a quick trying to pull together the community to get, because that also sometimes meant devices. A family might have had broadband, but didn't have the computer. And as we know, you can't just be on your smartphone, as I am all day, every day, with my iPad, with my laptop computer. And I need all of the devices, and I utilize all of them. And we have too many people that can't do this on a smartphone. And rushing to try to fill that gap in an emergency. Telehealth, right? So in a context of COVID, when people are told, don't go see your doctor, just don't go. But you still need healthcare, so you have to have internet to get online for telehealth. And again, too many of our people not able to do that. So folks who are more likely to need the healthcare, less likely to have access to the internet service to get it. So those are, we could go on and on. And even when people had it, we know that the technology does not solve the inequality. And I think I'll come back to that point. But we know that even kids who had the opportunity to get online for online learning, that online learning has its own deficits, especially for kids of color, especially kids who have disabilities. That it is not in and of itself an equalizer just to have the access. And if you're low income, too many kids whose parents worked, who are toggling between trying to do their own online classes and helping younger siblings figure out and navigate their online classes. So lots of issues in there of inequity, even when you have the technology, and we shouldn't forget that. But there's no question that it laid bare what many of us already knew. One, that technology was changing everything, and 2, that there were too many people left behind. So what does that mean in a time of COVID, when what we must do is recover? And not just recover, but recover with a reimagination of this city that reimagines it as a place we all live and can continue to live, but with dignity. And dignity that technology can sometimes help bring or undermine, because it's complicated. So, but let's talk about the dignity we're trying to bring and the role of technology. So dignity that we must bring. We know that we had the crisis of a pandemic called coronavirus, but we had a generations-long crisis of a pandemic called systemic racism. And that, by the way, part of the inequality that helped drive also meant we had a crisis even outside of race of affordability in this city that was making it far too difficult for far too many New Yorkers, even those who were middle class, to be able to afford to live in the city and feel that they had some dignity in that. Because when you can't afford it, it's very hard to have the dignity of a decent place to live, of a paycheck that makes sure that you can feed your family, of the ability to have access to a quality health care and a good education, all those things, and to be safe and feel safe in your community and know that you'll be treated fairly. So technology. So one thing is so we already had an affordability problem, and we also already had a technology changing everything, and in some instances challenging us because it meant that we were having job sectors that were going to be lost, and lost that included low-income communities of color, but also that New York City was the second largest tech sector in the country. I would argue no reason we shouldn't be number one. And that technology as a growth sector meant that we also saw some high road jobs, and the question became, how do we leverage it for communities that need those jobs that are too often not represented in them? When COVID hits, what we have is all that on steroids. The lack of affordability, meaning not necessarily the prices, because we know prices have come down, but the fact that people didn't have jobs, the fact that too many people are now struggling to make ends meet. We also have the tremendous issue of how to recover our economy. And what technology did is it both enabled people to work virtually who had the privilege of being able to do that. But then it's created the twin problem of, well, what does that mean for commercial real estate that is such a big part of the revenue base for a city? What does that mean for whether or not people move out and leave the city because of affordability, because of fear, because of this issue of whether the city can come back? And yet the tech sector is both one that is recommitting to the city. It is one that, as I said, was already one of the fastest growth sectors for the city and the nation. It is the sector that in the context of COVID was making money because COVID drove not just virtual work, online shopping, which is both an opportunity, but it was a challenge that partially was decimating our small businesses, particularly in low-income communities of color. But also creating these very interesting, as I said, these interesting opportunities to think about, okay, so how does New York become a 22nd century city, which means recognizing that the technology is a driver of it, that technology can be a part of the solution of not just reimagining our economy and bringing it back, but of utilizing a way of thinking about how we solve our inequality problems, our systemic racism problems. And that's really both the opportunity and the challenge, because that means both recognizing that we should see ourselves as a technology center, at the same time that we have to understand we can't do that in a way that reimagines the city as one where we can all live with dignity, all being 2/3 of us being people of color, all being almost half the city struggling to make ends meet. If we are not both part of that economy and economic growth, part of the ecosystem that benefits from it, but also where technology is used not to track us, not to surveil us, not to bring a police state upon us, not to reap our data without any economic advantage to us or without our permission or our understanding, that all those are part of the challenges that come with the opportunities of technology. And so what I would say, and I've been talking for a long time and I want to make sure we have time for questions and answers. I think that means a couple of things. One, we have to see it as an economic recovery plan that is a revenue driver, but we must demand equity in it. That means we must see and find the ways in which we take what that master plan on broadband is saying to us, which is the city has assets. We need change for a law in Albany, as Senator Kevin Parker has this bill in the State House, which would enable the city to generate more revenue off of its public space, stuff that taxpayers like us pay to maintain, so that when technology companies want to make money, as And I am not opposed to businesses making money and employing our folks and creating high road jobs. But that public space and our public assets can't be utilized for free. There has to be a fee that comes with that. And there's a bill to do that in the State House, and that's revenue bringing. And when we bring revenue, which is how I got the Queensbridge project underway, we commit that revenue to equity. We commit that revenue to investing in access to infrastructure that we don't see the business models in private sector filling for people who won't be able to afford the subscription. And that brings me to the other possibilities. Part of what we need in an ecosystem that has technology that is also going to solve inequality is recognizing that, for example, bringing back and recovering the city and reimagining it needs a 22nd century public transportation system. Technology is something that should point us in a direction of, okay, we've talked about part of what we saw in COVID, technology term for it, the wonk term for it, micro mobility. But yeah, we need more walkability. We need more, we need to use and understand data that helps us understand where and how we can do that well, but also micro mobility, meaning technology that's smart technology that gives us different ways to go short distances safely, interesting technology around self-sanitizing e-bikes, but put the specifics aside. That any of those options and thinking about on-demand mass transit is something we have to be thinking generatively about in this city, but in a way that connects people to job centers who currently need the jobs the most and are disconnected, because that's something we has always had to do with public transit, but also utilizing technology to do that smartly and do it equitably and do it in a way that's also resilient in the face of climate change. Distance learning, I don't believe, is in and of itself a solution, because we have a lot of equity issues, even with how it's delivered. It can be part of an innovation of thinking about how we do schooling differently that can be beneficial if we are creative about what education models work to create more opportunities for kids in overcrowded classrooms. And we have 618 public schools right now that are overcrowded. There's a way for us to think about vacancy. There's a way for us to think about technology that gets us learning together differently, learning together in a project-based way, but learning together in a way that really advances opportunity and equity for low-income kids who are part of that 150,000 kids who didn't have any ways to get online. And one other thing I want to say that this requires, it does require us thinking about where and how we can support new and different business models. So our small business sector in the city, we are taking a hit. We've got 1/3 of our small businesses. By the way, small businesses, 98% part of our economy. A big part of that growth in tech sector, startups. We need to be sure that we are creating an environment where our small businesses, our micro businesses, are able to compete because they have the technology access to be online. I'll give you one really hopeful anecdote. There's a great bookstore, coffee shop bar in the South Bronx called the Lit Bar. If you are ever in Mott Haven, go to the Lit Bar. Noel Santos, resident of the Bronx, crowdsourced the funding to create this beautiful, beautiful space, storefront. But part of what she did to survive COVID, she figured out how to sell her books online. And she had a community holding her down, holding that business down as a community business, as something that was indigenous, as something that was value bringing, because it was a woman who is a woman of color, an entrepreneur in her own community, bringing that and providing a space for folks, but also figuring out how to transition in the context of COVID. We have to systematize that, and there's a role for city government to do just that. So I'm going to say we should be the #1 largest tech sector in the country. I'm going to say that we should see this as a growth opportunity that cannot and must not exclude our people, all our people, to stay here with dignity. And that what we need is a leadership that understands the partnerships, like when I had that conversation with Bruce Lincoln like the partnership I was so privileged to have with Silicon Harlem as we were thinking at the New School about creating this digital equity laboratory and project-based learning for our master's students on just how to think about technology differently, whether they were going to be anthropologists or urban strategists or economists, that's the kind of thinking and partnership it takes, and that we can do it, and that we cannot just recover the city we love, we can reimagine it. And technology can and should be a part of our solution, and we should acknowledge and prevent and demand that it not further our inequities and our problems. And I will stop there so we can have a discussion.
Wow, wow, wow. Holy cow. Maya Wiley, you are an amazing person, and that those remarks that you just provided, the chat has been going crazy. We're going to have to move a little bit, but I did want to ask you a question. Is there anything else you want to announce that we might be curious about?
Well, I will tell you that I am running to be the next mayor of the city of New York.
Bravo.
And this is a reason that I'm doing it, is this very conversation that you're having. A reason that I'm doing it is how inspired I am by Silicon Harlem. A reason that I'm doing it is because of what we were able to imagine for Queensbridge houses, but start to imagine for the entire city. And I am just simply honored to have been in partnership and to learn from the phenomenal Clayton and the phenomenal Bruce, and look forward to learning more from the rest of you.
There's a lot of bravos going on in the chat right now. And we just want to say we're very honored that we know that you recently made this commitment. And so we're very proud that we're one of the earlier public areas where you could actually announce that. And whatever we can do to be of help, you certainly can lean on us. We are very excited about what 2021 is going to bring us in general. And us having such a great relationship over the years, specifically around thinking about how we make New York better, is something we're very committed to. So, Bruce, did you want to have any last comment before we let Maya get back to business?
I just want to thank you, Maya. At this midpoint in the conference, tied together all the things that were said leading up to this, certainly from the broader value standpoint, and crystallize it for us to where now we can be a part of your journey moving forward. Thank you so much, and we look forward to our next.
And you know, we had Vint Cerf start us off this morning, Maya Wiley, the father of the internet. But you have just brought it home. Like I said, if you do have a couple extra minutes, look at the chat. People are going nuts for you. Everybody, please put your comments in the chat so Maya can read them before she logs off. And I'd certainly ask all of you to go to her website. She's got a very cool logo. The whole thing's going on. So I've been checking you out. And please take a look at Maya and see what she's doing. Thank you so much. Thanks for helping us.
Thank you. And I'm sharing the website in the chat, but it's really easy. Maya Wiley for mayor.com.
Beautiful. Somebody put "Run Maya, run." That's pretty good.
I'm running, and I'm running with you, not from you.
I know that's right. Thank you, Maya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks again, Maya.
Thank you.
So everyone, we're gonna move on and keep the agenda running. I know it's like an Olympic effort where we're just running, but it's just important because we got so many great speakers. But how about Maya Wiley? Wasn't that awesome? It was very, very awesome to have her here, and cares so much about all of us in the city. And we're up for just about every other position in the government that seem to be turning over in 2021. So we got to keep an eye on these things to make sure that we have the people that are going to support broadband for all. And so we're very focused on that from an advocacy perspective. Where we're going now, though, is one of the areas that has been impacted so dramatically by COVID is, of course, education. And it is an amazing challenge for all of us. But we got some incredible minds that are going to talk about this, and including our great friend and colleague being the moderator, Geraldine Rodriguez. So Geraldine, I'll turn it over to you and get your panel rolling.
Great. Thank you so much for having me, everyone. I'm really excited to be joining the conference, and I'm honored to be joined by awesome panelists to talk about the future of education. I'm really excited about this panel because the speakers, they are looking at how COVID has impacted education, ranging from the K-12 perspective all the way through workforce. And so we'll be able to hear from each of them and then figure out what education needs to look like so that we survive the pandemic and really thrive. So the future of education panelists include Suman Sebastian from the NYU Tandon School of Engineering, Donald Ruff from the Eagle Academy Foundation, Jose Ortiz from the New York City Employment and Training Coalition, and finally, Mark Boutte from DeMarc. So I'd love to dive right in so that we can have time for Q&A. So let's start with Suman. If you can introduce your role and your organization, and then go ahead and answer the first question, which is, what does advancing humanity mean to you, given your field of expertise?
Okay, hello everybody. So my name is Suman Sebastian. I'm a native New Yorker and from El Barrio, East Harlem, shout out. And I have about a decade experience in marketing, project management, and HR. I'm on several committees and boards. So for NYU Tandon, I was on the alumni board, and I'm also on other professional organizational boards. And I use all that experience to leverage my role as a K-12 teacher. I teach high school, and I help students with preparation for STEM careers, mainly through competition. And I'm really glad that workforce readiness has become more of the core curriculum rather than an addendum to school programming. And in terms of advancing humanity in our educational system, for me, it means two things. One, designing an infrastructure for true access to basic needs and utilities. And two, creating technology that continuously customizes pathways, leveraging individual potential with evolving needs of the workforce. Basically giving all of us our best fit life as we live it. Yeah. That's what I think.
Donald, do you want to go next? You have to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I too am a resident, former resident of Harlem. I was actually born and raised in Polo Grounds. So it's a pleasure to be on this panel for Silicon Harlem. I'm the director of college and post-secondary initiatives for the Eagle Academy Foundation. The Eagle Academy Foundation is a not-for-profit that supports a network of 6 all-male public schools, 1 in each of the 5 boroughs, and Newark, New Jersey. Our schools are 6th through 12th grade college preparatory schools. When I think about advancing humanity, I think about creating the systems, the structures, supports, opportunities for the world to work for all of humanity and not just a chosen few. In the space of education, I think it's a matter of moving from traditional schooling to reimagining and moving towards true education that prepares our young people purposefully to navigate, lead, thrive, and transform the future. You know, a lot of that has to do with everything that's being discussed during this panel, but more importantly, a true appreciation of all of the contributions of all peoples to the world, to its history, to the inventions. That has to be lifted up. It's hard to think of anyone as less than when you understand their contributions to the world that we live in.
Thank you. Jose?
Thanks, Geraldine. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you to Bruce and to Clayton for the invitation and for an incredible conference. I caught a little bit of Maya. She's an incredible person, so it's really great to be in this group. My name is Jose Ortiz Jr. I'm the CEO of the New York City Employment and Training Coalition. Before that, I'm just a New Yorker, born and raised also in East Harlem and in the Bronx, and also have been a resident in Harlem over the years. Have a young family and continue to reside here, of course, but now in Brooklyn. ETC supports the workforce and economic development community to ensure that every New Yorker has access to the skills, training, and education needed to thrive in the local economy, and that every business is able to maintain a highly skilled workforce. Our membership is composed of nearly 180 workforce providers, educational institutions, labor management organizations that provide job training and employment services to nearly 600,000 New Yorkers, making us the largest city-based workforce development association in the country. We were founded in 1997 as a membership organization, and so our work is focused on being a strong voice for the workforce development sector. And I spend much of my time, and my team spends much of their time, interacting with policy leaders and elected officials at the city, state, and federal level in order to advance our policy priorities as a sector. And we convene lots of organizations across different industries and populations served in order to share best practices. When I think of advancing humanity, I think about advancing the educational system to ensure that young people have a clear understanding of all the different types of employment pathways that exist for them. And I think that is a very difficult thing, particularly when it comes to serving folks that come from more marginalized populations, and speaking from personal experience, not knowing what education could theoretically lead to in terms of those types of employment opportunities. And so when we talk about tech, let's not just talk about tech, but let's talk about the types of employment opportunities that exist in the tech sector that is not simply about software development or cyber or IT, et cetera, but you can work in the tech world and be in marketing and work in legal and accounting, financial services, really expanding your mind and then broadening that to other industries and sectors and doing a better job of creating real pathways to opportunities over their lifetime. So I fundamentally believe that talent exists everywhere in every corner of this world, and it's just about unlocking that. And we need to educate folks on all those different professional opportunities and experiences before we can fully unlock that.
Thank you, Jose. And Mark?
Yes, hi everyone. So my name is Mark Boutet, and I'm the CEO of DeMarc. We're based out of Quebec City, Canada. I founded the company when I was 15. So you can maybe figure out it was not last year, it was 30 years ago in 1990. So it was supposed to be a summer job, basically. And this summer job was to give access to students to contents. And back in the days, it was in diskettes and floppy disk, and we were digitizing magazines and books, and so that was the ancestor of Amazon, if you want a Kindle, and we were providing text contents to students, and I was having this vision of democratizing this access, and you were assembling 6 or 7 floppy disks and have dozens of articles available with search tools. And today DeMarc is a global company. So we are 57 people based in Canada, the US, France, Barcelona, China, and Berlin. And now everybody is of course working remote, and that works pretty well actually. And we provide contents to millions of titles, ebooks, audiobooks. So it's still the same mission as in 1990, but of course with the technology that we have today. So I was very happy to participate in the panel, and our vision is still to try to democratize as much as possible. We're involved also in projects in Africa and various countries and that's pro bono. I mean, we are really involved in these projects as to give access to this contents to kids and to students. So we'll be speaking about the pandemic a bit later, but that's basically the background. And we are involved also in New York, actually, right now in New York Public Library and Brooklyn Public. as a provider of contents as well through the Digital Public Library of America, based out of Boston. So we are also involved in various projects in New York. So I was quite interested to have the chat with you all. We're very excited about that.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing, everyone. A lot of the things that you all said resonates with me, right? I think the trend that I'm hearing when it comes to advancing humanity, we actually have to think what happens beyond education. A lot of you all are talking about the workforce. Donald mentioned like civic skills, right? Like civic skills might not be enough. How do we get to civic empowerment? And I really look forward to talking to you, Mark, about how COVID has impacted us globally. So let's go into the next question. I'd love to start with Joey. Can you tell us what are the inequalities that COVID-19 has brought to light, and what observations are you seeing? And then like, which of these inequities should we focus our time on?
Yeah, there's a laundry list of inequities that exist now, and not necessarily exist now, but have either further exacerbated those inequities or have just brought them more clearly into the public sphere. I certainly think with regards to workforce and workers in general, a couple of key things, and this will ring very loudly and in line with Silicon Harlem, but certainly broadband and access to necessary technology. We conducted a survey early on during the COVID crisis here at the organization, and worked in partnership with the Human Services Council, which is a large nonprofit association here in the city. And we received responses from about 120 organizations. And in that process, surveying of our membership, which is about 600,000 New Yorkers, serving 600,000 New Yorkers here in the city, we found that 13% of them at that time remained disconnected, meaning that both the 13% remained disconnected in both hardware and broadband. Many more people had one or the other, but 70,000 people remained disconnected. And that has a tremendous impact on not just workforce development and their ability to learn at home, but also in their ability to simply work from home. Many of the folks that workforce development organizations serve are people that are still working, that low-wage jobs and are looking to advance their skills and find a better career. And so, that was put on hold for many individuals and many organizations during that period of time. And we've also seen that childcare is a major priority for folks during this particular time. Given surveys and other additional research, have seen that women are continuing to drop out of the workforce now. And that is clearly as a result of them being, either forced or being the main person to remain at home and care for the children. So that is a massive impact, not just on their progress, individual progress within their professional careers, but that will eventually, in the long term, set back so much of the progress that women have seen over the last couple of decades in terms of advancing to management and senior management executive level positions. So I think this is, again, it's not so much about the inequities that now exist, but as much as it's just really revisiting and rehashing some of the issues that have been prominent issues for the space for some time. There's lots of other supportive services that are obviously a major issue as well. But those for me, and I think the organization right now, are primary concerns as it relates to just allowing for people to continue to learn and to continue to advance themselves in the process of supporting their families.
So it sounds like instead of choosing one or two inequities, we really need to look at the system overall and make sure that we have the right infrastructure to move forward. Thank you, Joey. Mark, I'd love to hear from your perspective, like, what are you seeing globally? What inequities don't we see because we're in the US that you clearly see?
Well, with respect to access to contents, all this content available with computers and iPhones and so on. Yes, the content is available, but if you don't have the system, if you don't have the internet access, and it seems very obvious for us in North America that everybody should have an internet access, but it's not the case everywhere. And we are very involved in the project in Mexico, for example. So our library platform is quite widely used in Mexico, but it's probably, 10% of kids that have access really to contents. So it's for us, I think that digital has brought contents to everybody, but it's not, sorry for the notifications, but it's not the case for everybody, and especially in Latin America, and imagine like African countries or elsewhere. So I think that we still have inequities, and that will take a while to change. And I'm saying that about I'm speaking about Mexico, but even in rural areas in the province of Quebec or Ontario, there are also inequities. So kids don't all have access to a phone, an iPhone or a device or a computer. So we're speaking often about third world countries, but even in our own localities, and I'm sure that in Harlem or in New York, it's probably the same situation. And even it's not only about having access to a computer, but the context in which you are. Do you have space in your home? And especially in the COVID situation, kids are stuck at home, and they need to find some private space to study and to read, and it's not the case everywhere. And rent is so high in some cases that you only have one room. And personally, I have 4 kids. I have 4 boys from 1-year-old to 13-year-old, and imagine when everybody's in the house, it's very difficult to concentrate and focus on the contents itself. So, and we are privileged. So imagine in a context, in a smaller setup, or it's a real challenge in the actual situation.
Yeah, I mean, we are definitely seeing lack of tech access in New York, in the schools, within job training programs. So that's very interesting. Let me ask you another question, Mark. Despite the lack of access to technology, that is a real problem. Can you tell us what are the benefits that you're seeing of digital learning being continuous and the ability that it has to personalize learning?
Well, I would start with my own experience, but I have 4 kids in 4 different schools, basically. So very variable situations in each area of the school. And but the access to platforms, personalized platforms with a strong follow-up and access to teachers. And when I mean access to teachers, visual access with Zoom or with other technologies, and also access to contents, to ebooks, to e-textbooks, and so on, makes a real change. And the fact that we are being mobilized, I don't know if it's a word in English, but I would say engaged as parents in education with information on what kids are doing today. Basically, are they doing learning English or maths, or and having a strong follow-up with parents makes a real difference. And we've been called as a company by the Ministry of Education to provide access to children books, because for a while in April and May and even part of June, libraries and bookstores were closed in the province of Quebec. So you didn't have access. If you wanted to buy some books, it was possible through e-commerce, but still it was very slow and so on. So we've been called by the ministry to provide a solution to access the contents, and we are deploying one solution in every schools in the province of Quebec with access to children books and also to textbooks. So it makes a real difference. This, accompanied by a strong follow-up platform, makes a real difference. And kids are engaged. It works pretty well. But at the same time, we cannot. It's not a solution for all, because it's not all kids that have the same kind of access, same kind of concentration, and at home, I mean. So that's a real challenge. And obviously, schools were not ready for that. Schools and the whole system was not ready for that. Now it's a bit more ready, just a bit more, but still, you know, lots of challenges. And I can see both the aspect from as an entrepreneur, but also as a parent of some young children.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of schools, I'd love to have Donald and Suman answer the same question, right? So how are you all using technology to solve these inequities? And how are you seeing that digital learning is being beneficial at this moment? And Donald, go ahead and start.
Okay. One of the first things we did in the midst of this crisis was realize that as a community of schools, so much of our work is really hands-on, connecting with the young men on a daily basis. We had to figure out a way to recreate that touch in the virtual space, recreate that presence. And so with that, organizationally, we established a couple of touch points with this. We started a virtual village, which was actually helping us to maintain community in the midst of the whole social distance phenomenon. And with that platform, we were able to help families and students connect with helpful resources. As you look at any of our communities, there's no shortage of entities that are there to help support them. Sometimes fundamentally, there's a challenge in connecting the dots to get to the actual resource. So with the virtual village, we would bring in various guests talking about, you know, parenting from home. Like, you know, parents are the child's first teacher. Now, all of a sudden, you have to be that teacher again. And listen, both my wife and I have college degrees, and the way they're doing math now, we have to go to Khan Academy, right? So everyone needs that help, and hearing that from folks and professionals that really just show them that you're not in the struggle alone. So we had everyone from teachers sharing strategies, other parents sharing strategies. We also had a whole episode dedicated to mental health and wellness, given the time. As you know, a lot of young people are struggling. So much of their development hinges upon their interactions with their peer groups. So how do we really reconnect that, right? So our virtual village is one thing that we utilized to do that. The next thing we did was establish our CLEAR through crisis. Across our Eagle schools, we have an acronym called CLEAR, which is confidence, leadership, effort, academic excellence, and resilience. And CLEAR through crisis was basically our student-facing platform, where we had a number of our students who were featured in dealing with some of the issues and how to really navigate the uncertainty, right, of their senior year, of their current schooling, you know, and also trying to create a safe space, because unfortunately, home is not necessarily safe for 100% of our students. So how do you really recreate that community and that connection and that check-in? And our schools did a phenomenal job of having that touch point on a daily basis with the students, with the families, to make sure that we maintained our community. And most recently, we've established a virtual town hall. A key part of our model is the town hall that takes place every single morning, where we kind of touch base with our entire school community. And so we've established a virtual town hall just a little over a week ago. Our first guest was Brooklyn Borough President Eric Adams. This morning we had the candidate for U.S. Representative Jamal Bowman, and next week we have Tamika Mallory. And we are utilizing this platform to lift up voices, important voices for our young men, right? So we can both educate and activate what they're going to be doing next in life. Jose mentioned earlier in terms of not knowing the jobs that exist. You know, our president and CEO, David Banks, always says it's hard to imagine being an investment banker if you've never seen one, and especially if you've never seen one that looks like you. So really providing a platform to help our young men understand the breadth of opportunities that exist where minorities are underrepresented and perhaps jobs that they've never heard of. And another great thing that we've done this past year is our senior seminar. For the first time ever as a network, we have all of our seniors coming to a Friday seminar series where we have them locked in from 1 in the afternoon to 5:15, 3 rotations, focused on the college essay, supplements, and the purpose curriculum. We have another rotation focused on the college application itself and career readiness. And the final rotation is dealing with demonstrated interest, where we have various college reps from other post-secondary programs and careers, and guest speakers. And this allows us to actually foster that community of brotherhood across our network. Whereas the college application process is kind of what we're doing to anchor everything. The build out of this is really about adulting one-on-one. Like, to this day, I can remember graduating from college with my first job, getting my first check, and asking my mother who the hell FICA was and why were they taking so much money out of my check, right? So who's providing that level of education and real world readiness? Right, to the point earlier, like, how are we taking them from civic engagement to political empowerment and understanding how the local politics impacts their daily lives, right? So it's not just about simply voting, it's about voter education, right? Moving our young men from financial literacy to really economic empowerment, right? So even if a young man gets a minimum wage job, they know how to invest that money and grow that money and have that money work for them. So honestly, in the midst of this pandemic, we found incredible ways to really connect our community and have a broader reach in connecting our young men, not just by school, but across the entire network. So that's been really invaluable to us.
Thank you for that. And Suman.
Yeah, he makes me want to go back to school. I totally agree with everything he was saying, and I'm gonna try to approach this from the teacher side. To prepare the students for what's going on in the workforce readiness, the teachers are involved with this, obviously, and on that side of things, we're getting overwhelmed with technology, right? Like, we're getting bombarded or overwhelmed with all these new tools and solutions to engage students. But the thing about that's missing is that teachers are not traditionally trained to be agile or innovative, more like managers, classroom management, right? And I feel like schools are losing good teachers because of burnout and feeling expendable because of all these technologies out there. So part of the inequity is that the teachers aren't, they're not getting trained as fast as they need the students to be. And and this is kind of tying in both questions together, we have to think about teachers and the value that they have. They're not just there to pump out, college students. They also can be used to attract and engage students to programs, because they know the students, they have the relationships. And I'm mainly speaking about public schools, because, private schools have their own thing, and that highlights another issue with access to education. So to address those inequities, I think teachers need to be encouraged to upskill themselves, like a parallel career track to their academic profile. So, not just math stuff and social studies stuff, but like, something that could lead them to become possible corporate trainers and corporate liaisons, like badges or certificates in grant writing, growth mindset, project management, corporate outreach. Like I work with NSBE, SWE, IEEE, they all have K-12 outreach, and we need to teach teachers how to engage these groups and how to find, just like, again, it's all about access, and giving them, giving teachers empowerment to engage in these corporate. And I feel like we have to broaden the teacher outlook to keep them in the classroom and give them real growth opportunities. And the goal of digital learning should be to help us understand, all of us understand our value, where and how we fit in the world. In terms of continuous, I think that implies that we all have access all the time, which is good as long as we figure it out or discern what is information and what is, fake news or whatever it is. And also the benefit of personalized, hopefully, it indicates that we're going to become these productive lifelong learners with evolving preferences, and that allows us to set progressive goals that will benefit all of us, not just ourselves, but everyone. I think if once we figure out that infrastructure, which develops the teacher and the student and the family and then society, you know, we should be good. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. So some takeaways from our conversation so far, to me, it sounds like there's kind of a chicken and egg problem, you know, like digital learning allows us to use technology to increase access, right? More knowledge, better coordination, strengthening infrastructure. However, we cannot do that if everyone doesn't have access, right? So going back to advancing humanity, like we need to think about everyone, right? And I love that I heard that digital education allows us to bring in families and teachers. Like we're not only talking about students, it's an entire ecosystem. And so to thrive post-COVID, we really need to work together. And I know that's a huge task. So I have one final question that I'd love all of you to answer. And I would love our attendees to please drop your questions in the chat so that we have time to answer some of those. But my last question is, right, understanding that you all represent, you know, different phases of the learning pathway. And so do our attendees, right? Some of us work in education, some of us are entrepreneurs, workforce professionals. What advice do you have for your colleagues, right? And what must we do to work together and develop solutions moving forward? So how must we be working differently than we are now? And I'll have Joey start with the first answer, and I'll be looking for questions in the chat.
So, you know, I look at it from a, you know, from an organizational lens, thinking about it from a systems-wide perspective. And so there are, you know, as I mentioned, we have 180 organizations that are a part of our membership. So I have an opportunity to really get to know lots of different leaders and lots of different program designs and different populations that are being served for different industries. But I think we need to adapt to this changing economy. We need to have a clearer sense of exactly how the jobs are changing and have a clearer sense of how those trainings should reflect that change. And in order for us to do that, I think, you know, organizations need to be collaborating more effectively. We should be seeing that in different communities where, you know, we're making sure that individuals that require, you know, skills development and job training are finding their way to the right program, not just the local program. And that can effectively happen because there's so many organizations that are out, you know, there's many more that are not within our membership. There's so many organizations here in the city that exist in all these different neighborhoods and council districts. We just need to see better coordination. And that's certainly something that we've done to, you know, support our members, but you know, organizations need to be more proactive in doing so. And I think by doing that, they can be more responsive to industry needs and also, of course, be more responsive to the needs of the people that they serve. So, you know, that's, you know, certainly one potential solution. And I'm, you know, cognizant of time, so I'll move on to the next person.
Suman.
Oh, okay. Well, I would say, you know, to think about bringing more teachers to the table, you know, because they know the students, I mean, in terms of this cycle, you know, and they can help develop these to identify true talent, whether it's for college or career. You know, the teachers can help with that. In terms of working differently, I feel like, you know, right now with technology, we're telling kids, you know, we used to say, you know, you have to be present in the classroom to get your learning. And now you don't have to be because of, you know, thanks to technology and everything. And some see this as a progressive move. But for others, the flip side is that we're saying you don't have to be present. You don't have to be in the moment. And, you know, the main decisions, votes, and the aha moments all happen in the moment. And we need to encourage people to be present, to have influence, especially with young people, because they're still discerning fact from fiction. You know, we need them and yearning for their voices to be heard in terms of social justice. I think also before we have any discussions, we have to identify the right representation for all the players at the table, only when everyone is present, and we have to give the right people the right amount of time to get to their seat Only then you could start a discussion on progress. And with the technology we have today, or that's coming, I think that's more and more possible, and it's more important than ever if we're going to advance. And that said, I want to also thank you for letting me be present at this table today.
Thank you. So we have 5 minutes left. I'm actually gonna go dig into Q&A because I think there's a perfect question here for Mark. So the first question here, brain science has been able to help people with improving their brain function. Are you using any of their research to help with online learning? Mark and anyone else can answer that question.
Yeah, no, not at this stage. But that's a very interesting question. We are interested by all of these questions, but no, we're not working in that field at the moment.
Thank you. Then we have another question. Do you envision students going back into the brick and mortar environment, or will they adopt to a WeWork style where students can work independently or choose to work alongside each other?
I would say, I think we're going to see a new style of education as a result of this. I think we're going to have more of a hybrid setup. I think there have been, what we've noticed across our network of schools, there have been some students who were disengaged in the classroom who actually thrived in a virtual learning environment, right? And vice versa. So I think as we take a deeper dive in assessing our students and what's best for them and what works best for them, I could definitely see something like that taking place, especially in the high school space, in the middle school space. But as you know, there's a lot of students that really require some serious supervision and parents tend to depend on schools to provide that. So I don't see us going back completely to the way things were, but I think as we think about moving forward in solutions, and as I look at New York City and being in this CBO, youth development and college access space, college and career access space for so long, we have a plethora of programs that's dedicated to helping our communities. And to what Jose said earlier, we need stronger collaboration, coordination, and almost a blueprint for accessibility, right? I mentioned something earlier in terms of resources being right on the corner or families walking right past the very institution that can help them in an area that they're struggling with. Sometimes there's a fundamental disconnect in connecting the dots. So how do we create these collaborations of coalitions of folks trying to help a specific population come together for the benefit of that population? No one entity can do it all. So there should be stronger collaborations with public schools and the CBOs, not just within their community, but to Jose's point, the right organizations that can help support those students and their families. So I think that's something that we absolutely need to think more clearly about, given the embarrassments of riches that we have when it comes to CBOs in this city dedicated to transforming our communities.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I would just add that I agree, and I think that we're not going back to fully going back to that format. But I think that there is still the human nature is to crave, physical contact with people and to be in the same room with folks. And I think that, over time, we've seen technology kind of shift us a little bit away from that, year after year after year after year. But I think this very rapid ripping off the Band-Aid may have set that back sometime. And so I can imagine that there is some resurgence once there is this feeling that the health concerns are no longer there, that people will want to be in brick and mortar spaces. But I do agree. I think there's going to be a population that, particularly, families that, are just so strained and can't, be in multiple places at the same time, will resort to, remaining in this online learning environment. And I certainly see from our membership that, organizations will be able to, serve more people and achieve, more scale if they're able to remain online as well. So there's benefits and there's trade-offs. But I think going back to 100% brick and mortar is certainly not in the picture.
Well, thank you so much. That's the perfect conclusion, right? I think the future of education is probably going to be hybrid. And so our next step really is to strengthen the infrastructure so that our students are successful. So thanks so much for having this conversation with us. Enjoy the rest of the
conference. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you too. This was an incredible panel. You guys are at the core of what all of us are focused on, is how are we going to move education in a way that's going to be, robust for everyone. And this may be a great opportunity. The hybrid approach that you guys have talked about is something that we know is going to be a part of the future. So as tech people, we're very excited to be a part of that. Thank you, guys. We're going to move right into another panel, I think. Well, we got a couple of minutes, but the next panel will be the future of creativity. And I'll turn it over to you, Robert, to put on a slideshow or anything else that you want. But that will be coming up in about 2 minutes. So grab something to eat while we're loading up the next panel, and we will keep it moving. And here's the social media wall. So I know our panel, it looks like Brittany Harden, you're not playing. You look like you're ready to get moving. I feel your energy, but you got to know there's a lot of people on this webinar. I see Anthony Sanford, my man. Anthony Sanford is on the call. I see Carolyn Logan. Oh man, Josh Breitbart, Jerome, what up? Nice to see Ken Granderson. Man, that's one of our guys. I see Keisha Hudson. Wonderful. Wow. Lionel Durant, my man. Trying to make it happen. Mercedes Rodriguez is still hanging with us. We love that. College student. Michael Elling, brilliant man, is on board here. Monique Tate. Wow. Woo. This is just unbelievable seeing all these wonderful people. I see you. Olivia Jaffe, y'all don't even know about Olivia. I'm not going to even say nothing because you're all going to try to steal it. No, she's brilliant. Oliver Rios, long time. Look, Peter Norton is still on. You guys, how about Peter Norton? Was he out off the chain or what? Roxanne? Roxanne's on. That's my sister. Jeez, what made her get online? That's my sister. Oh man, it's good to see you, sis. Let's see. We got all types of people on here. Ted Schulman is on. He's one of our mentors for the app challenge we got going on. US Ignite is on. Those are my people. I'm a big fan of US Ignite and a member. The president of our city college is on board, Vincent Boudreau. We got Walla on, Youssef Bolden, been texting all throughout this summit. So let me get you going, Brittany. I know you're ready. I could go on and on with all the people that are online right now. It's just been extraordinary. But we have come to that point where we get to talk a little bit about creativity. So it's the future of creativity, and Brittany Harden is like my niece. She's gonna just basically manage this panel. So I'll turn it over to you, Brittany.
All right, excellent. I wanted to just confirm we have all of the panelists on. Yes. I see. Is Dr. Alexander on?
We're still waiting.
Okay, no problem. I love it. Improv. Got you. All right, so thank you, Silicon Harlem and team. This is a wonderful event, and I'm so happy to participate. As Clinton said, my name is Brittany Harden, and I am the founder and CEO of a media company called Currency Shift. All right, I am your moderator today, and I couldn't be more excited to introduce this panel, as well as the topic of the future of creativity. So without further ado, I'd like for my panelists, because I want them to do the honor of introducing themselves with two things: your name, your field of expertise, and I'll throw in a third: why you deem yourself a creative. And I'll repeat that for you. So your name, your field of expertise, and why you deem yourself a creative.
Okay, I'm here.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, it begins at 2:15, right? Not.
Yes, we're starting. We're jumping right in.
Okay.
All right, excellent. So I'll repeat it for you. We're going to start with the panel introducing themselves with three things: your name, your field of expertise, and then why you consider yourself a creative. Anyone can start.
I'll start. Hi, my name is Sarah Feingold, and my field of expertise is actually I'm an attorney. I was the first lawyer at Etsy, and I was their 17th employee. But the way I got my job at Etsy is I'm an artist, and I told them to hire me. And I basically flew myself down to Etsy's headquarters back in the day, a long time ago, with my little resume in hand, and said, you need a lawyer, and you need it to be me. So when you asked, like, what's your field of expertise, I guess it must be something about law, but also it's really making my own opportunities and thinking creatively. And so I think that's why I see myself as a creative.
I love that. Thank you for sharing, Ms. Feingold. Dr. Welter, it looks like you want to jump in there.
Yeah, sure, I will. My PhD is in psychology with a master's in sports psychology. What most people know me from is my football career. I was a 14-year women's tackle football, pioneer, I guess, and then went into the men's pro game, becoming the first female to play running back, and then the first female to coach in the NFL. And being in a field where they're not used to seeing women, you better be creative, because everything that you're doing is brand new. And for me, it was always driven with the thought of, this is the final frontier for women in sports. So when we can win here, there's nothing we can't do. And when people aren't used to seeing you, you are the writer, director, creator, producer of not only your own story, but what the story for the game will be.
Excellent. Ooh, we have so many things to unpack from the both of you. Dr. Alexander?
Hi, I'm Stefan Alexander. Am I unmuted now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, so by definition, what I do does require a lot of creativity. So I'm a theoretical physicist, which means I make things up. So basically, when you think about a theoretical physicist, you might think about somebody like Stephen Hawking, the person that got the Nobel Prize this year for showing that black holes were going to be real things, and we finally saw them. But going back to what I think Dr. Welter said, I'm in a field where there are very few people of color, theoretical physics. So I have to get very creative, especially when, let's say, because people don't see that, are not used to seeing many people that look like me, that talk like me, even act like me, maybe they have different expectations. So I have to sometimes really put myself outside the box, and that requires, a certain level of creativity that allows me to see things differently and hopefully make good contributions, which I've gotten lucky in the past to have done. So we can talk a little bit more about that as well.
Excellent. So good. I understand the time limit that we have because I have so many questions for each of you. I want to start with where we currently are right now. All three of you run some dynamic businesses and really are leaning heavily onto the creative side of what you do. How did you all pivot when the pandemic hit? Because everything else seemed to stand at a stop still and then slowly start to move to a situation where we are now. But for you three creatives, what did you do and what were some of the obstacles that you found where your back was at the wall, but you were able to pivot a little bit?
So I guess I'll start again. So my business that I didn't even mention when I introduced myself is called The Fourth Floor. And what we try to do is get women on boards and people of color on boards. And we try to help small businesses scale by putting these people on their boards. And so when the pandemic hit, we couldn't have our in-person events. We couldn't have our educational programming. We couldn't really empower people through our board boot camps. So what we did is we took everything online, and actually by taking it online, by streamlining our approach and getting real creative real fast, we were able to grow quicker. We were very, New York centric before the pandemic hit. And now we're able to talk with people all over the world and really help entrepreneurs all over the world and help potential board members get board seats in a lot of other places. So that's how we pivoted in the pandemic.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing. Dr. Welter?
For me, one of the things I always say with football is that football suffers from sins of omission. You don't have to tell a girl she doesn't belong in football, right? That is reinforced in every place that she isn't. So, where my main business, Gridiron Girls, or one of my main businesses, Gridiron Girls, was physical on the field football camps. That obviously went away. Some people didn't do that. I just happen to believe that that's science and that is supposed to be a way, right? But so then it becomes, what other areas in society can you change those dynamics, right? Can you give them something different to see? And a great example is like this campaign by Lay's that we did where it's Smile with Lay's. And these fierce football faces are in 7-Elevens all over the country. And they are the only football themed bags. And every one of them has a woman's face on it, right? And that may not seem like that outside of the box, but that's something that people aren't used to seeing. The other thing I did is, not just being someone in football, but someone who works with kids a lot and who, I think I've become known for my voice, right? Whether it's taking complex things and breaking them down into a way that can be absorbed, whether it's, coaching big adult football players or young ones, that's what we do. And so for me, I looked at what area in society could I use my gifts to help be a part of the solution to what was going on right now. And I created a kids book series with one of my good friends called Critter Fitter, using critters to get kids fitter through motion and emotion. And we discussed complex topics like wearing a mask says, I love you. And we made them rhyme. And this one goes through all of the CDC guidelines, gives the mask a hero story, those kinds of things. So though some people would not see that as, how it directly ties into football, I think of what makes a great coach as being someone who takes complex topics and allows them to be absorbed. And so that was just another dimension of myself, which I brought more to the forefront than would normally be able to be there.
That's beautiful. I didn't notice the Lay's bags in the back. I thought it was like, wow, she really came prepared with her product placement like I did. See, Like,
you know, and you know what? It's just funny because I moved here, so I don't have a lot of stuff. I got here the day LA shut down. So really great time to move across country, especially when part of your goal is interconnectivity. But, you know, I don't have a lot of the things that you would normally have set up, but I have my own artwork and cool projects that I'm working on. So I figured I'd highlight those.
I love it. Dr. Alexander, same question for you. As a creative, how were you able to pivot and still maintain your businesses during the pandemic?
Okay, so the first thing is like, if I guess in the business of science as a scientific researcher, I guess my business are the people, the students that do research with me in my group. And we all have to do all of that, of course, many of you know, on Zoom. And, you know, doing the kind of research that I do, which is, you're working on these fundamental deep questions about what happened before the Big Bang, you know, all these crazy things, dark energy, dark matter, things. It actually, the nature of that work is very in person. Many of you know that much of communication happens, it's not, right? It's what we call it, body. There's a word for this, body language, right? The same thing happens in scientific research. There's a lot of gesture and there's a lot of, you know, body language going that's communicated. And that was very difficult to do. So that was one way we had to adjust and pivot and, you know, just figure out how to continue doing research and be productive. But another thing for me, I saw it as opportunity because I'm also the president of the National Society of Black Physicists and the executive director of the Harlem Gallery of Science. I had just taken the post actually during that time in March. Immediately started thinking to use this as an opportunity and give kids in Harlem, especially, you know, kids who are underserved in the tech domain, in partnership actually with the help of actually Silicon Harlem. We have instituted a mentoring program where we have taken students from the National Society of Black Physicists who are undergraduates and graduate students, mentor the middle and high school students from Harlem Gallery of Science with 3 schools at the current moment, and we want to expand it out. So we saw this as an opportunity to, you know, as an advantage actually, since many kids are going to be at home and homeschooling. There's going to be gap times where they might be, you know, looking at the ceiling, what have you, right? And this was a great opportunity to kind of build community and expand community and show these students that, you know, they can still engage and they can still form bonds and be inspired. And, you know, and some of this mentoring program also involves peer mentoring, which is like students really encouraging students to think about college, to start preparing for college, right? And actually strategizing of how to apply to, and which colleges out there are good, right? So, because, you know, many of these students are going to be the very students that are mentoring them one day. So that's something that we are still, you know, we're excited about. And as we speak, you know, it's going to be launched next week.
Oh, that is exciting.
So there are many things like that. We paired up with the Simons Foundation, the National Society of Black Physicists, and many students could not get summer jobs doing research. And this is usually a time where undergraduates are kind of figuring out whether or not they're going to pursue a career in graduate school or a research career if you're a science major. And many of their jobs went south. But we created this great opportunity with Jim Simons, Marilyn Simons, and David Spergel and Brian Keaton. And we, National Society of Black Physicists, forged a Simons NSBP Scholars Program where about on the order of 30 students had summer research jobs. 70% of those students after that program are applying to PhD programs. So these are things that we saw it as, again, advantageous. We saw, you know, we made lemon out of the lemonades. No, sorry, made lemonade.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you made lemonade out of lemons. Yeah, it sounds like all 3 of you all really took advantage of technology in this time period, whether it was having Zoom meetings, Zoom events, looking at passive ways to connect and touch with others by creating books where people can order online or go walk to the store, practicing social distancing and pick up lays, or if they can build a big community. where the theme of this conference is advancing humanity. I love this theme, but I want to think about how we were advancing humanity from a tech perspective, even back in the day as creatives. And I'd like for Dr. Alexander, if you don't mind, to tell the story about your time when you were raised in the Boogie Down Bronx. If nobody knew, he's from the Boogie Down Bronx, and how you ran with the Zulu Nation and actually saw how music and science came together.
Yeah, so, I did not come, of course, I didn't come from a scientific family. Dad was a cab driver, mother was a housewife, and then went back to community college, Bronx Community College, became a nurse at Montefiore Hospital. 6 kids. And I went to, DeWitt Clinton High School, PS 16, junior high school, 142. So I'm a homegrown, homeboy. And, that's the first thing. So, I grew up literally in the neighborhood where it was all happening. My friend Richard Fair, we had a newspaper out, just to give you an example. He saved his money up from when he was 8 years old so he can buy a sampler. This was in the 80s. This was like 1985 or something like that. He became Puff Daddy's one of the bad boys, produced Biggie Smalls, Tupac Shakur. So this is my reality, right? And I used to go up to Strong City Studios right up off Alton Avenue with Africa Bambaataa, and DJ Jazzy J. I was like 16. And at that time was very interesting because I was a geek, but I didn't know I was a geek because the terminology didn't really exist in the Bronx, really. Like the Big Bang Theory did not exist, right, back then. So, and I was always curious about the happenings of the world. But at that time I was interested. I'm a professional jazz musician as well. I wrote a book called The Jazz of Physics for those of you who are interested. I remember being in that studio, I was 15 years old, and seeing for the first time the innovation of the sampler, the digital sampler, the fact that you had these hip hop artists, 15, 16 years old, working with the electronics, manipulating it to create what we now call things like Tribe Called Quest and Black Sheep and Diggable Planets and all these songs you're probably familiar with, Rakim, to name a few. But the idea of not only that hip hop was an innovation, an artistic innovation, it also informed technological innovation because the use of the sampler, the creative use, and the idea that this new music was actually pushing the engineers, to further develop future samplers to accommodate the art, is a way in which you have the feedback loop of how the arts and music could actually inform technology and the direction that technology goes in. So at a young age, seeing that level of innovation spilled out in my career. I mean, I like to say that I have an unfair advantage because, I'm a professor of physics at Ivy League school, I've done okay. But there have been times in my career, people say, man, you got lucky with something. And I was like, well, if only I have a secret weapon. And it's basically this kind of culture of creativity and innovation that is New York City, that is Harlem, that is the Bronx, that is Brooklyn, that's Staten Island, that is Queens, that is many of the inner city areas that we see in our country. It's not somebody else. When I talk to young kids of color and girls, it's not somebody else, it's you. People like you. Maybe the news was suppressed, but I think that's one barrier we have to break. It's not, when we think about science and technology, right? It isn't like the way the media presents it to be. Behind the scenes, there were people of color and women very much engaged. There should have been so many more Nobel prizes given to women in sciences. Thank goodness this year, two went, I think two went in medicine, right? Was it medicine or chemistry? For CRISPR, for this major development in genetics, right? But my point is that, I think I like to share that story again, just to clearly say that I very much see my innovation and my creativity as a scientist as being informed and influenced big time from hip hop culture, from engaging in the arts and engaging with other musicians. and that part of my culture.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that story. That really tees me up for the next question that we have here. Is from a lot of the conversations that I had with the panelists, one theme kind of shone through, and that was that struggle breeds creativity. And from this panel, we've kind of understood that hip hop is all about struggle, right? When it first started, and telling those stories actually influenced the science and tech side of the sampler, and thus music as we know it now, right?
Yeah, You know,
for science,
very quickly. Very quickly. So my father was he was part owner of the first Caribbean cab company in New York City called Skyline Taxi. Right up, it's run in Baychester Avenue. So KRS-One. You're talking about DJ Kool Herc. When they were all teenagers, they used to take my dad's cab, Car 3, to the parties at the Edelwall projects and places like that, and they didn't have cab fare. So my dad used to drop them off, and and then they would give him mixtapes, right, after they did the house parties. Now these were, of course, the first house party where hip hop music was developed. So my parents sold our house and we moved out of the Bronx. My brother went back looking for the tapes. Where are the tapes? You know, because they're probably worth a lot of money, right?
So,
but anyway, I tell that story because hip hop it's not this multi-billion-dollar industry that is today. Back then, it was struggle. It was guys, young men and women who couldn't pay a cab fare to do a party. And that bred that level of innovation and creativity. And the question is, how much are we taking this for granted? You know? That legacy. I'm talking about, I think about Sarah and Jen. I'm just curious to hear your thoughts about that, about struggle and, creativity.
You took the question right out of my mouth. Yes. How is creativity pushing the technological advances that we're seeing now? Like, think about companies like Zoom. They were just a conferencing software, and now they're basically an event hosting company that's thriving and growing. And so how, for you all, when you're thinking about creativity and pushing and advancing humanity, where do you think the biggest opportunities are?
Well, if we go to struggle, right, and it's such an interesting thing, because a lot of people, I always tell people, like, if you want to be successful, follow your passion, not a paycheck, because the paths that are already clearly defined have dollars attached to them, right? Like, if I go this way, I will make this amount of money, and that's fine. That's safety and security, and some of us are taught that that's what life is about, right? That's the ultimate quest. Sports can, for a lot of people, have a big payoff. For women in sports, it's not the same, right? For women in sports, it's a lot of the times really passion driven, particularly football. I always tell the story of, the first time I really told the story and it resonated globally was when I was in a press conference, announced as the first female coach in the NFL. And, the question was always like, oh my gosh, you're living the dream, or the statement, I should say. And I would say, no, actually, I'm not, because this is a dream I wasn't permitted to have, right? We didn't start playing football to be here. I still remember the first check I got for playing women's pro football. And it was a year that we won the championship. We went 12-0, and we got a check for $12, right? It was literally $1 a game. And yet that check is still, the most, valuable check that I've gotten, because it was crossing that line between playing for free and finally getting paid. And I remember I told them, that was before photo deposit. So it was actually a conscious choice. It was cash or keep it. And I kept it as a reminder for why I was in the game, right? For why I was playing football. And I said, I've kept it with me all along the way. And I think one of the reporters was like, does that mean you have it with you? And I was like, yeah, it's here with me because it's why I'm here, right? I'm here for the progress. I'm here for the trenches. I'm here for every woman who fought to get on the field, and we were driving our cars up to the edge to find a little bit more light, to be able to find, one more pass route, right? And all of us have become innovators in trying to create a space and a place for women in that sport. So when you are a hustler, when you see something different, your side hustle and your work hustle are often very far apart. And the goal is that at some time, right, that dream hustle starts to be able to take the place of what you were doing to pay the bills. And I think that's a really beautiful thing, because when you're not just counting your time by the dollars that account for it, you work differently. Right? You're not separating what you love from what you do, because they become so enmeshed in who you are, right? I hear from people, how do you never quit? And I'm like, quit what? Like being me? Like I might quit a bad approach that hasn't worked, right? Or I've been running into a bad wall, but all of the things that I do are essentially facets of myself and my journey, right? And as we see that in technology, right, it becomes the same thing. The biggest innovations or the most impactful ones are often not ones that were just started with the idea of, I'm going to make money off this. It started from, this isn't right, or this could be better. And how do we really impact society through important changes? And then whether it's, technology or science or sports, we really see those flourish in how they influence so many things. And the pickup is so organic because it didn't start with dollars. It started with an evolution of thought or culture.
Thank you for sharing that. Sarah, same question for you. How do you feel that creativity, like struggle breeds creativity, and where do you see that pushing technology forward?
Well, I think this is just so amazing what these two doctors have done to push with their struggle and getting creative for the people that are behind them, right? And so my struggle breeds creativity is a similar story, that I've been the only woman in a boardroom. I've been the only lawyer in a boardroom. I see the power of money and privilege and business in a boardroom. I have not been the only white person in a boardroom, okay? Like, that's a problem. So, I've seen these things and had conversations with the founder of the Fourth Floor, and she brought it up and it's like, listen, we are struggling. We can't get board seats. So what if we got on boards of smaller companies? What if we helped these smaller companies thrive? What if we took two struggling entrepreneurial human beings together and helped them thrive together? And so I believe in creativity comes from when you're constrained, and struggle breeds creativity because you see a problem and you just want to solve it. As Jen was saying, it wouldn't be as exciting if it was just like, well, I'm just going to go put this widget together and I'm going to do this thing to make the money. It's really this bigger problem that you're trying to solve for people like you, because you have struggled and you don't want other people to struggle as much as you have. And so I think it takes, guts and creativity and kind of a little bit blinders, and just not understanding how hard it is going to be and how many people are against you and how people are going to be like, wow, you made your dream come true. Dr. Jen wasn't allowed her dream. I mean, at least was allowed I've seen women in boards. I've seen that. But to really help other people see their dreams is amazing.
And not enough women in boards, though, I would argue.
No, there aren't. And so that's what we're trying to do. I mean, the fact of the matter is, to try to get on a board of a publicly traded company is literally impossible. So our thought is, we'll get on a board of a smaller company, help them succeed, help them make money. And then maybe you can leverage that onto something else. But why are you helping these old white men, make a ton of money there when you can help other people make a ton of money somewhere else?
And how do you feel technology will help to push your message forward? Like the different platforms that are coming up, what do you foresee as the main platforms or technology that you will use to really push that message forward?
A really great question. And I think first, technology is amazing with data, right? Because when you're going with your gut, I don't know, there's so much data out there that shows, and this is what I know, and I'm sure you could talk about your areas of expertise, about how diverse boards, diverse businesses, diverse executive teams make better decisions, make more money. And so if you can use that technology to kind of guide your decision making, then that's going to be beneficial for everyone, rather just being like, well, this person is cool and looks just like me, so let's put that person on the board too. So as for, the technology out there, obviously, we're all on Zoom right now, so that's really beneficial, but it's really the internal technology that I'm not a technology engineer or a computer programmer, but it's the underlying technology with the data that I think is so important.
The same question, Dr. Welter and Dr. Alexander. Like, what technology do you foresee is going to be the biggest opportunity for you to really push your messages forward in the future?
So I am going to go a different route in terms of the technology. I absolutely agree with the data, no doubt. I've had to do way a whole lot of quantitative, qualitative research in my doctor self. But one of the areas that I've become really intrigued with and impressed by is the ability of esports and gaming to push culture, right? Like, we are bound by certain things in our everyday life, right? Like I'm 5'2", so the NBA was probably not my place, right? But I could be a baller in NBA 2K, right? I'm not bound by the same height restrictions. So in the same way, we can push culture to have more representation through a virtual space and through an e-gaming space. And yet the psychological ramifications of inclusion and representation are relatively similar, right? We can socialize kids to seeing things different in an esports or virtual sports space, so that when they, step on the field, it's not that different. And I was introduced to the real parallels of that through a company called Toya, based out of Israel. Their whole business model was to develop Minecraft worlds around powerful women, because at that time, and that was a few years ago, I think 44% of gamers were girls. And yet there were very few female protagonists. So they wanted to build all of their games around females being the hero, so that girls could be the hero of their own story. And so they developed these Minecraft worlds around Coach Jen and my football camps for girls. And when they told me that, I was like, oh, this is so great. I'm not running up against the same problems that I've run up against in the sports world, right? In esports world, the virtual space was so much more open to this progressive thinking. And even being and working with them on the Minecraft worlds, I got introduced to the folks at Madden. And no lie, I was teaching one of the directors and the producers about zone coverages using pizza, right? So like cover 3, we have 3 pieces deep, and the places in between the pizzas are the seams, and that's where you throw the ball, right? And I'm just going through it, and they start laughing, and they were like, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" And I'm like, "I don't know what they're thinking, right? Like, you trying to take my pizza?" And they had a role in Madden 20 that was a reporter who was, kind of the one that pushes everybody, and she knows too much about football. And she's like, "Yeah, I do this." And they were like, "You could play her, couldn't you?" And I'm like, "What, talk football? Yeah, I could do that." And so I kind of won them over and got cast in that role, but it wasn't me. And so they felt like they'd half-stepped, right? Like they got me in the game, but it wasn't me. And then they added me in another mode, Superstar KO mode, to be the first female head coach and playable character for a female, right? And what does that do? That means anybody who plays Madden, right? For a girl, she can be a hero, right? She can see that she could be a head coach, and that might give her an idea in her mind that's different than what she sees out on the football field, because there's not yet a female head coach, right? And then for the boys, it also changes the image of what a coach looks like. So when he has a female coach, I'm not saying if, I'm saying when, because we're going to get more and more, then he'll be like, "Yeah, of course, that's normal. I've experienced it before." And so I really am in love with and fascinated by the potential of virtual reality, alternative reality, and esports and gaming to drive social conversations and socialization to where they need to be.
And I love the fact that everyone on this panel is really driving home the message of diversity and inclusion and how important it is. Like Clayton is always talking about access for all. If anyone knows Clayton, that is one thing that he has drilled into me since I first met him back in 2012. Access for all. When you help one, you help all. So I think that's really important. We have about 5 minutes left. I'd like to figure out how to take questions from the guests. I believe we had one question in the chat for Dr. Alexander. It says, should I read this? Is this okay for me to read?
Yeah, read from the chat and
please read.
Okay. It says, Dr. Alexander, I am also a physical science scholar. My question is, how do we create more theoretical scientists like you so we are not just anomalies?
That question is burning. I'm actually going to be talking to the head of a foundation who run about this question actually in the next hour. And so let me give it a go on you. And it really resonates with what Dr. Jen and Sarah are saying. The minute you put people, so I ran this quick answer. I ran a science scholars program at Dartmouth College before I went to Brown. And the idea of the program was to get more minority students excelling in STEM majors. All right. How do you think I solved the problem? Okay, the program started with 4 students. In 4 years, there were 81 students of color. You know how I solved the problem? I went to the dean of admissions, and Dartmouth is a very competitive school to get into. And I said, I want to make sure that half of the top students that we let into Dartmouth in this program are women. By having 50%, what happened was that balance actually also enabled the men in the program to excel academically, right? So I don't want to get into it. We can talk about the social, all that stuff, but that was the result. 60% of the students were applied to PhD programs in STEM. Not only did they major, we created Rhodes Scholars, okay? So to answer that question, we need to continue to support, going back to Sarah's job, those of us who are in positions where, right? So I'm sure the work of Jen and Sarah, for example, and myself, we have to excel in our field to even be here. We got to be good. We got to be great. But we do something else. We also mentor the next generation. We empower the next generation. And until we start really having, having feedback mechanisms where we empower and what's the word? We not benefit, but we applaud and celebrate those of us that are doing both of those things. All we're going to be doing is replicating the same old, same old. So I would say that one of the things I'm doing is I make sure that I recruit the best students around the country to come and do PhDs with me. And they happen to be women and minority students from MIT and wherever. I just get the best, but I make sure that it's a very colorful group. If you go on the web, if you think I'm making that up, go on my website, my research website. It's called StefanAlexanderLab.com or org, whatever. And you'll see my group. They are amazing young scientists, but it just happens to be a very colorful group across the board. And I think that to really resonate with what Sarah and Dr. Jen also said, I'm not doing that to do myself a favor, because it's the right thing to do, because it's the best thing to do. I actually get the best science out as an output because my group is diverse. And I also see it as a scientist myself, I also have to continue to grow. And I would say, to double up with that answer, a great piece of technology is using these platforms, right, to have conversations, okay, across different disciplines. I think this is a beautifully curated set that we have here, because I get bored when I have to talk to other physicists on a thing, right, on a Zoom call. I mean, this is amazing for me. Like,
I don't want to talk to other lawyers. I really don't. So it's great to talk to you.
Excellent. We have a few more questions. Dr. Welter, I believe this one is for you. What would be good educational resources to teach my daughter about this topic? I believe that's what the question is.
Educational resources to teach her about football or inclusion. You know, I mean, those are hard because there aren't a lot, right? And looking at resources sometimes is limited because remember, even publishers are looking to replicate what's been successful before. When I went to publish my first book, Play Big, it got turned down by every publisher because they said women in football doesn't sell. And I was like, well, I'm pretty sure I was the first. So how many times have you tried? Right? But it's in fields that are not looking for innovation. A lot of the times the publications lag. So you may have to search out resources that are able to be more current, right? Which are conversations, which are the people. And then I would say be directed through them. My book, Play Big, is a good one to use. And we address a lot of, I address a lot of things more currently through whether it's social or posts and things like that. But there aren't a lot of resources that necessarily talk about the socialization or even the innovations in esports. That is one of the projects I'm working with currently. I'm stepping my foot into the academic world a little bit with folks at Ryerson University who are very innovative out of Toronto and their sports lab there. So we are looking more at the esports space and how it can drive change. But you do have to search out some of the resources, and you might find it more in articles and in people to be very current than you might in like a book, because a book, I mean, even the publishing cycle on that is 1.5 years, 2 years. So it may be out of date by the time it gets published.
Thank you so much. I want to thank each and every single one of you for being a part of this amazing panel, The Future of Creativity. Thank you so much. If this was live, I'm sure you guys would have a round of applause and a standing ovation. I'd like to pass everything over to Clayton Banks. Thank you so much for having Currency Shift be a part of this. Once again, my name is Britt. It was a pleasure to moderate this panel.
Well, thank you very much, Britt. And to the panelists, and of course, Stefan was with us last year. And so we're happy to see that he is hanging with us and his
still alive.
Over. Yeah, we're still here. But Dr. Jen, let me tell you, we did something unusual with our flyer. We gamified the flyer. She's still on. And no one,
I'm sorry.
no one picked you. I'm sorry. So anyway, there's no one was able to pick you. Next panel is going to be advocacy and engagement, and it starts at 3 o'clock on the nose. So I'll turn it over to Danielle Nicholson at that point.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 3 p.m. session, The Future of Advocacy and Engagement. I'm extremely excited to be moderating this session, and we have 4 amazing panelists. I'd first like to thank our sponsors of the summit this year, T-Mobile, Google, Spectrum, and Verizon. Thank you very much. And I'm going to first start by just briefly introducing the panelists, and then they will be able to tell more about themselves and the work that they do. We have first up Craig Newmark, who is the founder of Craigslist and founder also of Craig Newmark Philanthropies. We also have with us today Wendy Gonzalez, a product marketing manager at Google. Next, we have Kallos Gutierrez, who is the chief marketing officer at Empath. And finally, I believe we have with us Agnes Lena, who is the founder of ICC in Kenya. So first, I'd love to start with Craig. If you could please introduce yourself, tell us a little bit more about the work that you do. And we're also asking if each one of you can just discuss a little bit about what advancing humanity means to you. Craig, can you start?
Sure. I am the Craigslist guy. Started Craigslist as a place where, well, you can use it to help put food on the table, help get a table, help get a roof under which to put the table. From that, I acquired the resources and the motivation, the passion to give away a lot of power in the form of influence and cash, hence Craig Newmark Philanthropies, which is devoted to issues like protecting the country and the election from both our foreign adversaries and their domestic allies here, working in other areas like women in tech and supporting veterans and their families. Most recently announced a big hunger initiative, since it finally sunk into me that before the pandemic, we had a big problem with people going to bed hungry. And with the pandemic here, the number of people going hungry is increasing in the tens of millions. So we're starting to pay attention to that now, particularly as it affects our veterans and their families disproportionately. Advancing humanity, a lot of what I'm talking about already is involved in that. The pandemic, though, presents on the upside an opportunity. Everything is changing now. Things are sliding in all directions, and sometimes chaos is a ladder. And yeah, I'm quoting a guy from Game of Thrones, but right now, this is a time when good actors, people acting in good conscience, can seize the opportunity, can seize power in terms of making things better for everyone. So for example, an initiative related to my entire information warfare thing is to support the Black Media Initiative, spearheaded at CUNY, the University of New York Journalism School. And that includes also substantial work now with the Racial Equity and Journalism effort, the Maynard Institute, and a big contribution towards the Howard University Journalism School. So the idea is to seize the opportunity now while things are changing in the direction of a new normal, such that whatever the new normal is, it should be better for people who never got a break. And that's where I'm putting my money where my mouth is. After all, a nerd's got to do what a nerd's got to do.
Thank you so much, Craig. Wendy, how about you?
Sure. Well, thanks so much for having me here today. So in my work at Google, I focus on how we get training and tools and other resources into the hands of small businesses to help them grow and operate more efficiently. So for me, the theme of advancing humanity is about advancing equity and equality of opportunity. I think this manifests in the small business space as helping small businesses to have access to the tools that help to level the playing field and connect with customers, regardless of where that small business owner may be located or their socioeconomic status. And we know at this moment that's vitally important. Last month, actually, the Connected Commerce Council, in partnership with Google, issued a report that shows how having a digital safety net can serve as a support system for small businesses as they navigate the negative impacts of COVID-19. According to the report, nearly all small businesses, so 93%, were disrupted by the pandemic. But the study also found that it was the businesses that had a digital safety net and used a variety of digital tools who not only felt better prepared, but also experienced dramatically better business outcomes. So expecting less than a quarter of the revenue reduction compared to their digitally unprepared counterparts. And the research also found that small business leaders of color have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, roughly half as likely as white-run businesses to have received aid through public loans for their business needs. And businesses that have remained open despite a lack of funding attribute their resilience to embracing technology. So for me, advancing humanity in this space really is about helping everyone to have access to the digital tools that can help them to be more resilient and to succeed.
Thank you so much, Wendy. And Carlos, how about you?
Yes, hi. Great to see all of you. Very excited to be here and speak with you. I'm Carlos Gutierrez. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Empath. Empath is a technology company that helps large, complex organizations manage talent better. Our machine learning software helps employers identify the skills of employees, match those skills to jobs, and then match those skills to coursework. We are a mission-driven company. We believe that every person should have the opportunity to succeed in a way that is fair, transparent, and unbiased. So for us, we're very passionate about that, and we work very hard to not only have a good product, but also help. We believe that we're helping society. And so that's, when I bring that back to me personally, it's very important because, I think our generation, generations under us, we are interested in technology, we're interested in business, we're interested in innovation. And we want to bring those things together in a way that's positive, that has a positive impact on society. And so when I'm thinking of things to be involved with, it's not just profit motive. I think those days are gone. I think we're interested in doing well, but also doing good for society and for the world. So I find it to be very exciting and very promising. So that's whatever organization or cause or business I choose to be involved with, I hope that it's one that advances humanity in a way. Otherwise, I don't want to be involved. And I think that's how all of us can make an impact as individuals collectively. When we think about the actions that we take, what we're affiliated with, and how that helps this become a better world and better place for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Carlos. And Agnes is having a little bit of technical difficulty, so I'm just going to move on to the next question. Of course, if anyone in the audience has any questions, please feel free to drop it in the Q&A box, and we'll leave time at the end of the session for Q&A. So my next question would be, as we all discussed and we're all aware that this is a very turbulent period of history that we're going through. When we think about technology and its role in advocacy and engagement, what are the trends with the role of technology that you foresee playing in the future? And I'll start first with Wendy.
Great, thanks. For me, at its simplest level, it's about connection. So, whether it's a person who has an idea for a business and is now able to sit down at their kitchen table and set up a business that ultimately can be found by customers across the world, or as many of us are experiencing now, the ability to work and learn together despite physical distance, technology is ultimately a conduit to connection. And in my work, our focus is on how can we build the tools that help business owners to stay focused on what's most important to them. So doing the work that they love, connecting with employees and customers. In its best form, if technology can take care of many of the mechanics of, in this example, running a business, then people are left with the time to advocate for what they care about, to help shape their communities and focus on time together. And they can also turn to technology to give themselves a much larger platform for sharing their message or what they advocate or care about and connecting with people than they've really ever been able to do before. I only expect that to continue into the future as you have the opportunity for more people to have devices in their hand that connect them with the whole world. And as you also, I think, are seeing an increased consciousness of the importance of the connections that we can make and the importance of having a lot of of being very conscientious about what we share and how we communicate, and using technology, as I said, to take care of some of the mechanics and maybe the mundane pieces of whatever we're doing, and to help us to stay more connected, you know, and to feel that we're connected, even though we're not all together at this exact moment, and whatever that will look like in the future.
Great, thank you. And I see that Agnes was able to join us. So Agnes, sorry, we just started off by just telling the audience a little bit more about who we are and the work that we do, and also what the theme of this year's summit, Advancing Humanity, means to us and our work. So if you could speak on that.
Hi everyone, my name is Agnes Lena. I come from Kenya. I'm speaking all the way from southern part of Kenya. I work for an organization called Ilara Matak. It's not easy to pronounce that. It's a Maasai word for caretakers or caregivers. And we are caretakers and caregivers of animals, livestock, cows, goats, camels. But now, through our organization, we're not just caretakers of animals, but we are also caretakers of human beings and the environment that we live in. So that's what we are. And emphasis on girls, that's what we started off with, and then women, girls and women, because girls will eventually become the women we want to be, or the women they want to be. So we work with women to empower them. In this part of the world where I come from, young girls are circumcised at the age of, these days, even as early as 8 years or 7 years, they are cut and then given out for marriage to some husband, not of her own choice, because what choice does an 11-year-old girl have or 12-year-old girl have? It's the choice of her parents. So we train the girls to say no. It's not easy, but we train them to say no to early marriage and to female circumcision. And then we also talk to women, because at the end of the day, the girl does not make her decision. It's the parents, it's the mother. So we talk to women and we also empower women. We want pastoralist women to own their own development and their own lives. And we want them, we want to empower them to raise their voices, to amplify their own voices, to talk for themselves. And then at the end of the day, we have realized that you cannot leave the boy child also behind. So slowly by slowly, we're beginning also to include the boys, because we realize you have to sort of bring the boy child to speed, because then they have to learn how to handle an empowered woman. Otherwise, our girls will remain unmarried because the boys will run away from them. But now we want the boys also to know that now girls are empowered. And so they have to learn how to handle that. So we do this through many, many, many ways. I don't know how many minutes I have to talk about the work that I do, but or whether I have another chance to do that later. But I just want, I don't know whether I should continue or not. Danielle?
So Agnes, I guess what we want to do is talk a little bit more about what we see as the future of yes. So we like to talk a little bit more about the future of advocacy and technology. I'm going to first, I believe Agnes is still having a little bit of difficulty, so I'm now going to turn to Craig. Craig, I know that you mentioned on our phone call some very important issues that need to be addressed. What do you foresee as the trends taking place with respect to technology in the field of advocacy and engagement?
Well, right now, already people are using the internet to connect for common good. And you've already seen how people can work with each other and do pretty good things during this time of great change towards a new normal. I think I'm optimistic, I guess. I see NMAC already actively working with people in areas, like I mentioned, like the Black Media Initiative. On the other hand, people who are bad actors, people who are acting without conscience, are also using the internet to, to attack others and to promote corrupt programs. For example, right now, among other bad actors, white supremacists are using the same tools to connect and to work together that people of good conscience are using. That's a big problem right now that we don't know how to handle, but that's why I'm working with people who have actually done things like infiltrating white supremacist groups, hoping in some respects to track them, possibly to diffuse them, or possibly to help authorities go after them. There's other areas where there are really troubling aspects of people using internet tools which should be used for good, which aren't. For example, in the recent days, we've seen people using disinformation techniques to smear political candidates. The whole idea of emails, Hunter Biden's emails and so on, reported in the press, that appears to be a disinformation attack, which involves our foreign adversaries working with really bad people in the country here. So the internet is being used for a lot of good. It's being used for a lot of bad stuff. People are fighting back, for example, to stop or minimize voter suppression towards this new normal where people of good conscience can work together for the benefit of everyone.
Thank you. And Kallos, what do you see as the new trends, the next normal? Where will it take us with regards to advocacy and engagement?
Yeah, so I was thinking about the panel and the term advocacy, and I think usually when you think of advocacy, you think of issue-based advocacy, which it's very important, which obviously has been made easier thanks to technology. If you I sort of see a disintermediation of let's say nonprofit organizations, for example, where now almost anyone could be an advocate for any cause and has that platform to do so. So it's very exciting. But as I was thinking about it, I started thinking about advocacy for people. And what I mean by that is often you talk about the big issue, the broader issue. For example, I'm involved in a couple of initiatives to help women-led companies, to help increase investment in women-led companies. And you can post about that, you can talk about that, but you really miss the issue of the people who are involved. You look at the statistics, you think you see 3% of women-led companies receive venture capital. The same can be said for Hispanic-led companies or African-American companies. The numbers are dismal. And I think you can post about the issue, but you don't really, you don't personify it. And I think all of us now have platforms. We're all tastemakers in the sense that we no longer rely on the media, we don't need to rely on the newspapers, on TV, to tell us what we like, what we believe, and what others should believe and like as well. And so we all have platforms where we can say, instead of talking about the issue, say, here's a female entrepreneur that I really like. She has a great business, support that business. I think that platform reverberates, there's a halo effect which occurs because you can literally talk to anyone across the world. So I see that, and that kind of leads me into the next thing, which is self-advocacy. And I don't think there's ever been an easier time in the world to spread a message, to advocate for yourself. I think back in the past, you needed institutions to help you advocate, to help you engage with other people. Let's say you want to start you're a musician, you'd have to get a record label to sign you. Well, now you can create a SoundCloud account. Or if you want to write a book, you'd have to get a book deal. Now you can self-publish on Amazon. At TikTok, I go on it. I'm not very good at it. I delete more of my own TikToks than I actually post. But I'm amazed at the talent that you see of people, not just dancing, but displaying their skills and showing you how to fix up your home or how to invest. You see some of that, or fix an automobile. And so you really have the ability to display your talents to anyone across the globe. So I think it's just like it's a very exciting time, and I see this sort of democratization of advocacy or engagement to be very, very powerful. Even when we talk about some of these dynamics of underrepresentation of ethnicities or backgrounds in places, you can go out there and try to, you can't get in the door, where you create your own door and walk through that, or that's a good analogy, but I think you know what I mean. So I think it's a very exciting time. I see technology continuing in that direction, just continue to empower individuals to to engage with others and advocate for those things they believe in and themselves. So it's very exciting.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. The technology has really enabled the whole world to connect in a much different way than most people could have ever imagined probably 50 years ago. And I just want to direct this question to Agnes, because I know that you're in Kenya. What impact do you think that technology has had on advocating for issues in and for and about the African continent?
I'll respond according to the work that I have done. Let me just give an example, because the kind of work that I do involves rescuing girls from early marriage and FGM, which is the female genital mutilation. My latest rescue was very interesting. You see, with the pandemic, we cannot go and visit the girls. We cannot even go to where they have been hidden or something, and even to look for them. It meant in Kenya, even if you went to Google, you'll realize that so many girls became pregnant during the pandemic. And in my town alone, my constituency, which is Kajiado, southern part of Kenya, 8,534 girls became pregnant within this period. That is very, very, very high. But within this locality where I am, not even one single girl became pregnant because of the proximity in which we are with them. But I want to tell you that we rescued one girl during this pandemic. Okay, there are so many, but this particular one was very interesting and how it happened. And I'm connecting this with technology, advocacy and technology. There is a girl called, we have a hot number in Kenya. The hot number is called 1195. So whenever we train these girls, we write the number. And so this young girl had just picked the number and written it in a small piece of paper and hid it among her books. So this holiday, she was going to get married on 12th of December. But she decided to call 1195. And when she called 1195, I was called because this is my locality, and I was told, can you please go and look for this girl? In that piece of information that was given through 1195 was her name and her telephone number. This is how digitalization of issues is really helping, because her mother had just a small, what we call here in Kenya, bonoko, just a small phone. It's not a smartphone, but at least you can call someone with it. And so she had this call, her number, her name, and her location. So it made it very easy for me to locate her. So I just had to go to the county commissioner. I was given a vehicle and 3 policemen, because sometimes a rescue can become very dramatic. And then 3 policemen on the fuel of the car. Usually you are not given, but this time I was given, I don't know, by luck. And we went and I kept communicating with this girl until I found her and brought her to where the other rescued girls were. I wish I can send you those photos, but I did not intend, I would have shared right now. So that's how the technology has helped us in 2 ways. Look at the number, the hot number, 1195, and then look at the phone that girl had. You see, so that in Kenya, where we have the apps, it has really helped. Unfortunately, you have also the disadvantages. For instance, if this girl was in a place where there was no network, just the way I was talking to you right now, and then I just went off, sometimes it can be like that. Network is such a problem. Right now, I'm due to rescue 2 little girls who got married, 11-year-old and a 14-year-old. I cannot get them because I cannot. Yep. So that's now the other side of it. It's the disadvantage. The small girl doesn't have a phone. It's the chief who has a phone. The chief doesn't want me to call him because he thinks I'll arrest him. I'll take him to police and all that. So I get him once in a while, and then a little bit it disappears. So there are all those issues. So right now in Kenya, because I belong to the anti-FGM board. So the anti-FGM board and UNICEF are now coming up with an app. We don't know the name of the app yet, but they're coming up with an app so that we can trace the girls and know where they are, and then be able to rescue them from female genital mutilation as well as from the early marriages. And we're also coming up as an organization with friends of mine with an app called Let Her Dream. You see, that's now part of digitalization. With this pandemic now, we're no longer meeting face to face. We just have to use technology. And now, whether we like it or not, technology has become part and parcel of us.
Yeah, that's a great point. And thank you so much for that example. I think that plays onto what Wendy was discussing and also what Craig was discussing, that technology can really be a force of good when used for good, but there could also be some downsides as well, as when you mentioned when the person that needs to be rescued does not have access, but you have people who are trying to oppress them that have access. So just to follow up on that, Wendy, what do you think are some steps, or what do you think that we can do to ensure that technology is used for good?
Ooh, good question.
It's a hard question.
Well, no, but I think at the very core, as I said, ultimately, I think technology, it's a tool of connection, it's a conduit to helping things happen. So at the very core, it's about being, as just individuals, right, being very purposeful with how we use technology. And there's been a lot of conversation around that. But I also think, as Craig spoke about, there is so much danger this is the downside, the flip side to everyone having access to technology and to these digital tools. So I think it's also about how do we stay very vigilant and be good consumers of technology. So not just what we're putting out there, but what we're also receiving. And how do we use the mechanisms that are in place with a lot of the platforms that many of us use to say, this is a bad actor, this is disinformation, this doesn't feel right, this isn't right, right? So I think that it does still take ultimately us as a community, even if we are a digital community, to act upon our best interests as a community and to be smart about what we're consuming and try to flag that, try to stop that. It's not perfect, but I think the more good actors you have out there and the more people you have who are looking out, I think, for the common good, the better it's a start. I think then there are other larger initiatives. I think a lot of the work that sounds like Craig is doing that can help to take down a lot of the bad information, the bad actors on a bigger level, on a more macro level. But I think it's something that we can all be doing, honestly, just day to day as consumers of technology and digital tools.
Thank you so much. I'm actually going to jump to one of the questions in the Q&A. Craig, I know that you already answered it inside the Q&A box, but I think people would like to hear the answer. Someone asked a question, how do you balance our ideas with freedom of speech? And I think that also ties into, what advice would we give to others that want to advocate for change?
Well, the first question, how do we reconcile all this with freedom of speech, at least in the American tradition of free speech, that we don't consider fraud or deception or disinformation or hate speech. We don't consider any of those in the category of free speech. Things are different and even more restrictive in other parts of the world, and I really don't understand a lot of that. But my focus is on, in the US, disinformation, particularly as used as an act of war, that's just plain not free speech.
Great. And what advice would you give to others that want to use technology to advocate for changes?
If you want to advocate for change, some of which is in the simplest form of good journalism, when you tell people the truth, you just need to be prepared that if bad guys try to disrupt what you were doing, if they harass you, you do need to work with people together to take the battle to the enemy. For example, right now online, a lot of people are subject to rather ugly harassment or disinformation campaigns. There are a lot of people working together to fight back, spearheaded by the International Women's Media Foundation, because right now the worst harassment is directed against women reporters, particularly women reporters who are people of color or Jewish. And the deal there is that the International Women's Media Foundation is working with groups like Equality Labs and Online SOS and Hollaback to build tools which, when people are harassed, to find out who's doing the harassing and how do you push back. That's a work in progress. It won't happen soon enough, but I do see a lot of harassment online. I saw a lot of it when I was doing customer service. It pisses me off, and that's why I'm working with people to take the battle to the enemy.
Thank you so much. And Kallos, just feeding off of what Craig already mentioned, you also mentioned earlier that you do a lot of work in terms of investment with women. What do you see personally as your role moving forward with regards to advocacy and engagement?
I think part of it is being involved. The more allies, the better. As I mentioned, I think it's great to be an advocate on issues and let people know about it, but be involved. You know what? I'm a member of Golden Seeds, which is an angel investment firm which invests in women-led companies, the largest angel investment firm that invests in women-led companies in the U.S. And you know, we don't just invest; we nurture and build the ecosystem. So we engage with entrepreneurs from women entrepreneurs from the beginning. When you have an idea, we help you build your business plan, help you along the way. It's connect you with people that can help you. Really help you build out that network. There's so many different pieces in order for a business to work. And it's not only that you don't have investment, it may be that you don't have the network or you can't get to the clients. So there's so much to be helpful with the different steps. And so not everyone needs to be an investor. Not everyone can be an investor, but we all have ways that we can contribute and help. So, you know, we hold office hours once a month where any investor can come in and, any entrepreneur can come in and talk about their business and we just provide advice. You know, it's very exciting. I tell people it's not investing in women-led companies or companies that are founded by underrepresented founders. It's not charity. It's actually very good business when you look at the statistics and you see that women-led companies or teams that are diverse perform better than those that are not. So it kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier, that you can do well and do good business, but at the same time, doing good for society. I mean, those things aren't opposites. You know, as I mentioned, I think this is the future, and it's what we demand, I think, as consumers. And that's a little bit about how I think we can all play a role.
No, I agree. You're right. We can all play a role in doing good. And I think that technology really helps us and kind of gives us more opportunity to do that. So just going back to what Agnes was mentioning earlier about the apps that are being created, Agnes, because we kind of live in a world where we're so connected, what if anything, do you think that people, say here in the US, can do to assist with the issues that you're facing in Kenya? I think you have to unmute yourself, Agnes.
Okay. Yeah. So at the moment, we have some challenges here. Because of the pandemic, schools were suddenly closed and then kids could not go to school. And then we looked around as an organization and we realized everywhere in the whole world, people are learning, kids are learning through internet, through computers, through tablets, through phones. And our own kids here do not even have electricity. What I'm using right now, what you're seeing here is a generator because it's already 10:30 here at night. And so immediately when the pandemic came in, we saw inequalities. Immediately we realized, oops, so there are things they do and there are things we cannot do. for reasons that are obvious. They have phones, they can access classes. They have internet, they can download their work. They can use, what do you call it? Tablets, they can use computers. Our kids do not have that. And that's what we need most here. So immediately we jumped in, we talked to some of our friends, and we were able to give some of the most vulnerable families, we assisted the kids with phones. We have 20 girls who've been rescued, and they're in the rescue center. And there's some here in this house, like 8 of them here. So we had to buy, especially for the ones who are sitting for exams, we had to buy them phones, and we could not buy for all of them. For obvious reasons, it's expensive, and we do not have that amount of money. And that's the kind of support we need. Then we realized we do not have computers. So what we did, we assisted one of the teachers with one of our own computers. My husband had to sacrifice his computer. And then we also gave him camera so that he can download the work and then send to the children. Then we went to the school here and installed internet, because at least at the school, there is electricity. We fought until we were given electricity. So the kids have to walk to the school and then download the work and then come home and start doing their homework. That is still a big, big process. There is no reason why we should not have electricity in our houses. There isn't.
No, you're correct. No, you're absolutely correct. We definitely need to work to kind of resolve those inequalities, and technology is one way that we can use to do that. Now that we have these apps, we have Zoom, we have these platforms in which we can communicate with you, then we can start to learn more about the process and what we can do in order to help. So just to wrap this up, we only have a few moments left. I just wanted to give each of the panelists just like a minute to say, one quick final word on this topic, on the summit in general, and how we create a new normal that's better than the one that we're seeing right now. I'll start first with Kallos.
Well, I think that getting together like this, getting like-minded individuals who share the same passions and want to make a better world, getting them together, getting us to talk, getting to share ideas, and even though we can't be together in person, that challenge is something we've overcome, and we're here, and so I think this is particularly encouraging. Continue to meet like this. I think this is how we will interact with each other, build networks that eventually will create that world that we want to see. So that's I find it to be very encouraging.
Thank you. How about you, Wendy?
Yeah, I think similarly, I'm so inspired by my co-panelists today. And I think the idea of advancing humanity, right, it's ultimately about how do we take the best of us and how can we use technology to do better and to make it better and to expand. And then when we know there are problems where there are gaps, whether it's technological gaps, whether it's lack of access to the internet, electricity, to devices, or whether it's people who are taking advantage of these systems and exploiting them and bringing out the worst in us, the fact that there are people who are trying to make things better is so inspiring to me. And I think we all have that in us, right? And we are so lucky to have so many of these tools at our fingertips now to help us to do that and to advocate for what we believe in and to increase engagement across all distances and boundaries. So I think I would just leave everybody with the idea that we have these tools, most of which are free, or so many of which are free. And I think it's up to us to make sure that we're leveling the playing field for everyone. And how can we help everyone to have access to these same tools? And how can we make it a place that is a more just society for everyone, and call out those who are trying to fight against that.
Thank you so much. I agree. Agnes, do you have any final words for the audience? You have to unmute yourself.
Okay. I can just say that I'm really impressed with this kind of communication, because again, technology has enabled us to be together like this. even if we don't know each other. Now we know each other, we've become friends. So this is still a very big advantage, which I really appreciate. And then, as I said, there are inequalities. Let's see what we can all do to close that gap and to be able to help others. Right now here, as I said, I didn't complete that we need laptops. I don't know how they can ever reach us, but we need them. We need phones. We used to tell kids you cannot go with phones to school. Now, the new normal is now you can go with them. Now we realize that we need them. They need them also. So I am so impressed with this, and I hope it's not going to be the first time we're going to communicate like this, but we form a network of ideas, of friends, and then let's continue with this kind of communication and friendship.
Gmail in the chat box. So if anyone is interested in getting in touch with Agnes, they can look at the chat box and send her an email if there's any way that they want to try and assist. And so I'll leave up Craig with the last word of the panel.
My message is a simple, kind of boring one. In the US, at least, you can stand up for people of good conscience by voting. Sometimes it's easy to do, and sometimes if you have to wait in line for 10 hours, it's hard. But this is all going to work, only going to work out if we do stand up for people. And that does mean voting as early as you can, but get it done.
Yes, please, everyone vote. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank my new friends, Craig, Wendy, Carlos, and Agnes, for being here with me today. And I'm going to turn it over now to Clayton, who's going to introduce the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you, everyone. Nice to meet you.
Let me quickly say this was just an extraordinary panel, international panel, that we've learned a lot listening to this panel, and I appreciate sort of the insight in inviting all of you to come back very quickly and soon, because nothing's more important than figuring out how we're going to navigate moving people forward through advocacy, through all these various prisms that we have on this summit. So that brings us to a very important area of what's happening around us, given the pandemic and everything else. The next panel is going to be the health panel, the future of healthcare. And we got some extraordinary folks that are going to give us some great information. And so happy to have Dr. Idit on it, because not only is she the moderator, but, you know, probably has had more texting and chatting going on all day than anybody else. So I have to say thank you for that. You're really paying attention, and now you're on the stage. So let me go ahead and you guys have about 2 minutes to get it together and get ready to launch your panel in 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Hello, Dr. Edith, Harrell, this is Bay. Hi, Dr. Otis and Dr. Buds.
last panel of the 7th Annual Silicon Harlem Summit. Naturally, during this crazy pandemic year and a few weeks before critical elections in the United States, the Silicon Harlem Summit is focusing on humanistic technologies for advancing social justice and advancing community development and healthcare with access for all. It has been an inspiring day as we learned about the future of software, of work, education, mobility, creativity, equality, and advocacy by making choices that are deeply human and connecting everyone for good. We heard from the grandfather of the internet, hashtag Papa Vint, and the father of all lists for good, hashtag Good Craig, and the CTO of New York City, hashtag Geek Shanna, and the future mayor of New York City, hashtag Mayor Maya. What a day. My name is Idit Harel. I've spent 1/3 of my career so far at the MIT Media Lab and 2/3 as an entrepreneur, tech innovator, founder, and CEO of edtech companies. Also as board member and advisor to media, tech, and community and higher education organizations, including Silicon Harlem. And this is our panel about the future of healthcare. Everyone knows that universal healthcare is important, especially now. Our panelists are united that receiving quality healthcare is not a luxury, but rather a human right. I'm delighted to introduce our 3 speakers to discuss this topic from their 3 perspectives. Professor Gary Butts, the EVP of Diversity and Equality in Mount Sinai in New York City. Bei Ma, the CEO of Pioneer Group in Washington, D.C. And Dr. Jorge Ortiz, the Professor of Computing and Electrical Engineering at Rutgers University in New Jersey. During the next 30 minutes, we will look at 2 key questions. How close are we to universal healthcare being a reality in the United States? And how should we position ourselves to gain the benefits of universal healthcare? Obviously, it's about system thinking that includes literacy, education, and opportunities to understand both technology and economics. So we invite you to ask questions throughout the panel. We promise to read and respond definitely for the first 5 or 10 minutes before we end. Okay, let's start with you, Bei Ma. What are your key areas of work at Pioneer? Maybe you can cover it briefly. And how do you relate to innovation in healthcare?
Thank you so much, Dr. Idit Harel, as our moderator today. Happy Friday, everyone. It has been such a wonderful day at Silicon Harlem, and it is my great pleasure to be on the panel of Future of Healthcare at the 7th Annual Silicon Harlem Summit. And my name is Bei Ma, and I'm the founder and the CEO of the Pioneer Group. We provide cross-border strategic business development, market access, regulatory and clinical services to assist small and medium-sized digital health, biotech, medtech, pharma, and biopharma organizations delivering patient-centric innovative solutions to the US and international markets. So with headquarters in Washington, D.C., we work with strategic partners in Europe and Asia to help healthcare organizations to achieve the best patient outcomes and commercial success. And previously, I actually served as a vice president of global healthcare business development for the British Standards Institution Group, BSI, the UK national standard body, in the areas of global harmonization and standards development, emerging technology and innovation, strategic alliances, and public-private partnerships. And I also worked at US Pharmacopoeia Convention, USP, for 8 years, and USP is a standard-setting organization for medicines in the States to support USP's global public health mission, initiatives, and programs in East Asia and Asia-Pacific region. Back to you, Dr. Idit Harel.
Well, thank you, Bei Ma, for your vision and for your great work in all these organizations and everything you've been doing.
Yes.
Dr. Gary Butts, You are the executive leader of Diversity and Equality Innovation Hub for the largest health system in New York City. From your perspective, what's needed to reach and apply universal healthcare?
Wow. Thanks for throwing me the easiest question of the day and century, perhaps. And I think, let me first admit that I don't have the answer, and hopefully that's okay. But among us, we can get a little closer to some clarity on the answer. Let me just say by way of background, and thank you for that brief introduction. Clayton and others, thank you for having me here today. This is just an amazing opportunity, even though I can only join very, very briefly. So I come at this work, innovation and healthcare and tech, from a platform of 40 years in healthcare as a primary care doc, a pediatrician. My roots are in Brooklyn, East New York, Brooklyn, one of the poorer and most challenged communities in the United States. And for the past 20 years, I've overseen a full thickness approach, one of the most comprehensive approaches to addressing diversity, equity, and inclusion. And full thickness meaning that we're looking at all issues, including what it takes to invest in and advance, engage effectively in the communities around us, particularly sitting in East Harlem, and then a little further north, we're in Harlem. And so these are issues that we think about when we have time, all the time, and that important, more recent piece of work that I've been asked to do is to lead a task force to address racism across our health system, and a significant part of that deliberation, for which the task force is working on and will come up with a roadmap, is care, and aiming toward unified and seamless care. And if, for nothing else, we can make get some traction on that, then that, will perhaps serve as a model for what we aim towards. And clearly, the differences in what insurance is, how insurance allow individuals to access our care and the kind of care that they get, the availability of care is largely tangled into that. So our goal is to untangle and then position ourselves to disrupt what has not been a very friendly system. And so those are all the kinds of issues that relate to a more universal approach, a sameness approach to care that we are working on. And then finally, I had the opportunity and the privilege about a year ago, again, as part of some of the more innovative approaches to DE, and to launch a diversity innovation hub. And just a little bit about that, and that has brought me in touch with individuals and leaders like Clayton Banks. And so Silicon Harlem is a partner. And I invite all of you to partner with us. Three things that have to happen as we move forward. We cannot, communities of color.
We're gonna get to that. Is that okay?
But I always say that we can't afford to miss out on the opportunities that innovation will bring us. And so our Diversity Innovation Hub is at least a step in that direction to allow us to accelerate and innovate in this space. So I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Yeah, and you will continue in a minute. Let me just ask Dr. Jorge Ortiz, what are your key points based on your work at Rutgers University?
Hi, thanks for inviting me to the panel. Thank you for organizing this and putting together the, all the preparation that it took to bring us here. It's all flowed very smoothly. So I come at this from a technologist perspective. From one perspective, there's sort of the development of technology, and the other perspective is being in the system, sort of subjected to the other forces that drive your experience in a healthcare system. So I rarely sort of bring these two ideas together because they're largely decoupled from each other. And yet I think it's important to have a conversation about where those two things come together. For me, I think about universal healthcare in terms of personalized medicine, and how different tools and different technologies will empower people to manage their own health effectively. Again, it's a multifaceted solution, one of which is providing those technologies, making them cheap, making them easy to use. But once it becomes part of the, part of the larger healthcare system, it gets a little bit more complex. And so, one of the goals of my lab is to basically create technologies that improve people's lives. Part of that is to facilitate the transparency and communication between doctors and patients and their family members. And so I think about how basically providing the types of tools and access to resources more cheaply at home to individual patients that involve the patient's care network is key. And then there's another aspect, which is how it's going to be paid for, which I'm not an expert in and know nothing about, but I know that it's very complicated and that, it's very challenging.
Great, thank you so much. And okay, so now back to you, Dr. Gary Butts. What is your approach to addressing equity in innovations and technology that is supported by this new Diversity Innovation Hub? You can now tell us about your 3 aims.
Thank you. I couldn't wait to get there. So let me.
Good see.
That said, I will be brief because just like Clayton, for the things that we are passionate about, we can talk forever, but I won't. And but what this hub aims to do is address 3 important areas that have been barriers over the past. One is, the inclusion of women and people of color in the innovation space, particularly healthcare innovation and technology. That's one. And so we are developing a pipeline for that from the perch of a medical school and a health system. And this is relatively unique. The second, and while we talk a little bit about social issues and social entrepreneurship, our goal is to be intentional in using technology and innovation to address social determinants of health and healthcare. And then the third major aim is far too late. And we've been at this D&I work for a very long time. It's time to accelerate the pace, the work and the pace using innovation and partnering with individuals like you. Those are the 3 major aims. We have a relatively unique approach to this work. Design thinking, design teams that include medical students, trainees, faculty, staff in a variety of interesting ways, opportunities for hands-on learning through fellowship programs, and then engaging with our community. This is key to all the work that often is missing. We built mousetraps in the old days, and these days cars, but without quite an appreciation for the real user, the user who could benefit most. And so we have a community design team, and that is a hope is that will allow us to both define the problems from the perspective of the community, use the thinking of the experts, including community, to develop the interventions and at times using technology, and have solutions that meet the mark and that are both community inclusive and community relevant as we move along. So this is it's a tall order, but I think that it will allow us to socially address, socially minded way, address these very, very tough issues in an engagement and ways that haven't happened before. And we will be in the tent. And that is a tall order, and all the things that you've begun to talk about that we'll get at need to be, including investing in our minority and women, people who are interested in this, and helping to thrive as entrepreneurs. We all then win. The last point I'll make here is that what I've come to learn and appreciate from our partners is that people of color and women have had to be entrepreneurs for hundreds of years, else we wouldn't be here. And so that's about showing them how, but bringing them together in some relevant ways to address today's and the emerging issues. So let me stop there. Thank you.
That's great. So just briefly, Jorge Ortiz, how can technology empower citizens to manage their health more effectively? And what does it mean from your perspective to advance humanity with these technologies?
Yeah,
So,
sorry,
go ahead. Yeah. So I think that, you know, I typically think about, in my lab, I typically think about the core technological issues. But more often these days, especially with patient-facing technologies, you have to think about how that technology is perceived by the patient and how that technology is perceived by the patient for particular populations. I think technology today, there's a perception that it's hyper-vigilant, hyper-surveillant, which creates a level of distrust. I'm trying to work on technologies that give people a level of independence and builds that trust over time so that it's easier for them to engage with the technology, for accurate measurements to be taken without them having to be technology gurus. But at the same time, thinking about privacy and making sure, being sensitive to keeping their personal data very private. Again, the larger problem here is around discipline is one of them, just getting people to use the technology in the correct way and use it when they have to use it, trying to lower the barrier to entry in terms of usage and engagement. The second one is numerical literacy. So how can we summarize the data that's being collected about them so that they can incorporate it in their lives and the decisions that they make day to day? And the third one is just establishing trust. And I think one of the things that is overlooked by lots of engineering teams is how to incorporate the social network of the patient, the family, the pharmacist, the doctor, and how technology is just the glue. But ultimately, the thing that's going to help the patient manage their conditions is to engage the full network. So that's really how I think about it.
Thank you so much. And you can maybe start looking at some of the questions if we're getting them, while maybe Beima, you can bring us your global expertise into this panel. Is healthcare global or local? Can technology innovation help global or local healthcare? How does it work? You have experience in both.
Thank you so much, Dr. Edi Harrell. Before I answer that question, I want to emphasize there are two focuses in our work. You know, the first focus, of course, is technology innovation in the healthcare space. And our second focus is actually community engagement. And I think a lot of people know, you know, innovations in the healthcare space, such as medicines, medical devices, digital health, and healthcare IT, they don't come easily. And we see it clearly this year with the global pandemic, you know, how difficult and challenging to develop the safe and effective vaccine for COVID-19. Not just COVID-19, you know, up to date, there is still no vaccines approved by any regulatory agencies in the world to cure infectious diseases like HIV or Zika for human race. So innovation is hard, and access to innovation is even harder in the healthcare space. And we heard, you know, from previous panel, the panelist from Kenya, she talked about because of global pandemic, the kids don't have phones or laptop to continue the school, but thinking about if it's in the healthcare condition, if the kids get sick, there's no electricity, you know, at night. So how we're going to do that? We, you know, as a very small firm, we work very diligently and creatively with small and medium-sized organizations to find ways to deliver their innovations to patients globally. But that's not enough. You know, we need tremendous efforts in the community engagement and public health education and training. And this year, we clearly see the public health education is so important because people don't, probably at the very beginning of the pandemic, they didn't understand what COVID-19 means, what the virus, you know, still last week from CDC, you know, the website was talking about this is airborne virus. So in a way, public health, education, training, and tremendous efforts in the community engagement is really, really important. And not only the professional and business community in healthcare, but also I think other local communities and global communities, we need them to reflect diversity, inclusivity, and equality from our communities. So for instance, something what we did this year is I started serving as board member at our local Maryland-based art organization called This Arts Center. So I work with the leadership team working on volunteer work to produce some potential programs to bring art solutions to healthcare workspace, workforces. Specifically, we see enormous surge in mental health crisis under the global pandemic. So with that said, back to the question, Edith, it seems healthcare is local, right? And especially under the current geopolitical pressure worldwide. But I think healthcare is both local and global. Again, using infectious disease as another example, COVID-19 is a perfect case. So at the end of the day, it is we as a human race facing the diseases, not just Americans or Japanese or South Africans, it's we together. And I think technology information is critical to bring healthcare together globally and locally. I have seen amazing innovations in mental health, digital health, and telehealth this year. But still, I want to emphasize technology innovation is only part of the puzzle. Governance matters, policy matters, regulation matters, and standards matters, and global collaboration matters. And if we solve all those, part of the puzzles together, and we can cure any diseases we want to as a human race.
Thank you so much. Jorge, do we have any interesting questions that you would like to present from the Q&A?
Yeah, there's one. Excuse me. One of the questions is how are we working with organizations, with faith-based organizations that have that trust in the community, because they have that frontline understanding, especially in communities of color.
Maybe Dr. Butts, would you like to take that?
Well, that's a good question. I think that as we think community, particularly for communities of color, faith is a huge connector, and it's a place where folk congregate pretty often. So that's been at risk as well during this pandemic. But in partnering through our work through the Diversity Innovation Hub, we have worked with some of our unofficial partners to build up their capacity to serve as places for screening for COVID, and then offering supports that we don't talk about that we take for granted, and particularly when we think about global issues, not just about hardware, but people need homes, they need roofs, they need food, right? And I think we sometimes, your point is quite correct. We can't innovate ourselves out of this. There's some very basic things that need to be done. And that said, a way to understand what they are in some very practical ways, and then solutions that are practical, is to work with the local community partners who have been historical assets like the churches. So we have had some relationships there and tend to build on those as we move along.
And Bay, what can we learn from other Western developed countries like Germany or Sweden or UK as it relates to universal healthcare? Unmute.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great, wonderful. Yeah, that's a great question, Dr. Edith Harrell. So according to the data from World Health Organization and Young in 2018, the commercial insurance in the total US medical expenditure is almost 40%. To be accurate, 39.6%. So we're talking about the medical expenditure for a country. And comparing to other developed Western countries such as Germany or UK, Germany is 3.0% and the UK is 5.5%. So I think from this data, it tells us universal healthcare is achievable. Countries like Germany and UK, they have set up a really good example on accessible healthcare for their people. And I'm not saying, their healthcare systems are perfect, and at least their systems reflect healthcare is a human right, not a luxury or privilege, as well as with pre-existing conditions raise red flags to the insurance companies at the same time. So I think that needs tremendous efforts from stakeholders, from communities, from researchers, from entrepreneurs, from policymakers, from regulatory agencies, from drug developers, from everyone to have our voices heard and to make make healthcare accessible to everyone. It is human right, just like education. So that's my opinion.
Dr. Ortiz, would you like to add anything to this? Because I know you have a similar vision.
Yeah, but I also agree. I think that, excuse me a second here. I think that healthcare is a human right. I think that there's a set of multifaceted solutions. I think Bay did a good job of talking about how we all have to come together and how there's actually multiple layers from developing core technology to getting communities involved to education, but that there is a plan and there are instances in the world where this works, and it really is largely about societal framing. I think if the society believes it's a human right, well, then we galvanize activities around that belief. And so, politicians have to be part of that as well to get us all on the same page and really get us thinking in that direction. If there's a lot of disagreement, we're going to spend all our time disagreeing and none of our time actually working on those solutions. So those are just my thoughts on how that pipeline goes from technology to the people.
Any interesting questions came in the meantime? I'm asking our audience to not be shy.
There was one to Dr. Butts specifically.
Great.
It says, how do investors work with your program? And are you looking to do collaborative development with universities and other hospitals outside of New York?
Great question.
Thank you for that. And I look forward to, we do have a handful of VC partners, including, I'll give them at least one a shout out, Rock Health. And they have been incredible in taking on some of our young rising superstars who are just medical students to understand that art, what they do, and right. And so just imagine them grow as they graduate from medical school, the repositioning they'll be at. And so they and a few others are beginning to come in. We've not yet put a significant ask in as we begin to develop what our longer term investment strategy would be for us and through us, but clearly there are opportunities there for everybody wins, because the capacity that we're developing is going to be critical in my mind, important right now, but critical for everybody, right? Women and people of color who come in, not just interested, but prepared to join the ranks and lead in this work. And so that is an important part of it, and I'm sure we'll get to this at some point, and this has been part of the conversation for some time. What do people need when they have a good idea, right? And it is clear that it's the women and minority entrepreneurs who are last in line to get the investment, because it's really the old way, the old model of predicting success and the ways that people appreciate promise, just that I think the world and particularly the US needs to catch up with, right? But we are in a better position to identify new talent, and certainly probably in a better position to understand, connect with, and engage the community that really can define the problems that need to be addressed and be part of the solution. If indeed this is about using technology and innovation, with social mindedness and real gain in mind. And I think if this, final point, I come from a place from even a few years ago I had not bought into this thing, because to me it was really seemed to be a selfish pursuit, right? And often it still is, and maybe at times it gets a bad, innovators and tech gets a bad rap. But hell, if we're not, show us, we, and I'm part of it now, have to really do a better job of showing that this is more than just about us making a dollar. It's about investing in and using our brightest minds and design thinking, to do the right thing for the folk who need to benefit most.
Absolutely. Day, do you want to add something on that point in terms of, the universal healthcare, and what do we need to do to innovate for this to happen sooner rather than later?
Yes, sure. Yeah.
It's system thinking, right? It's system thinking. There's so many moving variables and so many aspects in our society that really needs to work together for making this a reality, and so critical.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to add some point, just using a COVID-19 vaccine as another example about why equality in healthcare is so important. So equality matters, and healthcare matters, especially the healthcare equality matters, because this year is 2020. We've seen huge disparity on how COVID-19 affects the U.S. population. It's a very unfair landscape, and we all know that. So right now, the global vaccine race is very heated. Although last week we did hear, or this week we did hear from Johnson & Johnson as well as Eli Lilly. They just paused their clinical trial phase 3. Although actually from a regulatory perspective, they don't have to report if they pause any trial. Only, if they hold any clinical trial, they need to report to the public. But I do see from that, from that news, that from Big Pharma's efforts to make the drug development process transparent to the public. So in a way, the transparency, the equality involves transparency, and the people have the knowledge of what's going on. So I'm so glad to see that, Eli Lilly, Johnson & Johnson, during their process developing the COVID-19 vaccine, and they report every step with their drug development clinical trial phase. But that said, the allocation, when we have one day when we have the COVID-19 vaccines approved by the agency, and how we're going to achieve the equitability for allocation of the COVID-19 locally, statewide, nationwide, and globally. So, I have to say, unfortunately, just like universal healthcare, and this might get very political, but how, we can work together to make it as fair as possible, that's actually, I think, a question for all of us who are not, who are not working as politicians. So I actually encourage everyone, including audience, to read a very recent publication in Science magazine by a group of international global healthcare experts. And the title is An Ethical Framework for Global Vaccine Allocation. And the group of experts from UK, US, Singapore, Africa, and many, many countries, they propose this framework is actually a phased approach. This could be a practical way to fulfill pledges to distribute vaccines fairly and equitably. But I want to say this is not the last virus we're going to face as human race, and this is not the last vaccine allocation that we're going to face either. So we need to find a way to work together globally, collaboratively, and to get rid of any political drama, and to focus on healthcare is human rights. It's not privilege.
Yeah, I think this is it's really a huge challenge to figure out how this vaccine is being distributed equally.
Yes.
And it's a really good problem for a lot of brains to solve together, like the Genome Project.
Yes.
And Clayton Banks asked us a question around 5 minutes ago. Can my home be a healthcare center for me using medical devices, telehealth, telemedicine, etc.? Who wants to take on that?
Well, I can start on the technology side.
All right, go.
I'd say yes. That's the vision. That's part of the vision of the work that my lab and many others who work in this area are aspiring to. One of the challenges is fundamentally about the sensing technology in part. Can we get reasonable measurements that we can trust? And the reason you typically have to go in is because the devices that measure your health are better quality. There is a problem where we're completely blind. We have more information about the car we're driving and its condition than we do about our own health. And we want to fix that with cheaper sensors that may signal it's time to go one step further and maybe talk to a local doctor or a specialist, or find this kind of stuff. Now, we also have better communication technology. So it's not that this information would just be going to you and that you would consume it, but also, again, back to the patient care network, right? The doctor would get it. The nurses who were seeing you would get it. Your entire network would be part of this. For those of us who have aging parents, we would get it. We would help our parents manage their diseases. So again, that's the goal. The goal is really to bring the cost down and increase quality with this cost constraint. Try to approximate what you do in the hospital at a much cheaper cost at home. And only if you have to go in to see the doctor, then of course, we can at least prioritize the patients who are coming in based on actual measurements, not on some qualitative assessments of how they feel.
I would just add that there are a few other assumptions in that solution, is that Clayton has broadband or some other way to connect, and that his providers are geared up in the same way and know how to and their systems, healthcare systems, because we know that the FQACs have not been built up and as prepared as some of the larger places for healthcare out there. So I think that is, and Clayton reminds us, only 40–50% of households in Harlem and East Harlem have the broadband capacity. So the work that he's doing becomes critical as a base before we can even have that kind of so the equity issue is still alive. That needs to be addressed first.
And the access for all the infrastructure is critical. And people are asking for the link to that article, so you can put it in the chat room later.
I'll find it. Yes, absolutely.
Yes. And so final word by each of you, literally a few words of how many years from now do you think we are achieving universal healthcare, taking into account everything that you brilliantly said on this panel about the system thinking and the many variables? Let's go, one after the other. Babe, you'll be the first. How many years to achieving universal healthcare in the United States?
That's a really great question, because everyone knows, 2020 is the election year. There are so many uncertain factors, but I'm the ultimate optimist. So if we get rid of all the unnecessary factors, and if we people get together, from academia, from venture capital, from research groups, from think tanks, from government, if we get together, if we consider healthcare is the human right, not the privilege, and I think it could be in next 5 years.
5 years, okay. Jorge Ortiz, how many years?
So I'm a little bit more skeptical, but I think that we're a generation away.
Which means?
Let's say 20 years before
20 years to universal healthcare in the USA.
Yes, and I think that it will happen slowly and in phases, because I think you have to get the population used to the idea, considering all the other forces that impact people's opinion about universal anything. And so I just think it'll take a little while to slowly get people used to it. And little by little, suddenly we'll be there, and we won't know how we've gotten there, but we will have achieved it.
Okay, Dr. Butts, what's your number?
Jorge, I like your approach. And I think that, so that requires, and maybe I'll give a number when I finish, hopefully in my lifetime. But I think it depends on what comes out of this election.
Okay, 5 to 20. We go from 5 to 20, and you're somewhere in the middle.
You know what? But you know what? I mean, I can't say. But I think that what happens with this election matters. Somebody said we got to vote, and because if an important base to get us there is, deconstructed, then it won't happen in my lifetime. That's my prediction. But if we can at least, sustain that, then there is a chance that we can get that vote. Because I think it reflects, on my part, the will to do it first. And if we don't have the will for the kind of change that needs to happen politically, then we clearly don't have the will to line the ducks up, whether it's in a smart way or not, to have universal healthcare.
Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. Clayton Banks is back, which means that our time is over. We have more questions and we can answer them in the Q&A room. And I hope that Beima is right and it's 5 years to universal healthcare. Let's be optimistic.
Determined.
An extraordinary panel. I mean, an extraordinary panel. There couldn't be nothing more important to us in these very days on healthcare. And all of the perspectives that we've heard in this panel are helping us individually, and certainly we'll be able to spread the word even further. I've been working quite a bit with Dr. Butts, and every time I talk with him, I'm so impressed. He comes up with some new notion that we all have to sort of think about. So to have that expanded into the rest of this panel and having Dr. Edith do her thing, just extraordinary. Thank you guys very much, and I hope you stay on for this last piece. We're about to go into our last piece, which features our borough president, Gail Brewer. It features Larry Irving, myself, and Bruce, and we're going to do a town hall after that. So we're going to have some remarks early on, and then we're going to turn it over to the whole audience here to have a full-on town hall for 30 minutes. So get your questions ready for that. I think Robert, I think a student's going to say a word or so before we open up that next panel. Thank you guys again. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Isabel Garcia. I'm in the 12th grade at Columbia Secondary School. I would just like to welcome everyone to the 2020 Silicon Harlem Virtual Summit, Advancing Humanities. Sorry I can't be there today. I had prior commitments that I had to see through. I'm here speaking today mostly because I just had a wonderful experience with Silicon Harlem when I was there. In the drone program, I just learned so much about business and interacting with people around me, mostly about technology and how we are advancing it and how we use it today. I also got to meet such wonderful people such as Bruce Lincoln, the peers in my class with me, got to make real world connections. And I even got to meet the CEO of Silicon Harlem, Clayton Bank. Who is speaking?
Okay, well, hopefully that gives you guys a sense on this call of what we've been able to sort of focus in on is to constantly try to galvanize the community from preschoolers to senior citizens around the idea that we can move ourselves forward by simply helping each other, right? Whether it's opening up a door, providing some level of access or exposure. So we're walking right now into that space on this final panel. And it's a great honor of mine to be able to introduce in a lot of ways, we call them our co-founders. Larry Irving, who's on this call, was the very first keynote speaker of Silicon Harlem in our 2014 very first conference. And he scared the heck out of me after the conference because he wrote this op-ed that talked about, hey, this was one of the most incredible technology conferences I've ever been to, more diversity I've ever seen. But where are all the sponsors? Where are all the corporate, people that have a stake in this? And I was scared to death that these people will never want to do business with me. But I can say to you that Larry's been a very loyal and a hardworking man at the wheel. I run into him all over the country. He's well sought after for all that he's been doing since, working within the administration of President Clinton. And he runs his own Irving Group. So you're in for a treat right here. We recently awarded him the Charlie Rangel Award. He had no idea it was happening, so he had given this long slide, presentation. But when we awarded him, it all went away. He was like, this is what I was looking for. So anyway, it's just great to have Larry back. And of course, we also have, Bruce Lincoln on here. You're going to hear a lot from him, and as we do our town hall as well, but he's also got some profound remarks to make here. And finally, one of our co-founders is our borough president. And the way we look at it, she's been with us from the start, like Charlie Rangel and Inez Dickens and others. Gail has been with us, thick and thin, and we are so grateful. Now, I'm saying all this assuming Gail is on the call. Gail, say hello and your opening remarks.
I am definitely here, and I'm honored to be here. Thank you very much, Clayton Banks.
Wonderful. So we're going to get started, and I figure the way this is going to go is we're going to have some remarks from our borough president, some remarks from Larry Irving, a few remarks from Bruce, and then we're just going to have a little bit of conversation, as much time as we can have with you, and then we're going to roll into Robert. We're going to open up the audience to ask questions as well. So why don't we start with you, Borough President?
Thank you very much, and congratulations on an amazing summit. I can't even imagine. I wish I could have participated, but I will listen to it in the future. Congratulations. So what I thought I would—
the father of the internet, Gail Brewer. You missed the father of Vint Cerf started us off. It was amazing. We've had 43 speakers up to this point, 44, and 22 of them women, 22 men. It was an extraordinary tech summit.
Yeah, I know. It's really impressive. Congratulations. If you could see all the hell I've been dealing with today, you couldn't imagine that. I'd much rather be with you. Oh, God. But anyway, I'm just going to do a couple of things, because if your title is equity, innovation, unification, opportunity, the schools is where you and I start. And the training that you've done for young people says it all. So right now, because I just got off the phone with all of my appointments to the CECs, which are the school boards in the borough of Manhattan. And it's not just an easy fix. We have a situation very quickly, as you know, if you have kids in the school system, you got some that are going to school in a blended learning and some are remote. Everybody needs devices. And without getting into the challenges of that, it's just one piece of the puzzle. So in some districts, there are 6 districts in Manhattan, very diverse. Some districts, there are 500 devices still needed, and some 1,000 and some none. And the schools are the same. It's across the board. But some of them need an iPad, some of them need Chromebooks, some of them are loaded with internet, some are not. Number 2 problem, it's just even a bigger problem, and no surprise to you, is the connection. And it's a little shocking to me that some of the temporary housing, some of the hotels where there are families does not have an internet. We're going to call them all and see what's going on. Somebody suggested today, because a lot of families are in Midtown hotels, those Midtown hotels had Wi-Fi when the tourism was there. So what's with that? Little things like that are big things for students. Then of course there's NYCHA with the thick walls, and you know those challenges as well as I do. Interestingly enough, you also have parents, you got 3 kids, 2 parents, everybody in a 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom apartment, and they're really slow, even with the best router. So all of that's happening right now, challenging. Then of course you have language. That comes up more than the device. And the issue is DOE is not providing enough language access in terms of how to fix the device when it breaks, et cetera, et cetera. Microsoft is a possibility, but it doesn't work for everybody. Third problem, of course, is there going to be another wave? And that's a scary thought, because that is a tech issue. You heard about it in your previous panel. Many of the vaccine trials are not performing with children, just adults. It's a very scary time. And then just all the teachers need the same problems. They have the same tech problems often that the students do. So just to give you, and headphones, that is not something that comes as part of the package. You're wearing headphones when you got a whole family in an apartment. Obviously you need headphones. So a donation just came in for District 2. Somebody got $20,000 and they're buying headphones because DOE does not provide them. Just a few issues that are dealing with the schools. I don't need to go through the overall numbers for the city of New York. We know we have a digital divide. I'm sure that you know that it's 29% of all city households without broadband internet access. And we know for many of our students, it's even more. And we also know that we have a digital divide in terms of locations. 50% in Chinatown lack broadband access. Is 30% of Black and Hispanic New Yorkers. And I think you know those numbers as well as I do. And it impacts the telemedicine world, which is now supposedly, just heard today, kids who have IEPs, these are children with special needs, visual and eye and hearing are now only going to be done through telemedicine. Those children are not going to be able to get that service, and they need it badly, except telemedicine. Well, you know what that means. Data is also the other issue. And we passed the open data bill. You know that extremely well, and you've been very supportive of our efforts. You know that we house Beta NYC in our office, and they help the community boards along with working with CUNY students to figure out how to use that data. So what I have been thinking, though, in the last couple of weeks, working with some folks at NYU and around the issue of data reuse, data risk, and then privacy, of course, being the biggest issue in terms of the risk. But what we have done is, if we're thinking about the future, which I hope we are, we're obviously thinking about something like a public realm czar, somebody who thinks about the open space. Right now, we have the great restaurants outside. We have the sanitation department. We have the health department. We have the consumer affairs department. We have the scaffolding and the buildings department. We have the homeless, which is homeless services. We have the state liquor authority. I could go on. We have cars. We have skateboards. We have bicycles. We have buses. We have Access-a-Ride. You got it. We even have scooters. Who is going to be in charge of all these agencies and all of this use? Data, data, data is the only way you're going to be able to figure this out. We also have the issue of the small businesses and the mom and pops. We have walked from the bottom of Broadway to the top of Broadway in 2017 and August 2020. And no surprise to you, there was a 78% increase in vacancies just in that period. And I have a horrible feeling here we are in October, it might be higher. By the end of February 2021, every owner of every building has to tell us what is the data for your storefront, how many vacancies, and what's the square footage and other information. So at least we'll have the data. That was a very different bill 5 years ago than it will be in 2021. When we have that information, we can look at commercial rents. We can see if there's a match with a nonprofit or a small business, but also can the artists be part of sprucing up in some way these businesses that are out of business and making our landscape something that people want to participate in. I also just want to say that, all of this has to be transparent. There's a risk, and we can talk more about that in terms of our, privacy issues, but we also have to be transparent, which is why I love the open data portal. It needs to be something that the community can use. That's why we have data going to the community boards and trying to figure out this very slow process, how they can plan locally, because it's all about planning. I just want to mention something else which was of interest when I participated in the GovLab, which you know well, a discussion at NYU the other night. LinkedIn, which I use some people seem to spend even more time on it than I do, but one of the persons who is on their staff was part of our panel. Gail Brewer doesn't think this way. Maybe John Irving does. Certainly you do as a public and private sector in that tech world. LinkedIn has tons of information, so do some of the other for-profits that participate in the public sphere. So if we're planning, how do we take that public data, that private data, figure out how to use it for planning and make sure that privacy is at the utmost height? LinkedIn is certainly that. The questions that get asked, the type of jobs that people get, we're all trying to figure this out. How could that meld? It was very interesting to me on the panel because the people from the city said, oh, I hadn't thought to call to participate, to work with the private sector in this way. So you can see we have a lot of issues to address. I am excited to be part of this journey that you and I have been on to try to figure out how the technology, the data can be used to improve all of our families and the lives of our families. It is a very hard task, but I'm sure that your forum today is a step in that right direction. And just to let you know, in the Borough President's Office, whether it's through Data NYC, working with the schools, allocating funding, doing the training of the 1,000 people that we appoint on data and what it means, or just working with some of the groups that you work with, we're trying to get that dialogue going. Thank you very much, Clayton.
Absolutely, thank you. I think the work you've done as Borough President has been as significant as any in history. Your work at City Council has been extraordinary, and your support of Silicon Harlem obviously is unmatched. I guess I would like to ask a tough question that you won't like it, and you're going to probably be mad at me, but I really want to reflect a little bit about you, and then we'll turn it over to Larry. When you think about the position of Borough President, and we've listened to everything you just said and what you're currently doing, when you look at your tenure, and your tenure has, like I said, has been extraordinary and in my opinion, the best ever. What are some of the things, maybe one or two, Gail, that you can share with us that you think every borough president should do, but things that you think that have just been so important for you to address as borough president?
Well, in New York City is all about land use, and technology plays a role there. The land use issues, I think, are going to be more important than ever. I just talked about one small, what is the streetscape and how do we coordinate those agencies? But the real issue, of course, is, the housing, the affordability, the parks, figuring out how people can use buildings. You and I have thought, how in the world is it that the senior centers and the schools are empty on the weekends? Why are we not using them in some way, et cetera? And of course, now we have food insecurity. I say all of that because the tech needs to be used to do the planning. We still don't put those two together. And I wish that as borough presidents, we're very different boroughs. We all get along, but if there's one thing I learned is the boroughs are all very different. And obviously the mayor is supposed to bring everybody together, Sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. But the planning for each borough needs to be much more pre-planning than this last minute. That is what I have experienced, doing the best I can. But as the world is more complicated, pandemic has just set us into a new sphere of complication. And you know, we know who has been dying, we know who the first responders are, we know how challenging it is for the families and the schools, you know who's getting hurt. And we have got to figure out this planning so it is whatever the title of your workshop is: equity, innovation, opportunity, and unifying. That's not what is happening, but I think pre-planning using data, real data, would make a big difference.
Well, thank you, Gail. And like I said, we are behind you 100%. The work you did with that data portal, unmatched. And every big city in this country has been following our approach. So that's a legacy that I'll always be proud to talk to anyone about. Larry Irving, we gotta let you loose here. I know you're ready. We are ready for your energy, my brother. Come on.
I can
now.
listen to your president all day long, so I'm good. She's, you know, I'm a fan, so you know that works.
Let's get some context from you, given sort of where we are. We've seen that the coronavirus has opened up a lot of eyes and ears to technology. You know, back in the day, you saw a little bit of a wave like that before, and had to send out a whole lot of initiatives around broadband, and now here we are again. So just put some context around all of this and sort of how you see us moving forward, how we advance humanity, how we look at technology as an enabler, maybe in some cases. Just spin out whatever you've been thinking.
Well, as I was listening to Gail, it's interesting because I think that first keynote I gave, I either followed her or led her, but I remember her comments then in that space back in 2014. And it's interesting that you had my man Vint Cerf this morning, because for those of you who might care, Vint and I did a town hall, the two of us. It's on YouTube, just the two of us for 9 minutes talking about tech and how to advance technology. But I can never start this conversation without thanking you and Bruce and everyone involved in Silicon Harlem for what you do for the community. I'm a son of New York, and if it was not for one of Gail's predecessors, Percy Sutton, and one of the great all-time New Yorkers, Ron Brown, a whole lot of things would be different. And so when Ron and I went to work for Bill Clinton, and I always have my little, you can see my little Bill Clinton head here. When I went to work for Bill Clinton back in the day, Ron was my boss. And the reason the whole question of digital inclusion and digital divide, and I always want people to remember this, is because you had two New Yorkers, including a New Yorker from Harlem, who said, no, this technology revolution is not going to happen without us. It's going to include Black folks, it's going to include brown folks, it's going to include Harlem. All of us have to be included. And when you think about Bill Clinton, you're advancing humanity. It is the agenda for advancing humanity syncs up so well with what we were doing back in the 90s, which is putting people first. It's not about the technology. It's never been about the technology for me. It's always been about how do I use that technology. My dad had Nate Education, worked for Con Edison. My mother worked for the Human Resource Administration, up doing methadone clinics in the Bronx, in Manhattan, back in the 60s and 70s and 80s. So I know what our communities need. I'm part of that community. I was born in the projects. And so, I'm now the first Black person in that Hall of Fame, but it's because of public institutions. So last year I was not at your conference because I was inducted in that Hall of Fame. So, if you're a baseball player, you want to be in the Hall of Fame with Babe Ruth. If you're a tech weenie like I am, a tech nerd, you want to be in the Hall of Fame with Vint Cerf, which is why we did that chat. But I'm there because of our public institutions. And what I fear when I listen to Gail is, how does a young Black or brown or Asian or girl get the education and get that slope if when we're doing remote education, when doing distance learning, they don't have access to the basic tools they need? We know there's learning loss during the summer, and we know there are tens of thousands of kids who've not been in a classroom and haven't had the tools to do at home since last March. And nobody down here in Washington, D.C. where I live has their hair on fire. They're fighting over, this and that, instead of keeping their eye focused on advancing humanity. And I want to close up so we can have a conversation, but I want to say a couple of things. I've been doing technology for 25 years. 30 years. The digital divide is a 25-year concept now. The concept that Ron and I helped develop back in 1994 into 95. So this is the 25th anniversary of the first reports on the digital divide. And all of the people who weren't on the right side of the divide, you know, the elderly, immigrants, low-income people, rural people, and less educated people are still on the wrong side. I mean, look at the numbers now. We went from 15 million in 93 to 4 billion today, but the 3 billion who aren't connected and the 20% in America who aren't connected are disproportionately poor, disproportionately Black, disproportionately elderly, disproportionately rural, and disproportionately less educated. So we can do something about that. But here's why I'm an optimist. I was a history major in college, and I remember a couple of things. You came out of the bubonic plague, you went into the Renaissance. You came out of World War I, you went into the Roaring 20s. You came out of World War II, we saw the greatest economic expansion in the history of the world. We can either drag all the crap from the 80s and the 90s that we left behind through this next portal with us, or we can open up this portal. We're using technology in different ways. We're thinking about education in different ways, look at telemedicine in different ways. If you haven't looked at GoDaddy's Venture Forward, where they're looking at micro businesses and how, you know, Black folks and brown folks, Asian folks, you always have a side hustle, particularly in New York. GoDaddy has an entire set of data on how you're using micro ventures to increase economic vitality and volatility in low-income communities across the country. And I'm happy to put folks in touch with those folks. There's some incredibly important things happening. And I want to thank Silicon Harlem for being a catalyst for so many of them.
Well, let me say, Larry, that we wouldn't be doing a lot of what we're doing without your leadership. So it's been really good, and you've been really good to us, giving us a lot of insight, and we actually act on just about everything you tell us. A side question is, did you get a chance to, were you on to see Peter Norton today?
You know, I had the one thing about being virtual, and I'm not trying to just put my resume out there, but I'm president of Northwestern University's Alumni Association, and I'm also a trustee. And this was reunion weekend. So in the last hour and a half, over the course of the day, I've been to Evanston and Harlem, two places that are formulative for me, you know, where I got started, where I got educated. But since my wife is also a graduate of Northwestern, I spent a lot of time at Evanston today. I'm a brother, you know, I got 45 years invested in this relationship. I ain't about trying to get not married.
I understand, but I remember how you liked his presentation.
I loved it. So you have it on recording though, right?
Oh, we have recorded. I recommend you check it out. I mean, if anybody would appreciate it, it'd be you. Bruce, if we can move over to you just for some quick comments, because you and I will sort of co-moderate here, but I think it'd be good for you to sort of frame a little bit about what we're seeing, you know, from a Silicon Harlem perspective, and all of the people that have been a part of this day today. If you can help frame a little of that, and then we'll go to the Q&A.
So, Gail, as always, Larry, what a pleasure to be on the final panel with both of you and to just get your insights. And as you said, it's drawn from over 25 years of sort of seeing this problem happen and seeing progress, but also seeing what is the opposite of progress. And here we are at this moment in time. And I think one of the things that was interesting about today is that we've all come together because we absolutely are committed to this vision of how to advance humanity. We've come at it from very different ways. We all think technology has a role to play in that. But one of the things that was very important, which was said, was that it's not simply technology that's going to help us address these issues that we're trying to face, because we're at an inflection point where we know that this is about the restoration of democracy and the restoration of civility. So what I want to sort of talk about is when we were working on putting together this conference, I came across a poem called "The Pandemic is a Portal." I immediately shared it with Clayton because it seemed to capture the spirit and the values of what we were trying to do. And I think if folks remember, and this goes back to when I was at Columbia in the 90s and had done the Harlem Environmental Access Project, I gave a talk where one of the things I talked about was how do we solve the digital divide? And it had nothing to do with technology, but it did look at a couple of things. One, we would have the same fervor for equality as was advanced in the civil rights movement. We'd have the same excitement about a technological future as what we shared in when we all watched eagerly the ascension of all the rockets as we conquered space and went to the moon. So here we are at this point in time, and I think what this summit proved is that we're all here, we all share this value, and we all feel an urgency that now's the time to make this happen. And that we can't bring with us, as you said, the baggage from the past. We have to look at all those unmet desires, all those ideas and visions that have yet to be achieved, and we're now all going to achieve them. And the whole idea is that we do this together. We had an opportunity this summer to serve for the first time. You actually saw one of our students, Isabel. That was our last class of 20 students. This year, through the remote opportunities that we were a part of, we were able to serve 85 students. And what we found had nothing to do with their ability to get it done, how smart they were, focus on work. Once we took the technology out of the equation, once they had a laptop or a tablet with a keyboard and reliable internet access, they all excelled. They all excelled in 6 weeks. They produced websites that blew you away. We found out that this quiet young man over here, and they were all shy, they didn't really let us see themselves until our final presentation. One young man had come up with a website called No More Boredom. This young man was a specialist on all kinds of cool stuff to do around the city, all kinds of stuff you could do with your family, as well as all the stuff that the kids were doing with games and gaming. We had another young lady who shared with us the fact that she's trained to be a composer. So her interest, besides being a composer, she also was this gourmet cook. And all this came together in a matter of 6 weeks. But the key thing was, and I think Mr. Ruff also talked about it. So what I'm also talking about is when a lot of different people at the same time come to the same idea, that's the essence of invention. What we did was we made as close as a class as possible with hands-on support from teachers. Every class was instructor-led. Every instructor had co-teachers. And we supported these young people over what was a really fast-paced summer. And you saw all the results of these young people. Now, unfortunately, we're in that space again now where, how can we find the resources from the city? How can we start to now address some of the needs of the schools? But taken outside of that, this summer, given this kind of opportunity to excel, they all excelled. There were no issues of, oh, do you have this level of numerical ability? Do you have this level of interest? Given the opportunity to explore their interests, every young person excelled. So I think there's a crystallization there of what we're sort of getting at. Back in the 90s, working with Robert McClintock, whom Gail remembers, we called it a pedagogy. We had this idea that there was something about learning on this essential level that unlocked these amazing things in people. So I think what we all have to think about now is, what are those essential things that have brought us together, that are reflected in people across the board, that all of us really, when we first got involved in this enterprise of bringing people technology, really saw this as making happen. We had Vint Cerf. Vint had this idea when he came up with TCP/IP. Gail professed these things in the late 90s when she talked about technology and government, and it's all come together today in this historical moment. So I'm really excited that we're all here working together, trying to make this happen, and all these other people share this vision with us. Now, how do we turn that into an achievable reality?
Well, let me quickly just follow up on that. I want to share one quick story, Gail.
with the students that we had this summer that Bruce was just referring to. It was extraordinary as we went throughout the summer, and we found that there were some kids that were falling behind. And it turned out it had nothing to do with intelligence or capability. There were just times when their family just didn't have the internet. And in some cases, we had kids that were trying to take a coding class with us using their cell phone. And that's impossible to learn how to code on a cell phone. It's impossible. So we had to try to bridge some of those gaps along the way. But it tells you that it's not a matter of intelligence. This is simply a matter of access and exposure. And we're going to still stay at that quite a bit. I just want to make a quick announcement to all of us who are still on the call, over 100 people. We're going to open it up to questions for you. I'm going to get one last round with Gail and Larry of their comments, and then we're going to open up to everybody. And Gail and Larry, I'd be happy if you can hang around with that. If you need to go, we understand. So why don't I start with Larry, actually. Larry, any other insight around the things that sort of Bruce was framing, you know, education, what you heard on the, what you might have missed on the overall summit? We talked about education, we talked about health, you know, we certainly talked about creativity. You know, we had all these different subject matters that a bunch of really brilliant expert people talked, including Craig Newark, who created Craigslist, was on. And, you know, so we heard a lot of different perspectives, and I'm curious, is there a silver lining here? And same question for you, Gail.
One thing that's happening, you know, I'm giving a lot of thought. I was fortunate enough to serve on 2 presidential transition teams, the Obama transition team and the Clinton transition team. I can't serve on this one because I'm on a board of a journalism company in Texas, and we can't do quote unquote partisan politics. But I think the first 60, 70, 80 days of the Biden transition, we're going to start seeing some really smart people addressing some of these issues. Some of the ways I'm looking at this, you know, again, as I mentioned, I was born into projects, and I have family in projects today. Can we design in more broadband access? Can we rethink telemedicine? When you look at community health clinics, only 38% of community health clinics, health centers across the country have broadband today, and yet it's more and more important. And when you have a pandemic and you don't want the elderly, when you don't want senior citizens floating out and about, we can do some things about rethinking, redesigning, and making our public housing have more broadband. Another issue that I'm working on, it's very close to me. As I mentioned before, I'm a product of public schools and public libraries. You know, the 13 years I was in school in New York, there's public schools, and it wasn't public libraries, I wouldn't have had the grounding for the education I got in college and grad school. Every one of those, as partly because of the stuff we did in Clinton administration, partly because of investments people like Gail and folks like the Gates Foundation made, every library and every school in this country is connected, and they're connected to a gig network. There's no reason why we can't take those connected schools and use wireless technology on top of those schools and help create community networks around the country. So we're thinking about what we call a to and through philosophy, because when I pick up a newspaper and I see 2 little Latino girls in San Jose sitting out on a Taco Bell sidewalk so they can get educated using Taco Bell's Wi-Fi, or I pick up the Philadelphia Inquirer and I see a girl standing in the rain outside of a library trying to do her homework. And I know those stories exist in New York too, where kids are trying to get the school or the library Wi-Fi because they don't have it at home. When I read about Hostas College and realize that 3,000 of the 7,000 students at Hostas are homeless, and you know, they're trying to stay educated. Or when I gave a speech last December at CUNY and talked to students who are doing complex term papers on their cell phone. We're the richest country and the richest city in the history of humanity. We can do better. And so I'm about trying to get this transition team to have somebody, hair on fire is not my issue, but I'm trying to get somebody up down here to have their hair on fire. But I'm also trying to get them to think, how do we prospectively design into some of these things? If we're connecting a school, shouldn't that school also be able to connect that neighborhood? Connecting a library, can we make it so that when libraries close, people still have access to technology? If we're building a new housing center, renovating a new housing center, can't that housing center have, and we don't want people, you know, communally meeting, we want it in their homes or where they can actually access it and do their homework or do their work or, you know, visit with their doctor privately. So all of those are the kind of things I'm working at that I think help us advance humanity. And for me, it's nuts and bolts. if I give people access to technology, as you have pointed out to me over the years, I give you the tool, you'll figure out how to use it for your highest and best purpose. It's up to us to give the tools.
I'm going to have you, thank you, Larry. I mean, profound. Gail, I'm going to have you say a few words as well. And everyone on the call, be ready to open up and ask your questions. We should be able to close this whole thing out by 5:30, but Gail and Larry, if you guys have to leave at any point, feel free. But we should be able to close this entire summit down by 5:30. So we're going to open it up for questions after Gail gives us a little bit more insight, and we'll take it from there. Go ahead, Gail.
Well, I think there is a silver lining to answer your question, and it is, as Larry so articulately said, perhaps this pandemic can be the bottom or the top, depending on how you look at, of the silver lining. And I do want to pick up on the practical, which is the example of what I call the E-rate. Obviously, I think it was probably you, Larry, but Clinton started with the E-rate for libraries and schools. And what that basically means, the federal government, where there is a Title I school, meaning for low-income students, or where a library is in such a community, gets a certain amount of federal money to make sure that there is access to bandwidth and broadband in that facility. What's interesting to me, when I was in the city council, we were all focused on this, and we thought, oh, this could be a hub for the small businesses in the area. You know, in the early 2000s, they didn't even have computers sometimes. They certainly didn't know how to pay for a hookup, et cetera. So we got all excited. And then, of course, even then, the FCC said, no, 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 if you come around and try to do that as a hub, then we will cut off your E-rate. I was actually told that when I went and testified. Now, with a new administration and, like you said, new ideas and so on, what a great way to work with these hubs. I talked about the senior centers, the schools, the libraries. They could be the hub. Right now, I swear, if you go to any of the libraries, you're going to see people sitting there on the weekend, certainly happened in the past, with their chairs working to try to catch some of the ability to connect through that library. I used to think they were drug dealers because people were sitting in the bushes. I didn't know what was going on. It was just people trying to get connected. That's craziness. And you mentioned it in terms of some of the national chains doing the same thing. Craziness. So we have to think practically in a new administration how to do that. But the second thing I want to say is we have to figure out, because I remember when I passed the open data, and Beth Novick, who I think worked maybe with you in the administration, she worked with me to get this bill passed. She's now, as you know, part of this GovLab at NYU. She said, your main constituency is not the public, Gail, as you would think, it's the people in government who put that data together. Because if they're not happy, then that data is not going to be put in correctly. So then I think, okay, the next step beyond that is, how are we using the data? You need to have an evaluation, because you don't want to collect data for data's sake. And of course, I'm all about planning. So what data is needed to plan so that families and urban, rural Americans have a better life? And you have to figure out the privacy issues. You have to figure out, you have to evaluate the data. You have to evaluate the dialogue. And then you have to think, is this good for public health? Is this good for education? Is this good for the labor market? Is this good for people who have disabilities? And then the list goes on. Small business, you can have a very long list. So I guess what I'm saying in terms of a silver lining is that with this pandemic, you and I have been talking about all of this devices, bandwidth, E-rate, and so on. And I think sometimes I was talking to a wall. Hello, we were right. And now the silver lining is we now have to figure out how to do it in the way that we were, you know, thinking about creatively before, but now it's right in front. If you don't have, and you have the devices, if you don't have the opportunity to use the data correctly for telemedicine, for education, or whatever, we can see what happens because we saw it. And so now that's the silver lining. It's right in your face, and you have the opportunity now to correct it because you know what the problems are and you know how to correct it. So congratulations, because I think that's what you were talking about. I can't do it as articulately as Bruce Lincoln, but I hope that's sort of a summary from my perspective.
When Bruce talks, you have to have a dictionary. But anyway, that's
absolutely. I know.
It's you know, but what's interesting of what you're saying, and I know you have participated in every single hackathon we've had, and everyone knows how much you love hackathons. We find that those have proven, hopefully to just about everyone, of how important it is to just embrace the idea that if you give people the tools, they'll make something happen. And so I'm so happy you sort of alluded to that, as well as Larry. Robert, I think we're ready to open up the auditorium, and let's have some fun talking about some questions in live time here.
We have a couple of questions. Javelin has a question. I'm going to turn on Javelin's microphone.
Great.
Javelin, you're on. If you go unmute. All right, let's try. Hang on.
No, I'm muted.
Got it. Thought I heard it for a minute.
Yeah, we're going to try Jeremiah. Hang on.
Hey, family, how y'all doing today?
All right, how are you, Jeremiah?
Oh man, I can't complain. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I've been in this thing since what, 7 o'clock West Coast time. Y'all start early out there on the East, man. You know, and the majority of the panelists and everybody on here was like so instrumental. So I just got to give everybody hand claps and kudos, and you know, for y'all taking y'all time out to come teach young brothers like myself so that I can better myself, not only myself, my children, my community, and our people. You feel me? With that being said, just like the Dr. Alexander, who was on one of the other panels, I didn't know that he was a huge part of hip hop. This is something that 40 years of hip hop that went by, and we didn't even know that his pops had owned the cab company that used to drive around KRS-One and all that. So this is something monumental, and you know, I just wanted to give y'all hand claps and finger snaps and just. Will one of y'all be my mentor? I need a mentor in all this tech, man, because I've been listening to this at 7 o'clock in the morning. It ain't no breaks. It ain't no lunch break. I couldn't sit down. I was like, wait, well, hold on. It's another one. I got to go in there. Hold on. Hold on, baby. I know. Baby, I know you got to do your math problems. I understand. I help you round the numbers off right now. But they're talking about 5G and the whole network. So I love what y'all doing, man. I just had to tell y'all that. And that was really it.
We certainly appreciate it, and we saw your note about that, and I sent you my personal email, so we'll definitely be in touch with you because we want this kind of energy that you got, you know, sort of permeating all over the country. So I love your energy, and I think we'll move forward with that. So make sure you email me. Robert, who's next?
Let's try Javelin again. Javelin.
Why?
Okay, let's move on here. Let's try Ken.
Okay. Hi there. Folks hear me?
Yes.
We got you. We got you, Ken.
Okay, great. Hey, does anyone know of any organizations or individuals who are working towards a vision that I've had for 25 years, which is people who come from neighborhoods like mine, Bed-Stuy, or who look like me, not just using technology, but creating and owning tech products, companies, and platforms, instead of assuming that all tech on the planet is powered by no one other than the Googles, AWSs, and Microsofts of the world. Because I'm in Slack workspaces and other things that have 10,000 plus members, and I literally have yet to find other folks who are having this conversation about creating our own tech. That is my question.
There's a Black Slack space based in Brooklyn, Ken. I was in touch with them a year ago because I was looking for African-American instructors who could teach coding.
Put that in the chat if you don't mind, Bruce, so Ken can pick that up. Larry, did you have anything you want to respond on that?
There are a number of Black angel investors and burgeoning Black VCs across the country that are promoting and helping to fund. Now, having said that, fewer than 1% of VC money went to Black entrepreneurs last year, and that's the historic high. And when you're talking about Black women, there was a point at which you could count the number of Black women who had received venture funding on both hands and both feet. So it's not a lot, but there are those communities. And, brother hooks up with me on LinkedIn. I will try to do some research. If you remember specifically what you're trying to find, I will see if I can help you find some communities.
All right, let's try Harvey now. Harvey, you're on.
Great. This has been fabulous. This has really been a wonderful day, and thank you for everything that you've done. I'm particularly interested. Today is the 4th anniversary of our 4 months anniversary of our community, our gated community being COVID-free. So it's really exciting to me to be talking about COVID and how a community can be COVID-free. And I'm just wondering, what can we do in terms of technology to help people overcome the COVID, I guess you call it fatigue and disinformation?
Well, someone take that on.
I always tell people, be careful who you where you get information from. The most important thing, you have to find trusted sources. There is, starting at the top down here in Washington, but permeating throughout our system, there are a lot of frauds and charlatans, people putting out disinformation. It's particularly important for communities of color because we are more likely to be in jobs that will get us sick, and we're more likely to have some comorbidities that will make us, that will kill us. So if you're looking for this kind of information, try to find folks that you can trust. There are numerous medical online discussions of COVID, and there are discussion groups about specifically aimed at Black, Latino, low-income communities. And we need to be talking truth, because if we believe the myth, we're going to kill ourselves and our families. And we, growing up in Southeast Queens, I remember putting a dot on a map and talking to brothers and sisters I went to high school with. And within the first few weeks of COVID, from that dot in map where I grew up, if you went in a 10-block radius, there was an illness or a death on every one of those blocks. And that's because we didn't know the truth. The truth is out there, and we have to be very careful, be vigilant. Don't be falling for the fraud and the flim-flam artists. Get the truth and make sure you're protecting yourselves and your families.
The only thing I would add in our world is, wherever you are, picking up on what Larry said, is the testing and tracing has to be real. You can't have, we've got, many challenges. You have to have the government. I don't know where you are, but you have to have government and private sector working together. That's no joke. And it actually makes a difference. Maybe that's how you've kept your community so virus free. The second thing I will say, which has nothing to do, is I went to the opening of the Guggenheim the other day. I was privileged to be there. I had no idea what it meant to see art again. It was inspirational, right? Now, I am a public art. I've seen all the plywood that's been covered in fantastic art. I've seen, the new statue of the women in Central Park. But when you see a Jackson Pollock and you see real art on the walls, it was mind-blowingly helpful to get us through a day when you could be cheerful. So all I'm saying is art makes a difference. Public music, the Philharmonic is now going around to different parks. I illegally got the list and I kind of follow them. So whatever you can do to make art be part of your life, I actually think that helps a lot.
Ready to take a couple more?
Yeah, if you don't mind, let's get a couple more.
Yusuf?
Hi, can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear.
Awesome. So, wow, what can I say? I've been here all day. It's been so much information from so many dynamic speakers. First of all, congratulations to you, Clayton and Bruce and the entire Silicon Harlem. I learned so much. Maybe it was just too much to absorb at one time, so I definitely would have to look through it again. I'm someone that's new to tech, you know, and it really broadened my mind on a lot of things that still need to be done, because we say, wait, we live in, you know, the tech age and there's so much going on all throughout the world. And then listening throughout the day, I said, wow, we still have so much more work to do. And especially when it comes to the Black community, you know, and we can say the Black and Latino community, that is so much that we still have to do. But you guys have set a model that we can replicate throughout the country, you know, to have this type of format, this type of talent, because we know when it comes to us, we're not really represented in the tech world, especially when it comes to the boardrooms where the decision makers are. So it was just so great. You know, I could talk forever. I just wanted to just say I learned so much. I'm thankful. I don't even recall who invited me, but I'm grateful for whoever invited me. And I learned so much from you guys today. Thank you.
It means a lot to us that you joined us, and you're the type of person that we're going to keep an eye on, and for us, we feel the same way. I'm like still blown away on every single speaker here. Ultimately, 46 speakers and 15, 16 sessions, topics of from all different perspectives. I'm blown away, and you know I'm going to be watching these videos forever, because I think there's some nuggets in here that we can really, you know, build on. And so I'm glad that you enjoyed it too. We're going to take 2 more questions. I do want to mention, since we've been talking about it hopefully all day, but we've actually been supported on this summit by 4 key private sector businesses. And that's been T-Mobile has really stepped up with us this year. So T-Mobile has been really, really supportive of what's going on in a lot of these places. That's the wrong slide, but you can see it at the bottom there. There's T-Mobile. You can see that Google has stepped up, and you heard one of their speakers attend today and speak, Wendy Gonzalez. And we have Verizon. That was really helpful for getting this summit off the ground, and Spectrum. So we have found that, you know, we're hitting the right tone to attract these companies, and they sort of reached out to us. We were not going to have this event at all until people started calling us, and there was a demand happening there. And as soon as one of those sponsors, Larry, said, "Hey, we're going to give you some money," we said, "Oh yeah, the summit's back on." So that's what happened.
You said, anyway, I'm telling you, you got to shake a tree to get the fruit. So I like that up here so these folks would understand.
That's it. So we're very proud of that. Robert, let's get 2 more questions. What's the next one? And then we're going to let everybody go.
Someone by the name of Roxanne.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, Lord. All right. Come on, Rox. This is my sister, everybody.
We want to meet Roxanne.
The real Roxanne, right?
That's
right.
We want to meet Roxanne.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, obviously I'm not as techie as my brother. And I want to first say I've been on since 5:30 this morning. I am in California, beautiful sunny California. And this has been amazing. I have actually had the pleasure of meeting both of you before. I actually helped at Clayton's conference. I was in New York last year and the year before.
Yep.
And so I was unable, obviously, to come to New York this year because of COVID. I decided to stay in California and deal with the COVID here. But to get to my question, and first of all, I want to also say to Larry, congratulations on being inducted into the Hall of Fame. Congratulations, that was awesome.
Thank you.
But anyway, one question I had was, here in the cities in Los Angeles, well, I'm actually in San Diego County, but there's a lot of needs that I'm witnessing that we need as far as technology on how the city is run. So I don't know if this is a question for Gail or for Larry, but if we had something we wanted to bring to the city and say, look, we need to change the way we're doing our stop signs. We need to change the way we're doing some stuff. How do we go about that? And then how do we deal with the funding issue? Because I walk a lot and I run into so many things, so many challenges when I'm walking that I'm like, God, I wish we had some technology for this. So without giving a bunch of, a long list of things that I thought of, what do you think I should do if I have these questions about how our city is being run? It's not as technically advanced as it should be.
Larry, go ahead, and then I'll say what you should do. I know what you should do.
Yeah, I'm going to pass that one to you because I can tell you a lot more about the feds than I can about the cities. But I'm going to put one caveat. The one thing that I'm really worried about with regard to technology and localities is that every city and every local and state subdivision is going to have a revenue crunch coming out of this pandemic because tax revenues are down, people are unemployed, and we haven't gotten the money we needed from the federal government going to the cities and states as urgently as we need it. So I've got a lot of projects I'm trying to work on, and I'm hoping we can get done if we get some sanity back in government, but it's going to have to be federal money as best I can tell, because when I talk to people at the local level, there just isn't, we're looking at folks cutting firemen and policemen in schools in some of these jurisdictions because of the loss of tax revenue. I'll turn to the president now because she may have some good news because I just gave some bad news.
First, Roxanne, thank you. I remember meeting you. I was so excited when we were at the Mist, for instance.
Right.
A couple of things. First of all, to be honest with you, I don't know if you have this where you are, but we have community boards. Guess what? You need to get on whatever local civic organization exists because you're the kind of person that would ask the right questions and get answers. So if there's like a county advisory or a county run for office, Roxanne. That's what I'm trying to say. Or figure out how you can get appointed. I'm not kidding, but that is one way to be in the midst of making some decisions. You can sometimes get appointed to local civic council because we have them here called community boards. But the second thing is you have to, the money is tight, but to be honest with you, at least in New York, it doesn't necessarily cut into the tech budget. It may cut into the social services budget. That's a big problem. And God knows it's cut into our school budget. That's a huge problem. Right. In some cases, FEMA, which is a federal agency, is paying for instance, they're paying for 75% of all the homeless issues that we have now in terms of keeping people safe from COVID. FEMA's paying for a lot of things. So there's a terrible crunch in terms of funding, but whatever reason, tech is not always part of that cut. So I would figure out, because to me, there's a lot of lack of coordination, and that's something that tech can figure out. Every agency has a tech officer. I think one of the things you're seeing, for instance, is, you see the potholes, you see the small businesses, you see all these issues when you're walking around, the parks that are dirty, that kind of stuff is what we're seeing here. And I think you have to figure out who is the oversight agency, and I don't know the answer, if it's a county or a city. And then you have to figure out who is the tech officer for that county, and then go quiz them and ask them and have hearings. That's what you have to do. You have to have oversight hearings on how is tech administered in this particular county. That's what I would suggest. But guess what? Let us know when you need a fundraiser to run for office, wherever you are, because we know how to do that in New York City.
Okay, thank you.
And before we turn to the next question, I just want to say thank you to Roxanne, but also to Valerie and to Eric and to Maya, because I haven't given props to all the people who, like the family that keeps me, when I come to certain people I'm looking forward to seeing, because I normally see them year after year, it's like a family reunion, and I ain't going to have the Cunningham family upset with me. And I know Maya did all the work to get this together. And I like you, Clayton, but Roxanne's my favorite Banks. So I have to give
you really must be out your mind, boy. So, but I agree with you. I love my sister. Let me say this, that we're coming into the last question, and I do want to have Bruce wrap it up at the end here. I do also want to say to all the people who are still on the call, we're sending out a link for you to go and help us, learn about today, your response about today. So it's a quick survey. So click on the form that I think Raku just put in and fill that out for us once we get off this call. We'll send it again through email, but get the jump on that.
Robert, we got one last question.
I don't see any more hands up at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and close it out. I couldn't be more happier than any other of our conferences that we've had, and this is our very first virtual summit.
Oh, wait,
So
there is one. I don't. One last hand. Do you want to go for one?
Let's be very quick.
Okay, Courtney, you're up.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say to Gail and Clayton, I'm going to be reaching out to you guys on a couple of projects that I'm working on. One is a fintech solution to homeless giving. And one is a foundation for women entrepreneurs, African-American 45 and over, to incubate, accelerate, and launch tech and cannabis businesses.
Good. All good.
That sounds great. That sounds great. Much needed. So thank you for that. And thank you, everyone. My final comment is, wow, what a day. It was incredible. Like I keep saying, 46 speakers, 15 different sessions, back to back, on time, every single one. And not only did I mention the sponsors, but I must mention the team. And Robert, I don't know if we have the capability of putting the team on, but I do want to announce that the team that put this together was extraordinary. Most of you heard from Maya Ephraim, who was our leading coordinator and producer of this summit. Claire Young, who you saw moderate one of our panels, and is our sort of my right hand in Silicon Harlem and a extraordinary urban planner. We have Eric Cunningham, as Larry mentioned, and you got to add his wife to it because she's overly excited about Silicon Harlem and really is one of our biggest advocates. So we always appreciate both of them. Raku Shigematsu, who you might have saw here and there, but he was behind the scene, did all the creative that you have seen, the posters and all that kind of stuff. And we had Danielle Nicholson, who's our legal analyst and also hosted one of the sessions. And Bruce and myself and others. So anyway, we're just very pleased and happy that all of you joined us today. And we had over 600 people throughout the day, 675 registrations. Amazing, turnout. And we want to keep it going. We always want to keep the community very much engaged and informed. Bruce, your final word. Try to make it fairly quick because everyone's ready to go and have lunch. Dinner.
And it will be kudos to Larry Irving. Sometimes poetry captures what you can't express in any other medium. The Pandemic is a Portal by Arundhati Roy. Historically, pandemics have forced humans to break with the past and imagine a world anew. This one is no different. It is a portal, a gateway between one world and the next. We can choose to walk through it, dragging the carcasses of our prejudice and hatred, our avarice, our data banks and dead ideas, our dead rivers and smoky skies behind us. Or we can walk through lightly with little luggage, ready to imagine another world and ready to fight for it. And at the end of the day, we would hope that you all choose to walk through the portal with us with very little luggage and ready to fight for this future where we're going to advance humanity. Thank you very much.
I do want to mention that there's another voice that you heard behind the scenes, which was Robert Allen, who ran our entire Zoom platform here. If you ever need someone to really help you out and be calm, cool, and collected the whole time, it's Robert Allen. So if anyone has anything they want to put in the chat, website that you want to promote or your email you want us to do that now. We're going to leave it open for another 60 seconds or so that we can get your information. Otherwise, everyone, please have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe. and stay in touch with Silicon Harlem. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Gail. Thanks for topping it off for us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.